Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Hello and welcome to Coffs Harbour CEX International Stadium for the National Championships of Touch Football. James Preston and Gab Rose to take you through all the action as we prepare for our first match here on the stream across KO and also to our viewers across the ditch and overseas. It's wonderful to have your company, and it will be the Women's Open that we get things underway with here between the Sydney Scorpions and Sydney Mets, an all-metro battle to start with, Gab Rose.
It sure is. How are you going today, James? It's looking like a cloudy but clear day at this stage, and as you said, it's a local battle here all the way up in Coffs Harbour, but between two Sydney-based teams. Last year the Scorpions were in the final, lost in a drop-off in the Women's Open, and they'll be playing the Met, so it should be a very good grudge match.
Yeah, 6-5 of course in that one. It went really down to the wire into that drop-off zone, and you know, temperatures here also reasonably warm considering that we do have that cloud coverage, a little bit of rain floating about. We're hoping it stays away. Of course, the age-old adage is where there's a touch tournament, rain follows. And worth noting as well, of course, this tournament postponed a little bit. Meant to be played back in March, I believe, and now here we are, late May, early June. Yeah,
so it's been a busy time in the touch calendar of recent time. But as you can see out there, the conditions today and the ground, so all the ground staff and people here at Coffs Stadium have done an amazing job to get this tournament up and running after all the rain they've had in this area.
So we're really looking forward to a terrific first match on the stream here today, and we will be running quite deep into the afternoon for that matter as well. I believe the final match is just after 5 p.m, so plenty of action here for you on day one, and then finals day. We'll start to get a little bit of a taste of that into the later hours of day two tomorrow, and then of course day three is nothing but finals action. Gab, early prediction for this particular division here. Obviously, we've already seen the Scorps in that final last year. They're on the screen at the moment, but are we thinking they can go back-to-back, but perhaps one better this time?
They'd have to be one of the tournament heavyweights, James. So you have a look down their team list, and it's star-studded power all over the park. But don't ever count off teams like the Mets. They play hard and they play fast, and they'll be definitely pumped up for this first round clash.
Of course, the South Queensland Sharks, that's another one to keep an eye on. 2021, 22, 23. So 3 straight years they were champions themselves. And, you know, perhaps an underwhelming campaign in some ways for them last year, but we know the quality's there. They can certainly rise to the occasion. Yeah,
that's the beauty of these tournaments. So you never know, coming in there can be tournament heavyweights, but coming in it's a 3-day tournament. Sometimes it's whoever gets to Sunday unscathed and ready to go that takes out the tournament at the end of the weekend.
In terms of the Scorpions, they haven't actually won this tournament since 2018, and back then it was an Elite 8 competition. So quite different now. I suppose it's fair to say there's a drought for the Scorpions.
You would say that. They've been there and thereabouts a few times, but and as you said earlier, James, they were in a drop-off last year that was an epic drop-off, but they didn't quite get the biscuits, so they'll be looking to go one further this year.
Some big names in there as well, with the likes of the Clifford sisters, Hannah Dybel, of course, from Manly, and then Isabella Geros. So some massive names there. If we look over at the Sydney Met side, who stands out for you?
Well, there's one young lady, number 30 down the bottom there, Jessica Wardrobe. Now, if she gets the ball in space, watch her fly. She's extremely fast, athletic and netballer by trade, but she switched to touch footy in the last few years. So she's going to be one to watch that you probably may not know too much of her name, but she has represented her country, so definitely one to watch there, James.
So just going through their warm-ups now, we're really looking forward to this one. Should be an outstanding contest, and then not too far around the corner either. We'll get some more terrific action as the Hornets in the Men's Open take on the UQ Rebels as well. So that's going to be some terrific action to take in too. Just on the Clifford sisters, of course, we've seen them play Origin too, so you know we know what they are capable of, and I think if they flick the switch, for mine, I think that could be the key in this particular contest.
Yeah, you're right. There's so much talent there, and those particular girls, they'll be 2 to watch out of a stream of many for the Scorpions team. Looks like they're just doing their final chats with their coaches, hands in, and they'll be both teams will be looking to get off to a great start.
So as we mentioned, cloudy conditions here today. And there is the chance that we could see a little bit of rainfall. We're hoping it holds off. Now, if it does happen, it's not due to commence until the later hours of the afternoon as we get towards sunset. But 19 degrees at the moment. The unfortunate thing, though, Gab, on the cards, there is some rain for both tomorrow and, of course, Sunday as well. And
I feel like wherever we go, James, as you said, rain seems to follow. I don't know if it's you or I or just the sport of touch, but let's hope it stays clear for this first round clash.
So there is our siren. We're just a little bit delayed in that sense because they should have already tapped off by now. But it will be the Scorpions getting us underway for the first time here at the National Touch League Championships in Coffs Harbour for 2025. Scorps on the attack here. They'll have a quick little scoop and then straight away looking dangerous out to this left-hand side. Dybel pops a little pass and then just in behind there, but well reeled in. Dybel once more will wait at first receiver. Gets it now. Davis hopping in an acting half. Back to Dybel. Dybel turns it back on the inside for Davis. An absolute clockwork there from the Scorpions. Their first raid down this end of the field, and they'll come away with a try.
Yeah, we've seen that play many a time over recent years, and it was Dybel and Shelley Davis there. So she looks to go out, pops it back inside. Beautiful try, first set of 6. I'll be extremely happy with that start, James.
And 1-0 on the board here at Coffs Harbour, and the Mets now will get their first use of the ball, already with that deficit. So they'll work it up through the middle here. Simone Rogers drops it down. Back here for Tia Jane Golding. Little bounce around there from McDonald. McDonald trying to squeeze through. Will earn the penalty, though.
Yeah, she did a good job there, McDonald. She saw that the Scorpion player was offside, and she just went straight for and generated a penalty for her team. So they get a fresh set of 6 down attacking the Scorps line.
Rogers once more will play it all very flat pass there for McDonald. McDonald then trying to stretch forward. In fact, they'll come back for that pass.
Yeah, it definitely was forward, and the ref's jolly on the spot there and got it right there.
So Scorpions with a great start made here. They'll drive up through the middle once again. Good little run there from Zara Nicholas. Plenty of Manly players in this Scorpions lineup. It's now up over halfway they go. Good touch made here from Golding. Reinforcements arriving now, including Davis, who hops in out of acting half. In fact, no, take it back. That's Carrothers. Carrothers then takes off to that left-hand side and is wrapped up there again, but good ground made in that set from the Scorpions.
Yeah, they're just like clockwork. They go off at speed and they come on at speed. So the people coming onto the field are running fast and getting ready to play their role.
So now out to this left-hand side come the Mets, looking to get reinforcements onto the field, and that's a nice little straight charge there. So they'll pick up more metres now through Womel. Last one coming up for the Mets. I just don't think they quite got their bearings right on that set.
No, they got it down deep into Scorps territory, but they would have liked to have a little bit more of a roll on as they're coming towards their line, as we see Scorpions there just straight into their work.
So Jaros now firing a pass out to that left-hand side, then hops in at acting half. Clifford just shy of that halfway line. Another very questionable pass there. That was flat at best. It's Davis now, marches forward. Dybel scoops it up. This is that danger combination again. Well read, though, from Womel, jamming in out of that link position and makes the touch.
Yeah, touch that had to be made, but beautiful touch there by Womel. Saved potential try there.
There was Womel again, all nearly barrelling over the top of 2 players. One of them was her own. So now the dummy comes out here from Mia Rogers. Ooh, and then a little juggle, but it will hit the deck, and a golden opportunity once more here for the Scorpions.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. They got the ball back in the Mets line, and they're going backwards to go forward here. They've let it go right across the field, coast to coast, as we say, but they've been able to get some fresh legs on.
Yeah, not a bad play when it's rapid like that. On play number 1, get the fresh troops out there to then launch a raid with the rest of the set. So they drop it down now. Worked here from O'Reilly, and then out to this right-hand side for Brittany Clifford. Haven't seen too much yet of the Clifford sisters. Here's Brittany, though, with ball in hand. Pops a little pass on this left-hand side. They've got them backpedaling, all well recovered, though, from the Mets defenders. Yeah,
they did a really good job there because the Scorps did what we call phase play, where they look, there's half an opportunity, they dump, and then they go again. But well defended by the Mets.
Golden opportunity there for the Mets to simply dummy and go through a yawning gap through the middle. Instead, though, a bit of gamesmanship. Ran directly at Clifford, who was offside. Also came up with a bit of a forceful touch, so take your pick in terms of indiscretion. So they'll head up towards halfway now. Up over that threshold goes McDonald. McDonald still marching forward, but now is told to go back onto the mark. I'll go back to the middle now with Rogers. Rogers and then McDonald once more, floating a cutout pass. Oh, was well read in the end, though, from Ellie Wilson, who jammed in to make the touch. McDonald, quick hands. Now there's a chance here. Draw and pass. Setting down the sideline for Wardrobe. There's the speed gap Rose was talking about. Shut the gate. Wardrobe got it. And 10 metres was chewed up very quickly. They're on level peggings now.
Yeah, and you'll see here Simone Rogers when we watch the replay. She did a really good job because there wasn't too much happening. She got between two players, offloaded to Wardrobe, and that was all she needed. 1-1. Kind of came from nothing, James, that try, didn't it?
I was about to say, it almost feels against the run of play. They haven't really had a look at the line as of yet. And there's just some good work as well from Simone Rogers just to hold up the ball long enough to unleash Wardrobe. And now, speaking of unleashing, here goes the Scorpions again. They played inside the 7 or touched in flight. That'll be an extra set to work with.
Yeah, and again, you can see how the Scorpions are really looking to do that phase play. So getting a half opportunity, getting the ball down to try and draw the defenders in and then score off the next play. But Matt's doing a great job of defending that at this point.
So Carruthers brings it out to this left-hand side. Now floats it back to the middle for Taylor Clifford. Clifford, Carruthers, and Clifford again. Now straightening here is Holly Raff, and Raff tries to go all the way through the middle. Shut down, though. Back to the 7 she goes. In fact, she'll get the penalty too, so a lot of possession in the last couple of minutes as Carruthers comes out to this right-hand side. Raff once again backtracking out towards that 7. Clifford. Wider still for Jeros. Jeros with a little bit of speed turns it back in on the inside. Little juggle there from Raff again. Plays it now on the 7. Carruthers wrapping around. This is great reading from those wide defenders.
That was Womel again, James. So that's a couple of times already, and she's coming out, we call a pinch touch in defence, and at this point she's doing an excellent job for her team out there in the link.
Well, and then catch and pass here, unleashing Wardrobe again. They've really got to watch that here, the Scorpions, based on the speed she possesses. She'll hop in at acting half now, but they don't like the roll ball itself.
No, it's been a little bit messy. I think if I was coaching the Mets, that's probably the area they need to clean up. So it's just a little bit messy getting to their box. And they've given away a couple of possessions and a penalty there.
So a couple of fresh troops sweeping into the action now. That includes Nina van der Reyden, who we haven't seen so far, and Hannah Dybel. Watch for the footwork of Dybel close to the line. Here she comes now. Big right foot step on that occasion. Threatens to link up with Davis again. So far, that's been the golden combination for the Scorpions. Davis, flat pass, now charging directly at an offside marker in the form of Molly Jones, but one of the middles came across and made the touch just in time.
Yeah, but you saw there Molly was trying to get back, and the Scorpions attack ran straight into her. So good call by the refs. A beautiful right foot step, drop back inside, but again, well defended by the Mets. And they're not, they're not biting too quickly, James.
No, you're right. There's a bit of patience about their defensive work. They're not panicking. As Wardrobe reels that one in. They'll head up towards halfway now. Once again, a sloppy roll ball's let go here for mine. Wardrobe, now McDonald, up to halfway. Wardrobe will take off momentarily, then finds Rogers, straightening the action. Last one now, Golding brings it forward. Oh, tough one to take for Rogers. Did a good job, but easily read in the end from Petey.
Yeah, and that was a better set there by Mets. They went direct, they went straight ahead, and McDonald there, she's one that just takes the ball forward every time she gets it.
Good metres on offer now for the Scorpions. They'll roll it back here through Ellie Wilson, and now truly on the charge. Popping little pass here for O'Reilly. Picked up again. Now there's danger for the Mets. Catch and pass. They've done very well once more, though. This time jamming in from out wide, it was Gigliotti.
Yeah, they're creating some opportunities to Scorps, so it'll be just see how long the Mets can hold out here, because it's an abundance of possession.
Strong contact there on McDonald. In fact, it was a McDonald-a-thon there. McDonald making the touch, and then Lucy McDonald feeling the brunt of it. I'll get another set, though, as now Nicholas wraps around. A couple of steps off the left, off the right. She'll clear through. Smart play from Zara Nicholas. Just activated a couple of lazy markers there and went directly at them.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shimmy shake there for Zara Nicholas, and I think that's just the weight of her possession. As we see here, she comes around on the sweep. Off the right, off the left, off the right. I'll just go straight through that gap.
It's like watching Muhammad Ali back in the prime in the ring. Well, Talladega Nights either way. Shake and bake, Gabrose.
A bit more shake and bake maybe. As we're back to the action here, it's 2-1 now to Scorps, but Mets have the ball down on the line. They were looking for either a repeat set, if not a try here.
Oh, decent little effort there as Clifford then shuts the gap. Come back to the 7 once more, and they will get a new set as well. So keep a close eye here on Carmela Colapower. She certainly can throw a good pass, the number 6. So now they work out to this left-hand side. Don't link up with Colapower, though. Carruthers makes the touch. Now Colapower in an acting half. Pops a little pass here for Mia Rogers. Rogers sees it once again here. We'll just slow things down a touch. Carruthers out to make the touch itself. Rogers down again. Last one here. They'll go early out wide for Wardrobe, but it was never really on, and that was a wasted set in the end. They didn't ask many questions at all as the referee hits the deck.
Yeah, she was straight back up, though. As we see going straight ahead, he's there for the Scorps. But you're right, James. Mets had an opportunity there, but they didn't really do too much to worry the Scorps defence.
Don't forget Disney on ice. It's referees on skates here in Coffs Harbour. As now they'll continue marching forward, downfield. Options there with Dybel. Dybel linking up through the middle. Colapower makes a good touch just in time. Last one here, they'll play it on the 7. Looking for Dybel back on an angle. Great footwork from Dybel, continuing to power through. But once more, Colapower makes the touch just in time.
Yeah, a touch that had to be made there. And James, why is it always a bit funnier when the refs do fall?
I think it's, they're meant to be this bastion of authority and respect, and then it comes tumbling down. It's like the French waiter.
Speaking of tumbling down there, we see the ball go tumbling down and across the sideline there for Mets. And again, James, it's just that little pocket there coming out off their own line where they're trying to get subs. It's just not as clean as they'd probably like or have trained for in the past few weeks. But their coach, Joel Begnall, experienced campaigner, he will be all over that at halftime.
So now Davis will drop it down. O'Reilly is there as well. Pointing for Clifford to just take the metres on offer, which he does oblige. Then bouncing off the left foot. They'll get those reinforcements on again, including Nicholas. That's one to watch. She got the last try here for the Scorps. Little pass here for O'Reilly. Now out to Nicholas again. Drops it just on the 7. Back to O'Reilly. Once more taking off. Oh, great pass from O'Reilly. Just a little behind in the end, but it certainly was on.
Yeah, it was a beautiful pass. It came out like a rocket there, but unfortunately the winger couldn't catch it. So Mets survive again this onslaught on their own line, and let's see if they can improve coming off their line. But I think, James, it's because look at the way that Scorps are coming up in their defence.
A very high press here from both Pond and Nicholas so far in this set. Now we'll see another woman step up very quickly in the form of Lucy McDonald. So they'll try and get out from that pressing defence by shifting the ball, but that's a great result here for the Scorpions.
Yeah, and it's for those people watching at home, it's not an easy defence to do because it requires you to be fit and fast and just be on the go the whole time. So Scorps, half one game under this tournament, excellent job in their push or press defence.
So now a little pass here provided once again as Carruthers will take the metres on offer. Jeros, Clifford, back to Jeros again. Drops it about 4 metres away from the line. Floating pass. Oh, taken above the head of Wardrobe there. That was nifty. Now, say the touch is called, though. I wasn't so sure.
Yeah, I feel like Jess might have taken it on the back as the girl took the ball. Arms kind of went everywhere, but we'll go with the refs a little bit closer as Scorpions just throw it over the sideline. It was an interesting end to the set. As we see here on replay, cutouts thrown. I think she might have got it with her back, but maybe simultaneous as she caught the ball.
I think that might be the first time I've seen that, Gabrose, in 6 years of calling touch.
It was an interesting touch, but as we know, you can touch them anywhere. And again, Mets drop the ball coming out of their line, and we see a quick shift across. There's numbers across here if Scorps want to take advantage. They're happy just to hold up the play and get some fresh troops on. Or somebody on.
There's almost nobody on the field. You've mentioned it there. Nina van der Eyden was the only one they could find a pass to. It was 2 on 6 for a little while. Now they've got the full complement on deck, and they'll throw it away on play number 2. Well, that is a real dog's breakfast of a set there. It only lasted 2 plays, and they were both shockers.
Yeah, they won't be happy with that. They had a real opportunity there as we see them pushing in defence again, trying to get the ball back in their own half. We see McDonald straight ahead as always.
Now Rogers all floating a pass that was tough to take out wide for Wardrobe, but did a good job, and they'll get the penalty as well. They're well and truly into this contest. I still don't think they've settled, though, the Mets.
They haven't. They definitely needed that penalty. And let's see here. They're starting the set. Beautiful ball drop back inside. And this is a better set for them, James.
Now Womel takes some valuable metres up through the middle. Now definitely have a look at the line in this set, you'd imagine. Now Debra drops it down. Wrapping around his collar power. Oh, big right foot step. Not enough to get around the work, though, of Davis. Last one here brought up. Rogers bouncing around, nothing really doing. Davis shot off from the line and shut it down.
Yeah, you had Davis on one side and Dybel on the other. It's not an easy combination to get through.
That's a good point you raise. We talk about their attacking prowess, but they're just as effective on the other side of the ball. As now Scorpions up over halfway. O'Reilly will play it quickly. Lovely little strike dump there. O'Reilly again working hard through the middle. They'll take off once more with McDonald. McDonald trying to squeeze through. Good cover again, though, from the Mets.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. And while Scorpions have kind of had the run of this first half, definitely, and possession and field position, as we see great hands there from Momel, they're not shy to spread it around the field. It's still only 2-1, James.
Yeah, they're well and truly still in this contest, but as we both sort of looked at it, I don't quite think they've got into their rhythm at any point, and that's a pretty good indication of it.
Yeah, their coach, Joel Begnan, will be looking to get to the half-time hooter in a couple of minutes and just settle his troops down and get them into this game.
So once more marching forward, O'Reilly out to this left-hand side, just slowing it down momentarily for McDonald. Now Clifford drops it quickly. Back to Clifford again. Oh, lovely floating cutout pass. On the ball is Jane Pond, and they'll go in. That was a beautifully orchestrated movement. The Scorpions finally have a bit of a buffer. It's 3-1.
Yeah, beautiful cutout pass there in the end, but as we see it, it's a result of the Mets not being able to get out of their own half. Beautiful cutout pass, left to right, over to the winger, and Jade Pond, all she had to do was put the ball down. 3-1 to Scorps.
Beautifully worked there from a couple of very hard-working middles. There is the half-time siren. It's not a bad result, all things considered, here for the Mets, who haven't had a great deal of solid field position. They haven't seen too much of the opposition line, but they're still in the contest here, Gabros, at 3-1.
They sure are, and as I said, both coaches will get in, settle their players down, and no doubt Joel Begnan will be telling his players just to get the ball off their line and start again for the second half.
So all the action coming your way in just a moment here. We'll take a very short break at Coffs Harbour for the National Touch League Championships for 2025 between the Mets and the Scorpions in the Women's Open Division.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium from Coffs Harbour, our first match of the stream for 3 brilliant days of competition as part of the National Touch League Championships for 2025. James Preston and Gabros with you for all the action. The City Mets on screen at the moment have a bit of work to do here in this second half. They find themselves down 3-1, Gab.
They do, but as we were just talking about on the break, James, they're kind of surviving with their defence at the moment, and they've probably done a really good job not to be down by further given the possession that the Scorps have had in the first half.
You'd like to see a little bit more from them with the ball. There's only really been one play they've been able to break down the Scorpions. They haven't looked like scoring otherwise, but they will get first use of possession in this second half. So time underway. 17-minute halves here as now it comes forward with Dear Jane Golding. Golding again. Rogers wrapping around. McDonald had a little bobble. Back to Rogers it comes. We'll play it about 8 metres shy of the line. McDonald marching forward against an offside player. Oh, and then the referee completely pile drives Lucy McDonald there, who hit the turf. Well, I'll tell you what, if our referee decides a new course of action for the career, try rugby league.
She's into it. She's fallen over herself and now she's knocked someone else over. But she had to be in the right spot there to make that decision. And that set was looking okay for the Mets, but unfortunately just got a little bit muddled at the back end.
So Nicholas popping a little pass and then O'Reilly took the metres on offer. Oh, and that's not a great start here in this set. They'll survive for now, though. Ends up in the arms of Clifford, who keeps it alive once more. Clifford again now out of acting half. Davis is an option, cuts her out, and then ultimately heads out to this right-hand side. Not a bad play, just kills it away from the Mets box.
Yeah, and they're down within, about 15 metres from the Mets line here. As we see, they're not shy to shuffle the ball here, the Mets, and I like seeing that. They've got a lot of good young players, and they're being enterprising with the ball. And this is a better set, James. First time with the ball coming up the field.
Yeah, some nice straight drives, and then really pushed out of the action there was Golding. And yeah, they'll come back for that indiscretion. It was quite a shove in the end.
Yeah, that's their best set for the game coming off their line. And they've drawn a penalty, and now they get a fresh set of 6 coming into the Scorps line about 15 metres out.
So out to this left-hand side they go here. This is Molly Jones. We'll turn it back to the middle here for Lily Clark. Clark caught about 7 metres away. Jones again. Patience in the approach here. They'll find Good. Drops it down once again. Oh, turning it back on the inside. The opportunity was there, but Jones had taken her eyes off the ball. They'll get away with it, though. Yeah,
they're lucky to draw a penalty there because she dropped the ball back on the inside. But again, a fresh set of 6. And it looks like it's this end of the field we want to play all the action in today, James.
We often talk about there being a scoring end. And at the moment, that seems to be the case. All the action, you're right, has been down this side. I'd like to see them also head out to that left-hand side, though. Oodles of space for the Mets. They'll look that way now, but they won't release the pass. They'll have a direct option instead there through Clark, who's shut down. So back to the 7 they go. About 2.5 minutes into this second half. I'll pop a little pass once again. Last one coming up now. Not a great delivery whatsoever there from Clark, though.
No, again, they just couldn't get through that Scorpions defence, but definitely a better start to the half.
So now turning it back on the inside as the Scorpions pick up the metres on offer. Lovely cycling of the footy for that matter. They'll show it a couple of times before getting up over that halfway marker. Now O'Reilly, good metres from her. Scooped up once again here from McDonald. McDonald back to O'Reilly and then has another look at the line. They're all retreating. Nicholas there with an option. Will get a second. Beautifully worked from the Scorpions. An outstanding set. 3 plays in a row. They had them backpedaling and they just couldn't recover the Mets.
No, it was a really good set by the Scorpions there. It looked like Billy Taylor is the one who, the recipient of that try, as we see taking off. Round she goes.
Nicholas.
No, it's Zara Nicholas in for a double. Sorry, Zara. Yep, play through by the referee. Off she goes there. Simple catch and pass. She had a little bit of work to do, didn't she, Nicholas?
And she's a very crafty customer. Knows her way to the try line. We saw that with her first try as well. A little stutter step approach. It's now a quick release out here for Rogers. Once more, though, Nicholas across quickly along with McDonald, who's been very strong, Lucy McDonald, in this one.
Yeah, she has. And I just saw a couple of the people in the stand moving backwards towards the back of the stand, James. So we know what that might mean. There might be a drop of rain started out there.
Yeah, I'm having a little look. Off in the distance, it looks a little bit murky, but I haven't seen anything fall directly in front of us as of yet. Might be a little bit of a precaution, so to speak. We're not forecast for any rain until at least another 3 or 4 hours. So now a bit of room down that right-hand touchline.
Which possibly means with us it's going to start in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
You are quite literally the rainmaker. No one was talking about rain until you got off the plane this morning, Gab Rose.
Apologies to all those players out there as we see Davis take the ball forward with her partner in crime, Dieball, right next to her.
Quick release, and now Dybel once more picks it up and has a little look. Oh, back for Davis. That's beautiful from Hannah Dybel. It's the old firm once more, causing a bit of punishment for the opposition, Dybel and Davis.
Rinse, wash, repeat from the first half. We saw that exact play in the opening set. They just come through, they're going forward, they're going with purpose, drops it back inside, and Davis. She'll score those all day long, Shelley Davis.
One thing we didn't mention coming into this second half was that it felt like Sydney Mets needed to be the first to score. They were still hanging in there. It didn't really have that feeling about it. Now I think they have to be the next to score.
They definitely have to be the next to score. Otherwise the floodgates might just open up. Don't worry about the weather.
So 5-1 it is. If you're just joining us, the score at halftime, 3-1 in favour of the Scorpions. The big issue for the Mets, though, is they really haven't found a way to break down the Scorpions' defensive line so far. There hasn't been a huge amount of questions they've asked. There's now meters on offer here for the Scorpions out on this right-hand side. They'll turn him back to the middle to pick up another 5 or so. Now O'Reilly, who's really provided some powerful drives up through the middle, will get rewarded for it on this occasion.
Yeah, and you can just see the difference there. We spoke about it earlier, just the way they transition onto the field at speed. We saw O'Reilly there, ran straight forward and drew a penalty for a team, and now for a set of 6.
Here is O'Reilly again. Little pass for McDonald, then tipped on to Nicholas. They'll have to keep a close eye on her. O'Reilly coming forward. Oh, for mine, they were never quite back on side. That could have gone either way, but it'll favour the Mets.
Yeah, they did well there, the Mets, because they were charging at him again, as we see. Oh, it looked like McDonald was going to pass off there to Jess Wardrobe, but they're just dropping it back inside, getting their new players on the field here.
Now swept away to this left-hand side for Good. Good turns it back on the inside, not before another penalty is blown. There has been quite a few penalties in this match.
There has. So it's quite a good speed, this game, for first game of the tournament, as they're kind of feeling each other out, see who's going to be doing what this weekend. And, yeah, it's been a good speed, this first match.
So now once more, Clark just holding things up through the middle. We'll play it 7 out. Good. Sweeping around. Turns it back on the inside here for McDonald. Now dropped down from Molly Jones, and McDonald will take off again. Oh, popped a pass right into the arms of Clifford, and now defence turns into attack. Oh, dummy as well from potentially a try-scoring Wilson, who was looking to put the foot down, but they just got her in time.
Yeah, that was defence into attack, as we see the referee's going to. It's one of those 50-50 calls, but they're going to make the Scorpions go back and play it.
Yeah, spot on with the potential 50-50 call there. I thought she led with the shoulder with ball in hand. Oh, in fact, it's going to come down to, is it a forced subbed here, potentially?
Yeah, she's saying she pushed her into it. It's going to be a penalty of the Scorps, and yeah, forced sub. So for those watching at home, it means that player has to come off the field. So they're playing with 5 until the other player can get on.
Geez, that's a tough call there. Won't matter too much here for the Mets. They'll get the full complement back on deck straight away. It's now Davis once more works it to Dybel, so they've got to be alert here, the Mets. It's that danger combination again. Dybel drops it down. Now charging forward is Petey. Petey back to Dybel, and Dybel nearly gets there but is closed down.
Yeah, so there you saw that Dybel, rather being the ball player, she was the runner back on the inside. She wanted to get a piece of the action for a try there, I think, James.
She's always thereabouts. Often a provider, though. It's now Mets working out to this right-hand side. Good was looking for a penalty as well. Nothing really wrong with the contact, though. There was a bit of force about it, but not forceful. Ooh, Wardrobe there with a bobble, and it was picked up by the referees. I thought she might have got away with it.
Yeah, it looked like she was going to get away with it, but the rest were right there, and they'll be communicating to each other, the 3 referees we have today, and that's how a lot of their decisions are made.
So Dybel still waiting for it in the middle. That's where it arrives now. Off to Petey. Petey continues to march forward. Nobody really wanted a bar of Petey there, and they'll simply pop a pass out wide, and Jane Pond has a second.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to watch the replay, because again, like one of the tries earlier in the match, it didn't look like there was too much on. So we'll see the replay coming up here in a moment. So it's just a nice long ball from Nina van der Ridden. 2-on-2, and Petey just draws 2 players in, and just a simple offload for the winger.
Yeah, perhaps like to see a little bit more trust there from Wardrobe with Womel. There's Womel right next to her. She might have been called out. I think that was the issue that happened. Maybe that's why Wardrobe decided to head infield.
Yeah, I'd say so, because Womel's defended really well in this match. So I venture a guess you're right, James. As we see another slip out there, and the referee's called... didn't make the touch. So Scorpions penalty in what looked like the best chance of the second half for the Mets.
A golden opportunity, but they couldn't let it go. Penalty was before that point, as now Carruthers will have to come back onto the mark. So 6-1 the score. Nearly 10 minutes into this second half. If there is to be a comeback, it's going to happen right away for the Mets. You'd imagine from next possession they'll need a try.
Yeah, and it'll need to start with their defence. So they're going to have to push up and try and stop this steam train of the Scorpions that comes onto the field every time they get the ball.
O'Reilly's been one of those players that's really chewed up the ground as well. Nicholas drops it down. Now here is O'Reilly bouncing around, looking for an opening on this left-hand side. McDonald back to O'Reilly. Oh, great footwork from O'Reilly, but well dealt with in the end from Golding. 6-1 it remains with less than 7 on the clock here, Gabros.
Yeah, O'Reilly is just so light on her feet, off the left, off the right. We saw it was going to get a penalty here for Scorps. Another indiscretion when they've got the ball. I'd like to see the count on that, the stats, but I'm going to say it's got to be at least a good 7-8 times that they've dropped the ball on the early touches, James.
So now O'Reilly taking more metres once again. I dare say if we had some stats at the back of this game, O'Reilly would probably have more metres gained than any other player. But she's come up with an error there. In fairness to her, not a great pass.
That might have been your first commentator's curse for the tournament. And before me, that's a first.
Yeah, game one, we're already underway. Now there's a good chance here for the Mets. Or was it touched in flight there from Wilson? I think it was. It came out strangely, that ball, but I'll say play on for now. Now Good takes it out to this left-hand side. Back here for Jones. Jones will drop it down. Last one coming up here. Last now. They'll draw it in, looking for a little link up out wide, but Ponder's there. Ponder's been all over them.
Yeah, and they have to have a go there. They did the right thing, Mets. It was last touch, and they have to throw caution in the wind and try and be the next team to score.
So time running out here for the Sydney Mets up against last year's runners-up. We knew the Scorpions would come here with a point to prove, and in game one they've certainly shown that. Now some speed here from Davis. Dybel linking up as well. Drops it down quickly for Petey. Petey back to Dybel. Oh, great footwork again from Dybel.
Oh.
Cutting great blades of grass. That is absolute brilliance from Hannah Dybel, the hot stepper. You won't see better tonight at the Hoey Moey.
And you've just got to just look at that on this replay. Watch and applaud for what you're seeing here. So we see she goes off her right, off her left, drops it back inside. There's bodies going everywhere, and Laura Petey puts it down. But those three, they're just the orchestrators of this team.
My ankles were watching that, and they were quivering.
There wasn't much the Mets could do.
That's just pure class from Dybel. And now Rogers down a short side. Lovely draw and pass. There's Wardrobe. There's another one on the board. That's well orchestrated from the Mets. They deserve a second try, and they'll pick one up there.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. First set of 6 after they've let points in. Jess Wardrobe goes in for a double, but you see the work here of Mia Rogers, who is also light on her feet. Gets the ball back, little play in the link, draws and pass 2 in, and another easy try for Jess Wardrobe.
Yeah, Rogers has been good with limited opportunities, but they really have nullified her quite well, the Scorpions.
Yeah, and she'll be one of the key players for the Mets in this tournament. They've got a relatively young team, a lot of girls coming up. So, yeah, they'll be looking to Mia Rogers and her ability over this weekend.
Oh, Jaros floating a pass that was intercepted here by the Mets, but Scorpions will come away with possession once again. Offside is the call.
Yeah, she thought she had an intercept there, Carly McDonald, but the rest said, nope, come back, you're going to do some more defence for me.
Now Jaros short once again here for Taylor Clifford. Oh, Jaros had a chance to put the foot down. There was a gap right through the middle. Clifford had done a great job to draw in 2 defenders. So that was an opportunity that they didn't quite capitalise on. Now Clifford again will dive from distance. We haven't seen too much in the way of long dives so far.
No, but that was a great touch there by Tia Jane Colding. Saved the try.
Clifford again. Jaros hopping out of acting half. Oh, flat pass, tip on. It was a nice one too, and then Wardrobe jamming in from out wide, shuts down the play. Raft can't get away with it.
Yeah, that was a better defensive set there, but we've seen another penalty here. I'm not sure what that one was for. I didn't see the referee's signal, but Scorps will get another penalty here with a few minutes to go, and they'll be looking to put some icing on the cake here, James.
Speak of the devil, here comes Dybel once again, bouncing around now, so they really have to be on their toes here. Petey will drop it down. Back for Dybel, or Petey then releases to Dybel once again. The ball comes free. Good pressure on the inside from Rogers.
Yeah, it looked like they were setting, Shelley Davis was setting far out on the right-hand side looking for a long ball, but they came back this short side. But there was no pot of gold. As we see, we look for a referee's decision there, and it's going to be a Mets penalty.
Yeah, had to be there. Petey clearing directly through the roll ball. So they'll head up over halfway now. So final minutes of this match. Short pass provided now for Clark, and then Clark once again receives it. Drops it down now for Mia Rogers. Rogers out to this right-hand side. McDonald. Rogers once again will take the meters on offer. And heading back towards the middle again, looking for an opportunity. Last one here. They'll float it wide and long. Oh, good. Nearly had a look at the line there. Just a little bobble. That was enough for the Scorpions to recover.
Yeah, there's a little half opportunity there for Abby Good. It was hard to know the winger was coming in, but as we can see here, James, another penalty as the hooter goes in the background. They'll get one last chance here, the Mets.
Good will take off straight away and dives for the line. Wonderful saving touch coming back on the inside, it looks like, from Van der Eyden. And yes, they will say that the touch was made, it looks like. So 7-2, the final score here. And for the Sydney Scorpions, well, they've really set the standard early on. They are here to play. They mean business, and they want to go one better than last season.
Yeah, they certainly have showed that they're here to stake their claim this weekend. But for the Mets, I feel like if they can fix their coming off their own line, they've got some real opportunities in this tournament as well, James.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what the Scorpions can come up with. And for the Mets, of course, a little bit of a rejink required there. But up next, we move to the Men's Open Division as the Hornets take on the UQ Rebels. All that is coming your way in just a moment. We'll take a quick break here and then all the action in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Joined on the sideline here by victorious Sydney Scorpions player Zara Nicholas. 2 tries in that game, Zara. How was that for a first hit out?
Yeah, look, it's a really good hit out for the girls. We've got, a bit of a mix of the young and the old, and obviously with the extended lead up for NTLs, it's good to actually just get running. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Really good start. Sydney Mets always provide a nice tough battle, the local derby. Good to get one over them.
Yeah, look, it's always good, but we're all good friends off the field as well, so yeah, good times.
Happy days. Obviously returned from a victorious Trans-Tasman in Christchurch. How was that experience? New crew over there for that series?
Yeah, look, it was a really different experience this time, but obviously always tight with New Zealand, but going down in the first game, had to really pick up our socks for the rest, and yeah, good fun with the young crew. Feeling like an old one now.
Awesome. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people, and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
We are still young, and our hearts still run.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour CEX International Stadium for the National Touch League Championships 2025. James Preston and Gab Rose to take you through all the action here as the Hornets take on the Rebels. Two star-studded lineups. There are multiple Australian representatives. If we look at the UQ Rebels, that includes the likes of Justin Cridlin and James Courtney. And over on the Hornets side, well, take your pick. We've got plenty of Origin experience in the likes of the Moffat boys. Also Chris Lennon, who I believe has played in the Mixed Opens World Cup squad as well for Australia. And then Jack Edwards, our player of the tournament and final last year in this division. This should be an absolute cracker, Gab Rose.
You're right. An absolute cracker of a game coming up. And it's interesting to note as well, James, for the first time, they're trialling a 4-referee system. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out and how that plays.
Probably a good one to try it on too, given the pace that we're expecting. The Moffat boys have been in terrific touch the last 18 months. They are both pushing for that top spot potentially in men's Open Australia selection, for example. That's not a great start here, though, from Daniel Langbridge, who is one of those more experienced campaigners out of the Dawson Dragons.
Yeah, they won't be happy with that first set, but they'll be straight into their defensive process, as we see here, marching straight up the field are the UQ Rebels.
And great speed is now Searle. Hops in at acting half, takes off again, looking long. Oh, instead playing to the link. He disguised that pass beautifully, and they all got interested, including Jesse Jenkins, who jammed in from the wing. So there were spaces all over the place.
Yeah, it was a beautifully executed pass. Unfortunately, couldn't find the player there. But you can already see the speed at which this game's going to be played.
So drop down quickly now. Is now wrap it around, and then linking up is Eagleton. Eagleton will straighten the action now. Last one coming up. Edwards pops a pass. Oh, it was there for the taking, but it's left behind. Now the Rebels have a chance to march up the field, and the speed of this game is just exceptional at the moment.
Yeah, and that was a try that gone begging there for Riley Jones. He'll be disappointed with that, but no wonder they need 4 refs. It's just a flurry of bodies running everywhere, ball coming back. It's hard to keep track, James.
It's like watching ants scramble over some crumbs at the moment. And we talked about some Aussie internationals, but also on the field at the moment in jersey 27 for the Rebels. He's an English international, Will Lupton. So he was playing in the World Cup. England reaching, of course, the semi-finals. Or quarterfinals, I should say. That ultimate 4th place match. That was, of course, between the Cook Islands and Lebanon. That was taken out by Lebanon for the bronze medal. But England still had a pretty strong campaign. There's a little bobble there, and that will be the turnover. So, unfortunately for Madden, he's left that one behind.
Could just be a little bit of nerves. As we said, it's going to be, these are two of the heavyweights of the tournament, and they're just sussing each other out, but they'll have to get into the game and try and complete some sets.
Moffat now with good meters, and then Thompson waiting for it. Will scoop it up now. Thompson looking out of this right-hand side. Instead goes left. Moffat back there. Oh, and then a wonderful diving finish for the corner. I think they've got there as well. It was acrobatic. It was like the Matrix in midair, and Neo will come up trumps here against the machine.
That was a beautiful try. And again, first set that they've held it for the entire set of 6. You see Thompson come on. Beautiful pass there at the back. And you're right, it was Matrix like the way he put that down.
Wonderful disguise from Thompson. Great hands from Moffat. I thought there was an opportunity to pop it back here to Moffat, but in the end, Hugh Doherty finishes it beautifully. And the Hornets have a lead here. 1 try to nil. Rebels needing a response.
It's got the feel it's going to be a high-scoring affair, James, which is what everyone loves to see in the crowd. The sun's now out, and everybody's back out in the stand waiting to watch this excellent match-up here, round 1 of the men's.
So back to the 7 now. Final play coming up here for the Rebels, and it's gone astray. Tough one for Streeter to take in. That will be the turnover.
So speaking of the referee, it looks as they're about to give a penalty there. He hasn't told us yet. It's going to go to UQ Rebels. Looks like 3 stay on one side and then the other one stays behind the play.
It's almost like the old 2-referee system we had for rugby league for a while there. One looks after the roll ball itself, the other one looks after the defensive team. Now Shredder waiting for it on that 7. Scoops it up. Oh, lovely false dive, and then passing from the deck right into the arms of Kaylin Bell, and you can ring that one.
I love watching that play. You're seeing it more common in the around the touch grounds these days, but as you see, watch the DoorDash replay. He comes around for the sweep. Looks like he's going to dive and then just pops it up at the last minute. And you're right, 1-1, Kaylin Bell.
So one try apiece here, still pretty early on in the contest. It seems like a lot more has transpired, but that's just been the speed of things, as now it comes out for Lanebridge. So some real heavyweight teams, of course, being represented in this Hunter Western Hornets side between the likes of Dawson, the Central Coast and the Newcastle Knights. All of them have done brilliantly in the New South Wales State Cup over the past few years. Of course, you cast your mind back to the 2023 State Cup. That was Central Coast finally getting the monkey off their back, so to speak, and overcoming Big Brother Dawson.
Yeah, that was a great game there, 2023. State Cup Grand Finals, we see them trying to go through the gap there. That was Will Lupton, our English representative there, but no gaps for him on that occasion.
So now meters on offer here for Jack Edwards, player of the series last year and also player of the final. Thompson, passes a ball that Mitchell Moses would have been proud of. That was 3 metres forward.
It was definitely forward. He went back to the well there, Thompson. He had success there a few minutes ago, but yeah, definitely forward there.
So now out to this left-hand side, up towards halfway. Nice pressing defensive line here, though, from the Hornets. Really suffocating the Rebels' attack. I'll come out to this right-hand side, but once again, you can see the speed in this defensive line. Now a little ball here for Eddie. Eddie wrapping around to that right-hand side. They'll go left instead. Pop back on the inside. Well recovered defensively, though, from Jesse Jenkins.
Yeah, they did a good job there in defence, the Hornets, because it looked like the cutout was actually, he needed to go to the link hole, and he would have just strolled straight over. But it's easy to see from up here as we see Thompson going straight through. Turn back the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say, that speed we haven't really seen from Thompson in years. He's really become more of a ball player than relying on the sheer athleticism. But that was a real throwback as now Little gets involved. Speaking of internationals, he, of course, represented the USA in the World Cup. Now dropping down. Great scoop. Looking once more for Little. Just a little shy of the mark, though.
Yeah, need a little more air there. So they're now getting the ball back here. UQ Rebels, and again this pushing defence, and for those watching at home, we spoke about it before. Yeah, it's going to be a ball down there. No, he's going to let him play it. Is he the referee? No, ball down. Hunter Hornets have got the ball. 50-50 call again, James.
Yeah, I was thinking potentially that was going against Moffat there for a forceful touch. Certainly came steaming in, but he'll get away with that one as now they'll bounce around here with Lennon. Another Australian international, then off to Little. Lennon, Moffat. Lennon once again, wonderful read coming from Streeter on this occasion. They'll play it quickly, though. Great footwork again from Lennon. Sends it out wide. A little too wide and high, though. Doherty couldn't do anything about that one.
No, out on the full there. It was a good 25-metre pass and went sailing over the touchline.
Well, this is a great contest midway through the first half here. One try apiece. Still think the Hornets have probably had the better of the play and field position, though.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it's coming from their push defence. So they're just unsettling the UQ Rebels at the moment where they're coming off the line.
Lupton with a lovely roll ball there. Those long arms really coming out to play, and that one has gone probably even more forward than Dylan Thompson's previously.
Yeah, I put my hand out. I thought I was going to get up here in the commentary box.
I was wondering what you're doing. Thought it might have been a little bit of calisthenics, perhaps. A bit of
Always
yoga
wanting
in the
to
morning.
get in the play. Well, it was an early start this morning. I probably could do with some yoga now, right about now.
Well, I messaged you earlier this week. I saw what you were doing back in 1996. You're a fiery customer on the field, Gab Rose.
I was back in the day.
Those highlights are doing the rounds.
Yeah.
Now Thompson picks it up here. Lovely speed about things. Catch and pass, but knocked down there. Otherwise, there was another try on the board for the Hunter Western Hornets, but now survive somehow here, the Rebels.
Yeah, he kind of got in the channel there, the winger for UQ Rebels. Blanco out there on the wing. But another certain try gone begging.
So now Eagleton receives it. Will have a crack himself. Good cover defence. Back on the inside from Lupton, who just says, let's get rid of the hat. I'm all business now. Eagleton once again bouncing around. Drops it. Thompson. Danger signs again. Playing it quickly. Thompson will go early. Out wide. Here's a chance for a finish. Great covering. And then clearing the New Balance signage out there. Sports cover, more like take cover.
And again, he popped over the other side and popped straight back to taking his position at dummy half.
Are they touch players or circus performers? This is incredible stuff. The gymnastics are coming out. You started it here in the box with a little arm raise. Now Shredder into enemy territory. Now march forward once again. Searle taking off. Here's an opportunity again for the Rebels. Good covering. That was really close to being offside for mine. I thought they must have just got back in time.
Yeah, and it was definitely a better set for UQ Rebels there. They marched it all the way up the field after the acrobatics down in the far corner. They need a good defensive set here and build some momentum.
Now Lennon. Little pass here for Jones. Last one coming up. Jones again floats a ball at the top. Doherty. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the old school around the corner basketball style flick.
Yeah, it's just end-to-end action here this match. We're about midway through that first half, and the fitness that's required by these players is remarkable.
Terrific speed as now Blanco gets involved again. Through the middle, picked up here from Searle. Searle floating a pass over the top, but Blanco, of course, he'd already come back in field earlier to play the ball, so he wasn't quite ready for it.
Yeah, Searle was kind of looking for him to hit that J-line or out the back, but you're right, James. He'd just done some work on the inside, so couldn't get back in time.
Now good meters here up through the middle. In fact, great meters it is. Look at the footwork there from Lennon. So they'll take off now to this left-hand side. Jones, Moffat, out there again. Moffat once more. Now for Lincoln Little. Looking to provide the strike dump for Thompson. Scoops it up at full pelt. Oh, Moffat, what a bat on that was. Little flick pass out the back. Had he simply held it, he scores, though.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too fancy there, and they have had their opportunities, Hornets. I'm going to say that's possibly 3 tries in this first half that could have gone their way, all things being equal.
We'll see if they can get those little corrections in the second half, because you're right. The Hornets have well and truly been on top here. The Rebels, very much like the Mets, they're staying in this one due to their defence so far in this first half.
Yeah, the defence has been good, and they're unsettling the Hornets down when they're having the opportunities, and that's the beauty of touch. They're trying to make them score out wide, James, so they're not just letting them go straight through the middle.
So Luke Moffat, and now for Josh Moffat. Luke again, picking up some easy meters on this occasion. Rebels happy to let them take it. Short one now for Lennon. Drop down here from Langbridge. Once again, bouncing out to that right-hand side. They'll throw it over the top. Oh, easy. They've picked them to pieces. Langbridge back moving through. They're going to call it forward, though.
Yeah, they're saying the bat back on the inside was forward. Hornets aren't happy. We'll see it on the replay here. It's beautiful work. They like it down that left-hand side. Thrown it in. Ooh. The referee was right there, but from our look, it looked like it might have been line ball. Definitely wasn't that Moses pass you were talking about earlier.
No, we're trialling 4 referees. Maybe 5 would have got the right call there. We head up towards halfway. And now the UQ Rebels getting things straightened here with Lupton. Bouncing off the right foot. Now there's a bit of room here for Cridlin, one of our Australian representatives. Just couldn't link up out wide, though. I must say, they've really kept Cridlin rather quiet in this match, the Hornets.
Yeah, they have, and it's hard to believe it's only 1-1 with all the action we've seen. I thought it was going to be a high-scoring affair, and that still may eventuate, but at this stage, 1-1.
Now great meters here again from Jones. They want it quickly there through Edwards. Edwards again, hopping in. Jones was there waiting for it. And Jones is looking at the sideline official here. He wants another penalty. I didn't see anything particularly untoward, but finally a very delayed call will come, and they will get another set.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been for offside. I don't think it was the force in the touch, because it was a touch that had to be made there by Kelso.
Moffat back on the middle here for Jones, who stretches out and tries to slam it across the line. Good coverage, though, from Madden. Makes the touch. Still early in the count, though.
Yeah, they'll be looking to get a try here, the Hornets. They've just been so dominant. But as we said, scoreboard, 1-1 still.
Well, Moffat was looking to link up there with Connor Edwards, but he continued to shift out to the right, so there was a large gulf that he had to try and make up. Here's another penalty now for the Hornets.
Yeah, so that's 2 penalties we've seen now on the line. Another one here for our people watching at home will mean one of the UQ Rebels players have to go off to the side for the set of 6, leaving 6 on 5.
Jones, Moffat, back for Jones. Oh, they're up very quickly again. That was really flirting with danger. That could have been a 3rd penalty. This is smart play here from the Hornets as well. They're not rushing things. They are looking for that penalty, it seems. Now, lovely little collapse and step back on the inside there. Stretching out was Wilton, but the ball's come free in the process, and the Rebels get away with things.
And mark that last minute down there, because that could be a turning point for the UQ Rebels. Strong defence there, a few minutes shy of half-time, and now they're taking the ball up the field.
Now good pressing defence here from Wilton. So they'll work it away here through Eddie. Eddie up over halfway. Numbers on this left-hand side. Or Searle once again has come up with a very, very forward pass, and finally the call will be made here. So we'll come back onto the spot. Could have also been a touch pass for that matter as well. As Wilton now works it forward. Jones, then Moffat, out to this left-hand side. Touch is made there from Bell, who's the sole try scorer so far for the Rebels. Now Lennon picking up good meterage. Thompson, who's looked the most likely. Luke Moffat drops it down. Now Thompson, lovely disguise of the pass, all over the top. And once again, they've overcomplicated it here, the Hornets. If they simply just catch and carry, they score.
Yeah, it looked like Edwards could have nearly gone himself there, but again, a 4-on-3 opportunity, but another one gone begging. I'm going to say that's 4 in first half here for the Hornets.
And that's no slight on the Rebels either. The Hornets, though, they just look lethal with ball in hand, but sometimes the simple option is the best option. And, geez, doesn't Thompson look like he's in great touch here today?
Yeah, he's looking fast and fit, and yeah, great hands as well. So we see a penalty there. So the few minutes coming into half-time, Hornets will be wanting to get on top on the scoreboard. UQ Rebels will be wanting to stay in the fight here. With their defence, we see Hornets marching up the field, getting some fresh troops on.
Good meters again here as they take it forward through Langbridge. And then, again, the Rebels recovering well. Now, perhaps we shouldn't be too surprised, of course. Last year, the Hunter Western Hornets victorious in this division, 7-3 over the Southwest Queensland Swans. But, you know, it's still terrific to see that they've kept that intensity and that speed from last season too.
Yeah, it's honestly a great game. The speed at which they're playing, the skill that they're showing. So I hope everybody's enjoying it at home, watching on.
There is the halftime star, and the touch is made there from Langbridge, and incredibly, it is all locked up at the break. It's only been 2 tries in total, 1 apiece. Blink and you'd miss at least 5 plays. That's how quick it's gone, but somehow, UQ Rebels, they're still in the hunt.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, but again, they'll be looking to fix their attack coming into the second half because their defence has been strong. So it's hard to call this one, James.
Yeah, very hard. Let's see if the Hornets can just make those slight little adjustments that could see them picking up those extra few tries. The Gabros, as already mentioned, have potentially gone begging, but it is locked up at the break here at CX Coffs Harbour International Stadium. We'll take a short break as well here in the Men's Open Division. It's the Hornets 1, Rebels 1.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
New Balance, we got now.
Welcome back to CEX Coffs Harbour International Stadium for the National Touch League Championships 2025. A cracking contest here in the Men's Open Division between the Hunter Western Hornets, our reigning champions, and the UQ Rebels. Somehow it's locked up at 1 try apiece, but geez, the Hornets, a little bit more finesse, and it could have been 4, maybe 5-1 here, Gambros.
Yeah, it certainly could have. As we see, UQ Rebels going to take the tap, and they'll be looking to get on the board straight away. I tell you who will be happy, the referees, that there's 4 of them in this game at the pace it's being played, James.
I'm starting to think that might have been the main decision here, just simply trying to keep up with the match. It has been played at a blistering pace, and we are back underway now with Eddie Streeter. Back to Eddie once again. Streeter. Short pass here for Searle, then firing long. Lovely ball. Well met, though, from Moffat. Moffat again up out of that link position will make the touch, and he's been a bit of a focal point here, both offensively and defensively, Josh Moffat.
Yeah, he sure has. He's coming around the back here. He might be going for a sub. He's going to take a hit up first, do his work, and then get off the field. Oh, that was a line ball pass as Thompson drops it back inside.
Thompson now out of acting half again. Finds Wilton. Drop down here on the last. Jones for Thompson. Always scheming. Finds a long pass, but didn't quite come out right. Well, it must have been touched in flight, though, because they'll get an extra set to work with here.
Yeah, because he set it up beautifully there, Thompson, and it looked like another try for all money, but somewhere a hand's got in the way from the UQ Rebels, and they'll get another set of 6 here on the line.
Thompson has had the hot hand so far. Here he is again. Popping a little pass now for Jones. Thompson taking off again. Look at that quick release from Thompson straight to Jones, who goes for the line. That's a beautiful sleight of hand from Dylan Thompson, who's had his fingerprints on everything so far.
He sure has. He is certainly the man to watch for this Hornets team as we see him. Little play down on the link, pops it back, straight through. Still had a bit of work to do, but ran at the offside players, and as we know, it's easy to run forwards and backwards. And there you just see Jones' beautiful dive from a few metres out. 2-1.
There's still a very brave effort there from Riley Jones, directly at the legs. So 2-1, and they do have that lead that they really do deserve as well, the Hornets. So head up towards this 7-metre mark now. Lupton, cut out on this occasion. A floating pass back towards that left-hand side. For mine, that certainly went forward. That will be the turnover there. Now they'll head down a short side here, the Hornets, looking to get fresh troops back on the pitch. Little pops a pass, and now Luke Moffat picks up good meterage. Josh Moffat then gets involved. Edwards, who's barely seen the ball so far, he was the player of the series and the final last year, now takes the run himself. Lennon, and chiming in, wider still is Eagleton. Lennon again, looking long. Great pass from Lennon. Oh, that's better than the Beatles version. That's outstanding from Chris Lennon.
And that is what they needed. That was beautiful by Chris Lennon from left to right. Straight across, it looks like Hugh Doherty might be in for his second for the day, James.
An outstanding ball there, and once again, a bit of work to do here for Doherty. Look at that pass, though, from Lennon, and Doherty gets a second.
And again, it's hard to defend. That's just a beautiful 25 metre pass and a really good put down by Doherty. And the first little mini break, it's now 3-1 to the Hunter Hornets.
Those are those little adjustments that we spoke about. Not overcomplicating things, not going for the flashy play, just getting it to the right spot. And there's a little bobble there from Bell. The ball comes free, and now 3-1. That's probably a more accurate indication of how this one has played out so far.
Yeah, definitely. And UQ Rebels have got to stay with it. It's only a few minutes into this second half. They've let in 2 early tries. We see Thompson going straight through. They really need to stay strong here and not let a try in.
Now Moffat back for Lennon again. That time they were probably a little bit too quick for their own good. Had Thompson on that right-hand side. Just the speed of Lennon's previous hit up that almost caught the rest of the team unaware.
Yeah, they couldn't quite get on the field fast enough. It was Little coming out the back there, but it was just a little bit late, as you said, due to the speed of the play before them.
So now good meters on offer here from Madden. Up towards halfway as Eddie now crosses that threshold. Last one here. Searle looking to pop a pass. It was taken in flight. It didn't need to be either there. But they will say the pass was forward, so that's the first indiscretion.
That's right. So it was 6 to go, but because the ball had travelled forward, as we see, speaking of going forward...
It's Lennon who splits them again. Well, he's just become provider on the previous play. This time he puts the foot down and looks more like a Ferrari out there than a touch football player. Can't he speed away?
Yeah, well, you saw just probably moments ago he set up a try with a beautiful pass, and he said, no, I'll do it myself this time. Off Thompson, we spoke about him having the hot hand. Just a little wraparound play. And the speed, the little goosey at the end there, takes his team out to a 4-1 lead. Chris Lennon and Dylan Thompson, lethal combination at the moment for the Hunter Western Hornets.
Well, that came out of nothing as well. Lennon, it looked like, was simply heading towards the sideline for a rest, and then he said, well, hang on, before I do go to sleep, let me put on a show. And now a long, lovely pass from the UQ Rebels. That was Bell, who's already scored the first one, now sets up a brilliant ball.
Yeah, again, the skills on show here in this match, as the score's now at 4-2 in Hunter Western Hornets, as we see the replay here. And Bell, I'm going to say that's nearly a 30-metre pass there. Out to the winger, who number 4 on our team list, but we don't have a name for him, but great try there, holding his ground out wide, and hopefully we can get a name for you soon from the UQ Rebels.
So now Doherty, Thompson, Jones once again, looking threatening. Thompson, oh, out the back. That's so beautiful from Thompson. What an intercept, though. That's wonderfully taken from James Courtney. Well, that's why he's part of the Australian setup. That was all class from Courtney.
Again, it looked like a try for all money, and Courtney just leapt out of nowhere. Not only did he stop the try, but he took the pass, dived, and got his team the ball back on the 7-metre line.
Now Searle floats it out wide. They've lost track of the count here momentarily. Now they're back on course. Oh, popping a pass that was nearly taken from out wide there. That would have been away for all money. It was Liam Squires who nearly came up with it.
He might have looked at the distance there and thought, I'll just let it go and give my team the ball back. Hands are on hips. He's done a good job there, Squires.
I think if it was Chris Lennon, he certainly would have tried to take it, though, based on the previous effort. Now, well done to Squires. It's now Wilton, works it forward. Jones, Thompson again, so smooth every time he touches the ball here, Thompson. Now Jones picking up good metres. This is frightening speed here from the Hornets. They'll roll it down again. Little getting involved again, as do the Moffat boys. Luke back to Josh. Josh will now play it 5 metres away. Luke takes off. Here's a good chance. Luke looking for support. An eternity in the in goal will finally link up out wide, but it'll all come undone. The Rebels survive once more.
Yeah, but they've gone end-to-end there, the Hunter Western Hornets, and they're looking likely every time they get the ball off simple plays coming off their line. As we see a penalty here, they couldn't quite get back in time, and the UQ Rebels needed that penalty, James.
4-2 the score. They're somehow still in this contest.
It's hard to believe, because it's been all Hunter Western Hornets, particularly in this second half. They've started with a flurry, but you're right, they're still in this game. If they can snare a try, snap a try here, game on.
Lupton now using his long reach. Oh, lovely delay on the pass. Knocked down there from the Hunter Western Hornets. They'll get another set to work with here, the Rebels. Oh, in fact, they're going to say this will go the way of the Hornets.
Not sure quite that was for. It must have been a forward pass, potentially off the ruck, but I didn't see it from up here in the commentary box.
Curious one is now they'll pick up some good meterage here once again, the Hornets. Moffat down a short side. Scoop it up over halfway, and this is where they're really winning out against the UQ Rebels, just the speed and picking up that meterage through the middle as Wilton with a little dummy, and then for Langbridge, and then wider still. That's a long pass for mine. It's gone for, though nobody's going up to celebrate, so I'll agree with that call there. So Connor Edwards just getting it a little wrong.
Yeah, but again, end-to-end, they've gone from their own 7-metre line down to the other and nearly resulted in a try again if they could get that last pass. And that's all it is. It's that last pass for the Hunter Western Hornets. As we said, the score's 4-2. Potentially could have been around 7 or 8-2.
Roughly halfway into this second half as well, so time running out for the UQ Rebels. You'd imagine they need to be next to score to keep this one afloat as a contest. Little short pass provided now from Blanco. He's working hard. Scooped up here from Bell. Bell back on an angle. All comes up with a flick pass. Certainly not played at, though, from the Hornets.
No, and that was a better set by the UQ Rebels. They need to push hard in defence here, try and draw an error in this transition part of the field from the Hunter Western Hornets, because that's where they're strong. Right here we're seeing as they play the ball on halfway, as Thompson back on the field.
Thompson will play it about 10 metres into enemy territory, and then just coming free of the grasp of Squires. It's probably the first error they've made here in this second half, the Hornets.
Yeah, so they still made good ground, but that was a great job done there by the UQ Rebels in defence.
So now meters on offer here for Kelso. Drops it down. Searle, Eddie. Searle again on the last. Looking left and then going right, or finding a pass. What a pick-up in the corner. Oh, that's superb from our winger out wide. The Rebels come up with a specialty. Great disguise and then a bullet pass from Searle, but geez, there was a lot of work still to be done.
What a put down we see here on the replay. Steps one way, beautiful cutout.
Oh.
That is amazing hands. Who have we got? We've got there So number 4 again for, we can't give you a wrap because we don't know your name at this point. But that was beautiful to watch. 4-3, Hunter Western Hornets over UQ Rebels.
Well, the Rebels just won't go away. As now Moffat comes forward.
I can't believe that catch and put down.
And at full speed too. That's the other part. Now Josh Moffat, great footwork. Oh, a little delay from Edwards as well. Moffat was wrapping around. And we'll try and get that fixed on the team sheets for you as soon as we can, because there's 2 terrific tries there from our number 4 for the UQ Rebels. Here he is again now, bringing it forward. Had a couple of issues here with the jerseys as well. Both Farrell and Bauer changing late in the piece. Now Eddie comes forward, bouncing around, all popping a pass that for a moment looked like it was destined for the ground. Now Searle picks it up on the last. Searle sending it wide. Well registered, though, from the Hornets' defence. And a nice slide there from Squires.
Yeah, and I'd say, James, just in this last minute or two, there's been a real momentum shift back towards the UQ Rebels. We thought Hunter Western Hornets were running away with it with their speed of play, but they are right into it here, the UQ Rebels.
They've also come up with a pretty decent defensive set so far, as Eagleton will try and straighten things up here. Now the last one for Lennon. Back to Eagleton, who just panics there with the play.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit unsettled here, the Hunter Western Hornets. They just need, they're in front. They need to complete their sets, keep it down the other end of the field, but it's all UQ Rebels at the moment.
So roughly 5 minutes to go in this one. As Searle brings it out to this right-hand side. 4-3 the score. Rebels still alive. Short pass provided now for Kelso. Good meters from him. Lupton, the English international, straightens up. Last one now. Kelso sending it wide. What a pass that is from Kelso. They just couldn't reel it in, though. But, geez, they've got some real cannon arms in this side, the UQ Rebels.
Yeah, they sure do, and they've brought them out in the second half. It's a bit of a gun show out there at the moment. James?
Calm down, Gab. You're going to get flustered. Now Thompson also arriving in support. Here he goes. Speaking of gun show, sends it out wide. Oh, they wanted to go one better. Doherty would have had a hat-trick, but it just fell away from him in the end.
Yeah, and that would have been another miraculous take. Could Doherty have reeled that one in? But with a few minutes to go, this game is, you know, it's on an edge here. We're not sure who's going to take it out. Oh, he did a good job of getting a penalty there, I'd say, the UQ Rebels attacker. Blanco.
That was straight out of the Cameron Smith playbook from the Queenslanders here. UQ Rebels, a little bit of gamesmanship to pick up another penalty. As now out of acting half comes Farrell. Drops a little pass here for Bauer. Bauer once again, oh, for mine, Squires was never back on side. Yes, there is the penalty. I'm a little confused why that's not a playthrough in that case.
Yeah, it could have well been. Both the link and the winger there in Thompson and Bauer were Squires were definitely offside. So they've touched it had to be made and probably saved the try for his team there, Squires.
So an interesting little period here. Now Thompson makes the play at the ball. That goes to ground. I'm going to say that Thompson was up quickly, so in fact that'll be a second penalty here.
Yeah, so again, as we saw earlier in this match, 2 penalties have been drawn by the UQ Rebels. If they manage to get another penalty, one of the Hunter Western Hornets players will be off to the sideline.
Now Bauer sends it out wide for Blanco, turns it back on the inside. I think they're going to be called here for touch pass.
And they just needed to be a little bit more patient there, the UQ Rebels. They still had 3 or 4 touches up their sleeve to try and score or draw a penalty and get an advantage with 6 on 5.
Now good meters for the Hornets, out of trouble. Jones again has been a real hard worker in this one. Up over halfway they go. Moffat timed his run well. Little also linking up here. Turns it back on the inside. Little once again, all that looked to be forward there. Back for Lennon. Play on is the call though. Oh, quick hands. The catch and pass from Edwards was outstanding. And then crawling to the line is Squires. And they'll get a very fun try there, the Hornets.
The referees, have they awarded the try? They have. So Squires, as you said, he just crawled to the line. Hands and knees, got the ball out in front. No double movement in touch, so that was all okay. But again, the refs called play on. Beautiful cutout pass. Nice soft hands. It's like a bear crawl to the line.
I thought we were seeing Greg Inglis again with the old Goanna getting across the line.
I saw Greg Inglis last night. I wasn't happy with him because his team beat ours. So don't mention Greg Inglis's name in my presence this morning, please.
Well, you say his team. We all know that Kempsey, however, is in fact in New South Wales.
Yes.
But we won't bring that up. We'll wait until next month. State of Origin, of course, back here at this venue, June 20. Put it in the calendar. So final moments of this one here for the UQ Rebels. They have been valiant, but they're going to fall just a little bit shy here. 5-3 the score. Searle has been outstanding for the Rebels. Here he is again. He'll look long instead, just floats a little pass here for Cridlin. And that was a bit too harsh in the end. Apparently there, that touch from Jesse Jenkins.
It was a hard one because he was in the air and he gave him a little bit of a, a slight push. But he fell to the ground and got a penalty for his team. It's been an opportunity out here.
Oh, great finish too.
Try.
Stretching out as James Courtney. Well, that is the experience, the guile, and of course the professionalism of Australia's winger from the World Cup.
He's had a good game, Courtney. And again, these wingers, what we're seeing and how they're scoring those tries. So there wasn't really much on here as we watch the replay. Little pass to the middle as we see the hooter in the background, but a beautiful put down there as we see full-time hooter gone in an entertaining game, James, taken out narrowly by the Hunter Western Hornets, 5-4 over the UQ Rebels.
Yeah, terrific stuff. Of course, the Hornets looking to defend their championship victory from 2024, and they've started in great fashion here. As you mentioned, Gab Rose just sneaking away with the win over the UQ Rebels, 5-4. So a terrific start to our opening 2 games of the tournament. And up next, the Southwest Queensland Swans will take on the Southern Rebels in our men's open division. But a quick break and back with more.
Welcome back to the National Touch League Championships, live here from Coffs Harbour. We are into more men's open action. We've got last year's runners-up, the Southwest Queensland Swans, taking on the Southern Rebels. Scott McAllister and Adam Pride in commentary for this one. Swannies, Pridey, their team looks pretty similar to the team we saw in the grand final last year. They'll be looking to hopefully go one step better. We saw the Hornets, who they took on in the grand final in the match before, but they'll be looking to kickstart their campaign here with a strong performance over the Rebels.
Yeah, definitely. Swans, one of the favourites in this competition. Similar team, good blend of youth and experience. A number of Aussie youth players that we saw play in Redcliffe, along with our Aussie Men's Open player, Jake Notley, the number 4. Look for him to sweep in this set.
And plenty of intent here with the first possession. Hegeder shows and goes, and you can't start a game too much better than that. Straight from the tap off. They look very impressive, the Swans.
Yeah, nothing better as an attacking coach where you can move the chess pieces on the first play, and straight away we see Jake Notley sweeping. They use him as a decoy, come back to Hegedus, and just a bit of class on that short side. 1-0 to the Swans.
Rebels now, first touch of the footy. So much left. They can't get blindsided by the start of the Swans. Just work themselves into the game. Looking to improve on last year's performance. They finished 10th in the Men's Open competition in 2024.
A young team. Look for the 10, Luke Tibbety. Had a strong Australian youth tournament most recently.
And playing right through the line there. And Swans get the ball back. As Richards now comes down the sideline. Solid contact on the first touch. Here's Notley. Goodlewin following from half. His replacement players steam onto the field here with Deacon. Nice clean play of the ball. Moore picks up, rips it back out. Nice defence sliding across from the Rebels.
Yeah, good set after points there from Swans. They obviously made a decent stop. They've gone coast to coast, left it on the 7. Second best option if you aren't scoring.
Rebels now just going over the mark in the touch. And if you are tuning in for the first time, you will see 4 referees out here in the men's division this week at the championships. New setup, bit of a trial going on as well, so might take a little bit of adjusting out there. You can't miss them in the bright pink New Balance kit out there, the referees, so interesting to see how the new system goes and how the players adjust.
Yeah, they are looking good. I think the aim of it is to miss those, to try to not miss those little roll ball infringements. So having 2 eyes in front of the play is definitely the thoughts behind that. More from half linking up with his brother, but it's going to take a little bit of adjustment for players and the officials.
And here is a lovely ball out to Tommy Quinlivan in the corner. Swans get their second. Started good in fashion here.
Yeah, little county set up on the right edge. It's the 2 brothers there, Matthew Moore and Ben Moore. Ben Moore's the one that rips it past. Take a while to get their set up, and Moore just too easy over the top. Quinlivan has been doing this for years and years. Tommy, late 30s now, still scoring tries at the Men's Open level.
Yeah, he'll be thereabouts towards the back end of the competition in terms of leading try scorers, no question. Particularly with the attacking weapons they've got inside him at the moment in the Swans team. Rebels will come back and play on the 7.
Repeat set now for Rebels. We'll see where they look to attack. Swans very aggressive up off their line, trying to get touches outside the 7.
They do get outside the 7. Short side raid down in the corner there. Xander Thompson gives the Swans the footy back on the far side of the field. Here's Hegedus. They're just rolling down that right edge at the moment. Now as the Swans come back infield. All 6 players remaining on the field, no changes. This set here for the Swans. Prendergast from half, hops, skips. Oh, there's a bit of an enterprising flick back on the inside.
Yeah, a little bit extravagant there from Blaze, but nice little refreshing change-up. We see big change of the game at the moment, coming to the sub-box every single set of 6. So the Swans, known for their fitness, known for their hard work. A number of their players have commented on how hard they train. So rewarding themselves by staying on the field, earning that extra efforts. And now we've got Rebels from half.
Trying to sling it back through, looking for the repeat set. Looked like it did come off Hegedus, but not played at is the call. And the thing about the 4 referee system as well, just the speed of the game now can increase. We've already got that referee that's in the pocket in the previous set is onside and got the players ready to go.
I'm glad I'm retired, let's just put it that way, Scotty, because quick turnover, you're working very hard to get back onto the 7, and you're not going to get away with that anymore.
Madden plays it smack on that 7 metre line. Calm it in. Nice out of the hands, but falls straight in. Took a little stumble and then in again. They're coming back.
Oh, wish he backed himself. He was looking for the touch the whole way.
Miles Partridge there just couldn't quite get those legs moving in the first instance. But it's got the Rebels downfield nicely. They got the advantage off the 0 touch from the intercept as well. The touches, nothing left, nothing right. They'll hold back again. Now splitting through, out and into the hands. Takes a little deflection. Thomas Pritchard. It was Johnny on the spot. And the Rebels get their first on the board.
Yeah, fortunate play here for the Rebels. They go a little splitter play where the hitter comes in between. Goes long. Not a bad position there from the winger, but just couldn't handle it for the Swans. And Rebels jolly on the spot for a nice try.
Yeah, it was Nick Verenkamp, who's about 6'4" out in the wing. Tough to get it over the top of the head. And it just off the fingertips. Rebels get themselves into the game.
Up and about here. Quick turnover now for the Rebels. Chance to go bang, bang and really get themselves back in this game.
I see that so often. Just peaks and troughs of momentum swings from each team, where it's just been all Swans so far in the early stages of this game. All of a sudden, Rebels with the try. Repeat set ball, link ball might have been the one. This time, Quinn Liven takes it, skips off the left foot and just goes attack mode straight away.
Yeah, both teams looking long straight up. It looks like, particularly the Swans, they're playing their links nice and tight, letting their wingers have a chance to read. So,
Notley skipping away. They're going to come back at him. Nice recovery in the end. Touch there from Herbert. And Notley out of the box. Skips away from the first offender. Took his chances on the second as well. Can't give him half an inch.
How many times have you seen him do that?
Good attacking position again. Short ball to Hegedus. He's going to pick up his second. Prendergast feeds him a nice little ball off the hip.
Yeah, the Hegedus-Prendergast combination. You can see Hegedus almost toying with the defence, trying to get both middles up in the touch inside that 7. Finally gets his look. Blaze looks short and hits Hegedus. Just a bit of disconnect between the middle and the link, but that's tidy attack from the Swans. All kick-started from that Jake Notley skip. Found space, got them field position, earned the points.
2-try advantage back in favour of the Swans. Madden gets a little tied up in the play of the ball. And actually goes penalty the other way here to the Swans.
Back shot here, I think, too.
And back underway. It's Richards steadies them forward. Couple of changes onto the field here for the Swans. Jackson Walker makes his way onto the field. Oh, just drops down like a wet fish on the ground. Doesn't get his body over the ball. Rebels back in attack. Loose ball. Great hands to hold it. They'll get the penalty.
Offside is the call. You can see the referee on the far side, Tony Calabria there, communicating with Baggio on the field. So we talked about the referees in that 4 system. They're constantly communicating. They're all mic'd up with each other. So well officiated there from the officials. Rebels now with a chance for points.
Just throwing the footy around at the moment here, the Rebels. Now short side, nothing there. Sarah Cole comes back. Another penalty, though, here for the Southern Rebels.
Yeah, Dave Richards called offside there for the Swans. I'd like the Rebels, if they can, try and get one edge up before they attack the other. They're kind of just isolating the one space at the moment, which means the open side defence of Swans is in a decent spot.
A little pop-out play diving in at the line. Juara will come back to the 7 metre line. And working with Seb Placer here in the middle for the Rebels. Nice footwork from Kingston Day. He receives it back now. Day has a look. Short ball this time. It's the Rebels that return serve. Lovely little play for their second try.
It's what we talked about literally just before that, Scotty. They started on the right edge, went to the left edge, and what that meant was Jackson Walker caught up in the touch, couldn't get some pre-touch. And it's nice ball playing. It allows the Rebels ball player there, Kingston Day, to dig into the line, picks an option, gets a nice try. Great hole too.
Yeah, Sebastian Placer right under the posts. He's Notley. Feeds it early. Nice defensive read. Partridge coming in from the left wing. Swans reset with Notley. Plays it inside the 7. More loops over the top. Oh, Hegger just didn't need to throw it, but did it anyway.
Wow, I'll be shocked if we don't see this on a highlights package later. As you mentioned, probably didn't need to throw it Hedges, but still did. It was a nice strike dump here from Notley for Matthew Moore. Goes to sinker pass. Hedges looks like he's in and just 2 legs off the ground, flicks it round the corner. Nice try in the corner. That is some silky skills.
Look at that. Unbelievable. James Hegedus, they get the 4th for the Swans. Now they'll tap and restart. Contact there, play on's the call. Richards giving his body over the ball. Deacon to Moore. They're going to bring him back.
Incorrect substitution here is the call. So 7 on. I believe they went out the back of the box. So sub-box between the 2 10-metre lines there. They've gone out the back, not correctly changing in that interchange space.
In the 3-referee system, they were all over that as well. They're not going to miss a trick on that now that they've got another set of eyes, that's for sure.
100%.
So good field position here for the Rebels. They just continue to be clawing their way in this game.
Yeah, Kingston Day looks to be the man again.
Coming back towards him now. Oh, and that one looked like it just slipped out of the hands. And called by our officials.
Swans now kicking out of the box. We'll have Notley here to latch, so look for a bit of foot speed.
2 number 4s coming together there. Najiwara punching up out of the line, a step or 2 short. As soon as the ball hit the hands there of Jake Notley, he was there to make the shot. Here's Prendergast, always busy. Short side comes off the right foot and links back infield to Jacob Madden.
A little bit too easy there for the Swans. Prendergast kicks into that link space, gets the return pass, and he's one of the fastest players in this men's open division. Really puts the line under pressure, and his quick feet and a nice little short hole attacking that space from Jacob Madden.
This one is up by 3 now. Back-to-back tries for them. Rebels need a response. Stanfield rips out long. Swans comfortable so far. Skip back over the top infield. Sarah Cole, nothing there for them.
Yeah, solid defensive set there from the Swans. They'll be pleased with that after points. It looks like their sub-box getting set here. So they're coming this way.
They're looking to be cleaner as well after giving that in-change infringement away a few moments ago. This time it is cleaner. As Carmody pumps and tries to get it in underneath. Ball down, not played at.
Could have gone either way. That in the passing lane there from Rebels. Nice little interchange of passes. Rebels actually did well in the first 3 touches, and it was Notley who found Jackson Walker with a bit of space onto the field, and then Carmody, nice little sleight of hand to create some space for that middle roll. So Rebels getting away with one.
Coming into the last touch of the set now. Again, they got that short ball option. It was a combination of Day and Place that worked for them not too long ago now, as Quinn Lubin again just picks up space and meters down the sideline. Just gets the Swans on the front foot. First touch. Now we'll do the work here from half. Deacon Moore just getting away. Notley just at you all the time, the Swans. Deacon plays it outside the 7, receives it back. They got him as well. Touch has been claimed. Ball down first.
Yeah, Daly Beacon, as he's known, or Bailey Deacon, looks a little bit too easy on the end, but this is all the interchange of passes in the lead up to They really compromise that defensive line on the back foot. Notley comes around on the sweep. They use him as the decoy again. It's an overread back to that short side, and Bailey scores a nice try for Swans. Look at the skill here. It's not easy reaching out one-handed when the defence is coming towards you. Classy finish there from Deegan.
The scoreline starting to get away from the Rebels now. They did a great job in the early stages of the first half to claw their way back. Swans starting to flex their muscles a bit now. Last year's runners-up. To the last touch of the set now for the Southern Rebels. They'll concede it over on their side of the field. And they're going to get marched upfield, just slinging the ball back. Maybe a little bit of frustration starting to creep in.
Just a bit of ill discipline there. Static fifth touch. They were content to kill it in the corner, and just either mark or player. Could probably argue it did go to the player, but it definitely wasn't in the kindest of manners. As Bailey spills the lolly, so chance for Rebels now as they send fresh subs themselves on.
Rebels now with their complement on. They made some changes as well. Again, short side, little hop, skip and a jump. And coming into the line there. Tibbety, who's down on the ground.
Really good read there. Sam Shepherd on that wing. He actually shut in from the short side. Waited till Tibbety dropped his shoulders, and it was good strike and read there from Shepherd. But medical attention at the moment for young Tibbety.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Luke Tibbety. He's down on the ground at the moment, but the teams head into the halftime break. Swans in front and starting to be in control of this one. 6-1 in favour of the Swans. We're at halftime here in the opening round. Pool B action in the men's open between the Southwest Queensland Swans and the Rebels. Swannies in front, 6-2 going into the halftime break. It's a great start to the first half, and game one as well. You always want to get off to a great start. The Rebels did a good job to work their way back, but just a bit more clinical there towards the back end of the first half from the Swans.
There's a little bit more class across the park at the moment from the Swans. These big tournaments, these games aren't always necessarily about results. It can sometimes be performance. So each teams will have different goals at this stage of the tournament, but you're trying to build yourself towards that Sunday.
Rebels kickstart us here in the second half. Nice ball out to the corner. Nice finish as well. And we saw the Swans start the match with scoring from the half, and the Rebels do it here in the second half. Perfect way to start.
Yeah, nice left to right platform here from the Rebels, and just a nice early rip. This is a classy finish in the corner. Had a fair bit to do there, Pritchard as well. He did a strong game. We saw an intercept. It's his second try in this game. So Pritchard having a wow of a start for the Rebels.
Yeah, great wing finish, wasn't it? Body falling as the ball was dipping down, getting away from the defence before you even have the ball in your hands. So nice work. Phase plays here from the Swan. Prendergast, nice job to pop up out of the line. You flirt with it, getting that close to the try line. If you're in good enough position to take those 2 steps and pop up and make the touch, they did a great defensive read there.
Yeah, perfect start from the Rebels. Obviously scoring first set, and then Swans chucked a fair bit at them that set. Little split of play. Hedger just being aware of phase. But for them now, this is almost a perfect start to the second half.
Now last touch. Short ball again. Play stays, gone through. Well, it's coming up trumps for them, that little short ball. We saw it with Seb Placey. He got it in the first half, gets it here in the second. They've got their tails up, the Rebels.
100%. We've seen the nice long ball finish in the corner. To me, this is almost as impressive. Middle just hitting a nice short hole. Have a look at that. The outside in unders line. Playstar just creates something out of nothing. Just even when you think you're not going to get the ball, they create those half chances. And when you get one, how good does it look?
The long balls are good, but there's not too much better than a lovely little short ball now, as we see the Swans hit straight back with Riley Madden.
Just a little bit of disconnect there in the Rebels line. It's a sweeper play from the Swans. Madden receives the quarterback pass, and just a bit of disconnect between the middle and the link. Nice tidy dump on the 7 from the Swans.
Swannies back by 3. Trying to weather the storm here of the Rebels in the second half. 3 tries already to start the second half. Points are starting to flow, and they've given themselves up there. And a good call and a little nod from Kingston Day. He actually acknowledged the referee and said, yep, I dropped that. Good call. Back into defence he went.
Could have gone either way. Disrupting the roll ball is the call, or might be offside actually.
Now, sneaks player down the sideline. As Carmody feeds it to Quinlivan, and look at him just roll now. Jackson Walker tries to feed it back. The ball hits the ground. Wow, that was exciting. Now, Rebels with some space to work with. The Swans in 6s and 7s at the moment, trying to get themselves back into defensive shape. They throw the razzle-dazzle ball in hand. The Rebels just get the footy back and go, we'll have a shot at this as well.
What I like too is they got lots of momentum. Oh, just absolutely cursed them, haven't I? They got lots of momentum and didn't stop. You see teams at times get a nice turnover, get a bit of momentum, and then the ball stops when they try and create subs on. Rebels didn't do that, but unfortunately a little roll ball error has left the Swans off the hook.
Now the Swans over the halfway line. Notley out of the box. Here's Hegedus. What a first half performance he's had. Looking to inject himself now here in the second. Made his debut for the Australian Men's Open team in the recent Trans-Tasman. Notley now finds the wrong target. Looks like it's Day who's going off. Quinlivan's trying to come back. And they come across with Carpenter to make the touch. A Shepherd, I should say, from the far side of the field.
Yeah, good defence there from the Rebels link. That was Seracole. Just put himself in the lane, backed himself, actually showed a fair bit of toe to get past Prendergast. He needed support to enact that touch. So big chance now for the Rebels with fresh 6 to attack.
Phelan plays it. Look at options, nothing there. Last touch of the set as well. Try and chance their hand. A little bit of space to work with. They'll sling it over into the corner of Tom Pritchard. Swans now with work to do. Prendergast, Richards, Quinlivan. Quinlivan down the sideline with no touch made. just a threat every single time they come his way. And he just thinks attack straight away, doesn't he?
100%. The pattern Swans were looking to go to, they were looking to get it to the middle of the field. Jimmy Hedger just touch one, identifies that Rebels have put a fair bit of pressure on them, and he just puts his head down, takes the first touch, and then Swans end up getting him on the next touch from the shift. So great finish from Tommy Quinlivan down the sideline, but Jimmy Hedger just great awareness to put his head down, get some meters to earn the right to shift.
Rebels looking for a response. They come back. Sarah Cold's there. The short ball options through the middle has been working for them. We have seen them go long as well, but why not go back to the well? They've picked up a few points already throughout the game. Another one there for the Rebels with Will Saracold.
Yeah, some great ball playing here from Lachlan Stanfield. They send a sweep if the wrong middle comes up. Stanfield identifies that, takes Carmody to the short side, is sharp enough to get the open side middle to bite, and a bit of disconnect between the Madden brothers. They're good enough to go over with that short ball again, so another nice try there for Saracold. He's had a great game as well.
Been very good for the Rebels. Now Walker goes out the back. They come back within the 7. Nice phase play here. They're on the ropes, and Deacon gets away from the diving defence.
They threw a fair bit here at the Swans. Some nice phase play. It's a passive to start with, and Deacon kind of checked it back in, and then you just see the keep the ball alive. Phase play, Walker off the left, hit short, and just that phase play, they just couldn't recover there, the Rebels. So nice try there from Deacon. Great team try there from the Southwest Swans.
It was nice from Walker as well. He had a bit of time with the ball in his hand, had a look at options, ripped it back. Nicely finished off. Ninth try of the game. Now the Rebels looking to hit back. Stanfield comes back in. Saracold got the hot hand here in the second half. They do come towards him, and Deacon makes the comfortable touch in the end on the line.
Yeah, incorrect roll ball, the call there from Baggio. Ball not between the legs, so the Swans now get a penalty themselves. Forceful contact.
Big pool in the men's open as well. 2 pools in total, 11 teams competing this weekend. Great to see that the men's open numbers are bolstered. Rescheduled as well. A lot of touch football traditionals will know. March is the time frame we usually hear in Coffs Harbour. Cyclone activity happening, saw us reschedule and make our way here to May. There's been a lot of weather as well in the lead up, and thoughts with those that have been affected, particularly here in the central and mid-north coast part of New South Wales. But we're lucky to be out here. Amazing playing conditions. You can see the surface out here in the stadium, which is always great. Looks like an absolute bowling green at the moment.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I was fortunate to do a post-game interview, and you wouldn't notice the sheer amount of rain this part of the world had about 2 weeks. So the players, particularly on this stadium field, very fortunate to have the surface that we've got. So one of the best places for touch football, if not the best. Madden not happy getting the penalty. But as you said, Scotty, it's great that we got to this stage, particularly in that men's open division. There are a number of teams with players backing up from Asia Pacific youth tournaments. We've got players that have State of Origin coming up in a couple of weeks as Hedger just kicks to space again. But it's great to see us here with many of our best players on the field.
He's one of the young studs, plays Prendergast. What you just mentioned, it's been a busy last couple of weeks. Plenty more to come. Prendergast has been Trans-Tasman over in New Zealand in the Australian mix. Went back and played in the 20s a couple of weeks ago in the Australian team at the Youth Touch Cup. Here he is scoring another try here for the Swans here this weekend. Origin in a couple of weeks, like you said, back end of June. Plenty of big touch footy tournaments coming up.
If you're looking for a break, young Blaze, there's been lots of touch football. We talk about the tournaments. You got to remember that also the training, a lot of those in a camp kind of format. That try, nice little classy ninja bounce play, or probably if you're from the southern end of the border, might call that a girl. run and trail the half before bouncing back out. So nice try there for Blaze.
Who's responsible for coming up with the names of some of these plays? A girl. Why would it be called a girl?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm
Jackson Walker. He's going to save us here.
He'll look for Tommy.
And does go to Quinlivan, who comes back infield. Of course he does. Steps 1, steps 2. Out to Moore. Moore now having a look at his options. Comes back into Walker. Looks like they're going to get it down, and the contact there. They play on's the call. Play on we will. I didn't mind the tactics. Sometimes you just got to give those penalties away. They're absolutely on the ropes, the Rebels.
I don't think the Rebels could believe their luck that he wasn't penalised there. I thought we were going sin bin.
They were moving back. Oh, Notley gets it done in the end. Well, that set of 6 had everything. Intercept, dodging, heavy contact, and Notley dancing his way to the try line.
If you haven't seen touch football before, if that doesn't capture you in as a fan, I don't know what will. Intercept to start with. Some nice enterprise of play. Jake Notley looks in, plays out. Everyone knows Notley. Force him to pass. Don't let him jink. And he still manages to produce, even though everyone knows it's coming.
Some team try there for the Swannies. 11th of the game. As we mentioned, last year's runners-up, looking to go one better in 2025. And tricky conditions for them in the grand final as well. They come up against a red-hot Hornets team, and they're looking good as well. Again, you'd expect the Hornets. I remember when the teams were lining up, the heavens just absolutely open, absolutely hammered down right before the final. They seem like they've got the skills to play in any sort of conditions, but dry weather, a track like this is just going to suit them to an absolute T.
100%. Their game is built off fitness and running, so they don't like downtime in a game, so that wet weather slowing things up definitely plays against them. The other thing we've got to remember last year, they've got a big blend of youth and experience. So we're at a tournament here where you take away 16 players. So one of the players who we haven't spoken about resting right now in the tracksuit pants, Lachlan Pearce, he actually didn't play the final last year. So for them, he's almost a spiritual leader, still one of the greatest players in this competition. Having him back, potentially being able to rest even these round games, he'll be a big addition for that team.
He's in that stage of his career now, being an experienced player. We'll say experienced in air quotations. They can go, righto, young bucks, you can get us started. Do all the hard work. I'll work my way into the comp when it's all good and ready. Yeah, he'll be a huge ace card for this Swans lineup again. And the experience, like you said, just so much experience. Played Australian Men's Open, was part of the Queensland Men's Open team for so long. And he can just do things on a football field that nobody else can.
Yeah, 100%. Someone as freakish, and speaking of freakish, Jimmy Hedges, Australian Men's Open, EMU's debutant this year, Australian Mixed Open winner at the last World Cup. He's one of those players built off fitness and drive and running, but just has that class on the try line. Nice line, short side, drags his middle, creates space, and nice little finish there from Jacob Madden for the Swans.
Rebels can't reel it in as they look to attack back from the restart with Phelan. Just a little bit ill discipline in stages, the Rebels. He's Notley again, showing it back on the inside. Moore plays it on the halfway line. That's the pressure from inside in, but again, the Swans throw it. There's Madden down, Carmody. They're on the run again. Richards rips one to Madden. Probably had a little bit too much sauce on it. They continue. Richards is down on the deck at the moment. Maybe just burying his head in the sand after that rocket ball.
I think he was trying to hit wing, Dave, and Link got in the way. Do you reckon it's middle stump?
He's showing all the signs. They come back towards him now. He's going, don't throw it towards me. No, it looks like he's holding the sternum.
Bit higher.
A little bit higher, unless the boys have worked their way up.
Yeah, this game's lost a little bit of intensity most recently. Both teams probably looking for that full-time hooter. But as we said, it's all about momentum, all about building habits that you want to keep going into your next game. You're not going to win a tournament here on day one, but you can go a long way towards losing it and trying to make that momentum back. So even though this game is over for the Rebels, you want to finish here with some class and some running.
He might come off the back of placed up. 2 tries in the game. Here he is on the sweep. They get themselves a penalty here, the Rebels. Swans offside. We'll get a chance to finish this off. Looking for points to finish up. Here is placed up. Who is about the sound? His hands all over the footy. Is popping up all over the place. The Swans too good in this one. Final score 12-5. I'll be happy with get that first one out of the way. Got some runs in the leagues as well, and their tournaments are underway.
Yeah, first game traditionally clunky. We've seen that with a number of teams here on day one. So the Swans will be happy to tick that one off. Last year's runners-up really did flex the muscle, particularly in that second half. Scored some classy tries and have made a statement to the rest of this tournament that they are going to be one of the favourites again in the men's open division.
Yeah, we'll head down on the sideline very shortly with James Preston. He's going to have a post-match interview following our men's open game. We're into the men's 20s coming up next as well. The Sharks taking on the Rebels. Stay with us, more to come from the champs.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just not.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
What you got to say?
New Balance, we got now.
Game down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour, CX International Stadium. Here with James Hegadis from the Southwest Queensland Swans. James, good way to start the tournament.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Everyone was really, really keen to get into it. I know everyone was a bit disappointed when it got cancelled the first time, but we're super keen to be here, and it was a great start for us.
And obviously the big goal for your team and yourself would probably be going one better compared to last year in the final, but just falling short. How do you feel you're poised to do so for 2025?
Definitely, we were very gutted, and the last one, it hit us really bad, and I think that just lit a fire into us. We realised what we need to do to get back there and hopefully win it. So we've come back, we've trained really hard, and we've got a little bit of confidence about us now, and hopefully we can go one better.
Yeah, it certainly did seem to be a confident performance. A couple of good try assists for yourself as well. A little round the corner flick as well out to the wing, which was very nice to see. What's it like out there, though? Is it quite nice underfoot? Is it a little bit dry? Is it soggy?
It's surprisingly dry, but underfoot it's a little bit muddy. It's a lot better than I thought it was going to be, surprising with the rain that we've had over the past week. But no, it's a great job from everyone to get this competition up and running. They've done a fantastic job.
And just lastly for you personally, been a big year so far, of course, EMU selection. You've got Origin around the corner. What would be the ultimate prize for you? Is it winning this competition? What is it exactly?
I've never actually been at an open men's Origin before, so I can't... Actually, I don't really know what it feels like, but looking at everyone else, it looks amazing. But being in this one, in the final last year and falling short, we're focusing on this one right now, and everyone's super keen to get onto this one, and then we can think about Origin after that.
James, thanks for your time and good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you, mate.
Thanks, James, and what a performance from Jimmy Hegedus as well in that previous match for the Southwest Queensland Swans. We've got men's 20s coming up next. First time for the tournament on the coverage for them. The South Queensland Sharks taking on the Southern Rebels. Sharkies here. The first touch of the footy. And a little error already. So the Rebels defending their first set. Forward passes the call.
Very youthful South Queensland Sharks team in the maroon and blue. They'll be running left to right in this first half. We saw the Southern Rebels men's open, so this is their 20s side, so back-to-back games on the main field for the Southern Rebels.
No half in place there momentarily. So they pick it up now, ball spilling out. Archie Rose is there to clean it up. Nice starting position here for the Sharks. It's just shy of their halfway line. Getting changes now deep around the 10-metre line of the Rebels. Into position. Arnold has a look on 7. Footwork, and into defence.
Yeah, good shape in defence there from the Rebels. Caden Thompson just stood up nicely off the line, took the ball players' time off, and diffused that 4-on-3 quite comfortably for the Rebels.
Solid contact and a little helping hand out to the box. Sharks now starting to get a bit physical in the touches. Now pick up clean. Oh, and coming up was Arnold out of the line. We felt the pressure. Nice set there from the Rebels.
Yeah, definitely they went coast to coast, bit of momentum. You see a lot of teams, particularly in the 20s division, once there's physicality, there's usually some complaints and an attempted square up, but Rebels just kept going on with their job, earned the repeat set.
Now looking to attack early in the start, down the short side and on the out. They have scored first here already for the Rebels. Again, off the back of that great set the previous time around. They get the repeat and he's sucking in the big ones.
Yeah, midfield just earning that repeat set. And it's just a simple little punish play on the link. The Sharks, number 8 there, caught offside. That was Billy Rose, and a nice, tidy finish there from the Rebels in the corner. Clearly down first.
Sharks now from the restart. Nice ball. And the touch has been claimed. Great defence as well. Cohen Deegan out there defending in the right wing position. They come back towards him now. So good defensive set there after points for the Rebels. Threw a few questions at them, the Sharks.
Yeah, they did well, the Rebels. You'd be happy with that. Obviously, after points, you want to get a stop. Now, next job is leave the ball down the other end of the field, and that couldn't be on cue anymore.
Yeah, you've made a strong start.
We've just tapped on a roll ball. It's all happening at the moment, Scotty.
It is all happening.
Under 20s division on field 1.
Oh, I love 20s footy. You just never know what you're going to get. There's usually plenty of points. Bit of aggression. And they're looking for some players, some ball players down the left-hand side. Nobody at home. Everyone's stacked out here on the right here for the Sharks. Now they come back out towards the left. And again, defending nicely this time, Hamish Barlow for the Rebels.
Yeah, really strong start from, I think it's only Cohen Deegan on that far edge. A couple of good reads this time, chasing out. So great start here defensively for the Rebels. They look quite comfortable.
Now players down on the deck. And stretching away down the sideline. Pisani. will score the second try here for the Rebels. And you're absolutely right. Someone from the crowd sniped one of the Sharkies players getting back. Nice eyes up and awareness there from the Rebels. We'll see this on the replay. Bang! And he goes.
Just created something out of nothing. Just that slip over, but you've got to be good enough to take your chances, and the Rebels have taken it. Oh, no.
Do you think the boys are going to bring that one up in the game review a few times, a couple of replays?
Oh, that'll come up. That'll get clipped. That'll be seen a few times. That's just when you're hoping you're not playing on field one.
Stay off the socials tonight, young man. It can happen. Arnold, nothing there on the last touch of the set. Not the way they've started this game here, the Rebels. Plenty of intent. Oh, I'm good for one.
That's 1-1.
Yep, 15-all. Now Sharks will get a chance to make some changes as well. Playing with 5 out there at the moment. Coming into the back line. It's Campbell Hartley. Feeds it. Have a look from half here. Hartley releases early. It's a 1-on-1. Doing the splits out here on the right-hand side of the field.
Yeah, they got to turn over the Sharks, and they've taken 2 or 3 touches to get their whole complement on. So probably only going to get one more crack here. Nice little short hole.
Maybe just that one step behind.
We saw the difference that last men's open game we played. The line was a nice outside in. The Sharks middle just hitting it probably a little bit straighter. You'd love to get a little bit wider and angle in and put that link under a little bit more pressure.
Rebels now roll over the halfway line. Deegan, and it will go their way. Some contact from the Sharks.
Their big calls, 4th touch, bit of momentum. Could have been ball down, could have been hard touch. Goes the Rebels' way this time, so we'll see if they can make them pay and extend their lead to 3.
Nothing on offer yet. 2 touches to come. Rose now picks it up from half, skips, does get into the in goal, just sends one over the top, hoping, and off the fingertips there of Hartley. He didn't want to play it, and had to have a play at it.
Yeah, they did a really good job there, Sharks. Rose did a really great job to get the in goal, but defensively, they had them marked up quite well. Couldn't help himself though, Hartley.
Penalty. Been playing advantage there. Field referee just pointing to the boot, indicating a foot in the ruck on the previous play. Here's Rose, short ball. This time they get it. Jared Turner scores the 3rd try here for the Rebels, and they're on a roll.
Smart attack here from the Rebels. That open side quickie where they were rewarded with the penalty, there was some disconnect between the middle and the length, so they go straight back to that channel in the form of a little sweeper and a short ball. Rose round the back just summed it up nicely. Nice little line there from Jared Turner back on the inside.
Rebels in front by 3. Sharks still looking for their first points. And it's pretty close.
Decent question there, Tyler Erickson. Nice line. Referees were happy with it.
Here's Erickson again. This time he'll look for the pass and sends it nicely. And a tough finish to try and get it down. It's the call. Forward. We're seeing that so often now, teams taking it right through the line and passing it almost behind the defensive line. It's hard naturally to get it to come out of the hands backwards. Spectacular to watch.
Looks unreal. But as I said, you've got to be pretty good to dig into the line. Sometimes get it behind the defense and get it to go backwards.
And nice defense there from the Sharks. Hartley making the touch. It was the 6th, actually, in Ewan Mason. Here is Mason. He held on to that. The body facing towards the sideline, which is where he heads over now for a breather. Plays down on the deck here for the Sharks. They step up and play it. Coming into the back part of the set now. As Arnold flicks back on the inside. As casual as you like to make the touch there. Brady Loretti. One of the try scorers for the Rebels. As they now have to head back to where the touch was made. Yeah, They already had players in transition there. They had one eye on getting off. Now the Sharks smell blood in the water, but a loose pass.
Yeah, bad error there from the Sharks. As you said, the Rebels lost momentum, touch one. Semple just over the mark, having to come back. And they were, as you said, getting off the field before they even rocked. And the Sharks just released any pressure just from turning it over on touch one.
It's getting a little bit clunky from both teams in the last few sets. Rebels now continue to roll downfield. Deegan plays it. And through the hole. Well, it fooled me. It looked like it was coming out long again. The short ball option, we saw it with the men's open team previously, and then the 20s are turning it on as well. Have a look at the replay. Down for half a second, and then all of a sudden they were scoring. Beautiful ball through the middle.
It's a pretty basic set of 6 there from the Rebels. Just kind of 3-person rucked on that far edge, and nice little bit of ball playing there from Perillo from the Rebels. Looked out the back, played short, and it was a nice courage line there from Jared Turner. And they're now out to a 3-0 lead.
Turner scores his second. Sharks looking to hit back and will. And their first try of the game. It's Campbell Hartley. We've seen him do a lot of work in defence so far. This time, Hartley comes up with the first try here for the Sharks, and they needed that.
Yeah, just a little quarterback play there. They send Erickson on the sweep, plays short to Hartley, and just gets in between the middle and the link. Referee in a great position there to officiate that. So, big try for the Sharks now. Let's see if they can get back in this game. Starts with this defensive set.
Back down by 3. Huge defensive set, like you said, Pridey, but they're looking to kick away again, and no contact made. Ethan Semple is a player that, although it's still 20s, has got a lot of experience and played a lot of high-level touch, and he showed his class right there.
Yeah, fresh off a successful campaign with the 20s mixed at the Asia Pacific touch tournament. Just showed great composure there for a young man, just to kick to space. Can't give him half a chance. Classy little try in the corner. He's one of those guys that's going to turn up for this team all day and gets rewarded with a nice try.
Penalty here.
I'd like Sharks here. You've got Cruz Cruikshanks, the number 7. Very sharp on static. We'll see if they can get him in the game.
Ooh, they sniped him. Corello could sense the danger there coming out. They come back towards Perello's side of the field now. Flick ball back in the inside and almost spectacularly taken. Need to get 2 hands on that ball and get it down cleanly. It was a fair effort there from Kian. Now the Rebels, all of a sudden, this is a chance to go. Put it through the hands, boys. They put the brakes on. Now you got a full set of 6 to work with. And they get it done in the end. So on the very next play, they were in 6s and 7s there. The Rebels, again, just having one eye on trying to make some changes and had nobody at home.
Yeah, once again, that error forced, and we did think they had numbers and they might have released the pressure when they didn't need to, but Ewan Mason's still classy enough on the sweep to find the grass. So nice hit back here from the Sharks.
Just keeps them in this game. It's been all Rebels so far. Maintain that 3-try margin at the moment. Rebels in front, 5-3. Opening match here. Pool B of the men's 20s. Rose wisely holds on to the ball. Still got 1 touch to work with. Rose pretty light on his feet. Throws the ball around the back. Maybe looking for a flick. They can see and complete their set.
Sharks will be pleased. They've defended after points. This is the first time they've managed to do that in this game. So we'll see if they get to a strike dump here. Looks like they're going to kick middle.
Nice lead up coming into the last touch. And all the numbers on the right. They come back down towards the left. Almost crowded. A bit of space to work with.
It's a good link defense there. Archie Rose just popped up on that strike dump, made the touch, just released some pressure off his middles, allowed them to get some composure and number up nicely. So Rebels diffusing that situation.
Good meters, little show and go. Gets him on the front foot. It's Caden Thompson for the Rebels. Play on's the call, coming into the last. Oh, players down on the deck here. Rebels, oh, slick. No, they're going to take it away. It could have only been forward, you would think. Oh,
nice. They kick for that link sweeper where they created some space, and Sharks just holding on that touch. Semple kicks and works a nice combination there with Loretti, but unfortunately for the Rebels, called forward, short side.
They snuff it out there, the Rebels. Last touch now. The Sharkies look for a bit of razzle-dazzle. Footballs galore. Rebels now. Perello has been heavily involved throughout the first half here.
He's had a strong start, and not necessarily always been the classy plays from Perello. He's working hard in that middle of the field, making meters.
Here's Deegan. Clean play the ball. Coming into the last. They've got him again. Oh, catch, pass, footwork, stutter, and a dive in the corner, and they come across and make the touch. Oh,
I thought they were walking over 3 or 4 times there, the Southern Rebels. Great second efforts there on that edge. Miles Holmes, the winger for the Sharks, made a desperate touch.
Yeah, they've got work to do here, the Sharkies. Changes, good punch coming out of the box. Arnold on the last. They pick up and go. Rebels comfortably make the touch to close the set. And through the hands they go. Cohen Deegan, who played the previous one, will feed it from half here. Whisker away of scoring just before. Referees have picked up a penalty as the halftime siren sounds in the back. Another forward pass. And I think the Sharks are going to look too much here. Do they chance their hand? The 20-year-old blokes, of course, they're going to. Let's have a look. Arnold, cross, switching in. Another switch out the back, and the ball hits the deck.
That's when, as a coach, you're going, don't throw it intercept, don't throw it intercept, don't throw it intercept.
Well, we've seen it before. Had a strong start from the Rebels, wasn't it? The season go in front by 3 tries over the Sharks. Bit of work to do here in the second half for the Sharkies.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely signs that the Sharks can apply some pressure on the midfield. There's definitely opportunities to do so. So plenty of time for both teams to talk about that now, and we'll see what plans they come out with in the second half.
The Rebels looking the good. They go into the halftime break 5-2 in front of the South Queensland Sharks.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back to the National Touch League Championships, live here from Coffs Harbour. We are in the huddle here at halftime. The Southern Rebels opening pool match and round match in the men's 20s. And they looked good in the first half, didn't they, Pridey? They looked pretty comfortable there at the halftime huddle as well.
Yes, nice composure there from the Rebels attacking their line when they complete sets and they get some nice flow, they're getting rewarded with points. Where they've let the Sharks have a little bit of a sniff, there's been a few errors when they're coming off their line. So I dare say the Sharks are looking to apply pressure on their subbing pattern, and for the Rebels it'll be, if you complete sets, we're confident we're going to score points.
Great conditions here in Coffs Harbour. A little bit of cloud cover as well. We've had the odd sprinkle of rain. Everyone gets nervous when we start getting rain here in Coffs Harbour, but overall, nice conditions, pretty comfortable for the players as well. For me, not that I ever played in these sort of conditions, but a little bit of cloud cover and just cooler, dry track. It's just perfect. Perfect to play footy.
Nice change up. Obviously, normally this tournament is in March, and we normally get the back end of the humidity, the heat, the storms at times. So a little bit cooler for the players, and they're turning it on with a nice spectacle.
Rebels kick-start us here in the second half. We saw them score off the first set in the first. Can they replicate it here to start the second half? Oh, just getting touches there. Almost skipping through again. Ethan Semple really started to work his way into the game towards the back end of the first half and almost slicing through, and no contact made. So they do score first with their first touch of the footy. It's almost like a replication of the previous play there, just slicing in between defenders. Sharks not able to get their hands on to make the touch.
Just a little bit too easy there in the end. Nice turn of speed there from Caden Thompson. Just squares his opponent up and just kicks to the outside. And just too much foot speed. Can't coach speed.
Rebels strike first. 4-try margin now. Oh, wow, Sharks. Well, there was two of them fighting for the football. Who wants it most? Wow. Ethan Phillips goes, I'll take that. Both of them probably could have scored.
I actually think Ethan Phillips has run the wrong line here. They're running an ML block, and he ends up running out and then kicks in. I'm going to put it out there. Lothy will claim it as his play, but that is just a mistake of fortune. And if Chris Loth claims that as the try he set up, I will eat my words.
Wouldn't put it past the great man.
Interesting battle, actually. You've got Lothy, the Australian 18 boys from the most recent Asia Pacific, up against his manager, Dave Rose, is the coach of the Rebels. So they were coaching staff teammates a couple of weeks ago, now find themselves in opposite sub boxes.
And no touch made here. Might have even been offside. As the Rebels go down the other end. Anytime there's some sort of question being thrown at them from the Sharks and getting points, look at just slicing in between defenders there.
He's done that a couple of times now, Ethan Semple, just getting beaten to the short side again. The Sharks, nothing much doing. They've done all the hard work for 4 touches, and then it's that 5th touch pressure release. And Rebels continue now to keep that margin away.
Sharks just won't be able to continue to keep chasing this Rebels team. Now they're diving in at the line. Ball looked like it just got stuck in the grass as well.
Yeah, they've won that play a few times. The Sharks, a splitter where they come through the middle, stick with the play now as Eriksson looks to hit Link, ball to ground. They've gone that play a few times. The Rebels are actually quite tight in defence. I'd like to see Sharks either run a quarterback or run a little 3-pointer away from that person running between the ruck. It's a little bit more space on this open side.
Ooh, loose ball, nice hands from Thompson to hold on to it. That was Caden who actually played the next one down as changes come on now for the Rebels. Reddy, who scored in the first half, plays it. Semple's got the hot hand here. This time he gets it down cleanly. And nice contact. And the Sharks straight back onto the footy. And to get some fresh players on. They're in a pretty good position to make those changes. Over the halfway line they go. Arnold gets it down on the DoorDash signage. Oh, that looked flat back on the inside. There's groans from the crowd. One man in particular, you earned that penalty.
100%. You can see the officials, they're mic'd up now. So in the past, if those plays, those small forward passes were missed, they'd never come back to them. Now, with the microphone system, they're quite attuned to those plays. Rebels now with a bit of momentum out of the box. Semple with the ball in hand.
A little pop out now, ready for it. Looking for a repeat set. Oh, you got him right in the snoz. And correct call in the end. Don't know if you can deliberately play at the football with your face. Possibly.
I'll leave that one alone. I reckon people could ask the question.
Someone will try it. Sharks with a good opportunity. 4 tries, still the margin. Now a little hop, skip and a jump behind the defensive line. Semple comes back to make the touch.
Just half a chance there for the Sharks. Semple did really well to press up earlier, but they just let the Sharks run. You'd probably be happy in more of a shutdown situation. Rebels more comfortable, though, to compete a little bit more on that last touch.
Now we've got a Rebels player down on the deck here. Referees were happy to play on prior to that point. They'll just pull it up, rightfully so.
Yeah, Ethan Semple, player down at the moment. I didn't know if he tripped on his own feet or whether it was the Sharks defender coming back, but he's standing up and walking now, so hopefully good signs there for young EJ.
Now back on the run again and on the inside, carving them up. The Rebels, Hamish Barlow scores this time. Caden Thompson, influential in the lead up to that try as well. And just keep rolling on here, the Rebels.
Yeah, the Barlow-Thompson combination, they did really well of engaging middles in consecutive touches. Some nice patience there from Thompson to go the phase play, which ended up opening a touch later. You see a lot of times, particularly in the 20s division, looking to pull the trigger and score every touch. Thompson showing a nice mature head there to find his teammate there, Barlow, for the try.
Women's Open action coming up next. We've got another Rebel-a-thon. This time it's the UQ Rebels that'll be taking on the Southern Rebels. Rebels everywhere out here on day one in the championship. Sharks now looking to hit back and will. Cruz, Cruikshank scoring there for the Sharkies.
Yeah, Mason, Cruikshanks, both quite sharp on their feet, and you see here Mason goes towards the short side. Cruikshanks does a really good job here, firstly to run him on side and then make sure he's behind the pass to receive it on the back foot. It's a sharp try there from the Sharks.
They definitely had moments throughout the game, haven't they? But every time they get a sneak of an opportunity to get back in, Rebels just getting the ball and going down the other end and scoring again. They're looking to do it again right now, and they will. They just can't stop this juggernaut at the moment. There's tries galore in this team.
A nice little splitter play. You've nailed on the head. They've had some good moments, Sharks, but it's these tries that they want to stop, the little in-between middle and length space tries where it's just been a little bit too easy, particularly in this second half. We mentioned Perillo done a lot of hard work through the midfield, this time showing his class at the attacking end, and a nice little short line there from Cooper Deegan.
Nice try for the Rebels. Strong start to kickstart their campaign here in the men's 20s. Looking to improve on last year's performance. 8th they finished. Sharks were the runners-up in last year's. They lost to Mets in it was a quality men's 20s grand final. It was about 9-7 final score in the end. It was looking good for 25. Oh, slicing through. We've seen the Rebels do that a few times. This time at Dylan May, with not much going on.
Yeah, just a static last touch, no setup. Just Arnold just feeds May and just runs back between the middles. It is astounding how many times teams score off a static last touch where not much is doing. Defense does all the hard work and then we fall asleep on touch 5.
Rebels back in possession. It's Thompson again working with Barlow. Seen them combine a number of times. This time they go open, just loose ball out in front of Archie Rose.
It's a bit of space to work with. They've gone that splitter play a few times. We saw Perillo set up a try last time. This time they use him as decoy. It's nice sequencing there from the Rebels. Unfortunately, Caden Thompson's pass going to ground. Definitely a lot of space for it. Sharks have gone out here.
Good attacking position here for the Southern Rebels. They just roll themselves downfield. Cruikshank comes up to make the touch, puts pressure on defensively. Double duties. Work back towards him now. Sharks holding out nicely so far. They'll get the footy back.
Forward pass, the call from the sideline official.
Sharkies go back to the 7 metre line to tap and restart. To make some changes. Back in field, Dylan May scored that try just a few moments ago for the Sharkies. Now Arnold, flick ball back into May, to make the touch.
Yeah, just some basic kind of errors there from the Sharks. A little bit of momentum and then kick to that middle link space. And Pirillo does a really good job as a link to step up and just diffuse the situation. Sharks have got to be better at finding the middle on their strike dumps.
Oh, juggle. Nice hands to get it down again from Thompson. It's been good for the Rebels here in this game. Good ball movement and flow again. The Rebels, they're off. Look like it might have been a little bit of contact. Doesn't matter in the end.
Yeah, this is sharp. Loretti just shows some great agility and guile here in the lead-up. They come back towards their box and a little switch under play ends up kicking to space, and it's a nice line, a little bit too easy in the end there for the Rebels, but we don't see the build-up play from Loretti, just a tidy finish, but that try came 2 or 3 touches earlier.
Points continuing to flow here for the Southern Rebels here in the second half. Sharks now looking to skip on the outside, and it will score. Tyler Erickson getting across the line.
It's a good game. Tyler Erickson has got a couple of decent chances now and gets rewarded with his sweep. Just squares up his opposite defender and then kicks to the outside, finds the grass. So good question asked, and Erickson rewarded with a try for the Sharks.
So, well, they've come up with points here in the second half, the Sharkies. The Rebels, I should say. Just a couple of defensive lapses as well. Let a couple of points in. Again, it's that game 1 of the tournament. Sometimes you're just happy to get away with the win in the end, but they'll be looking to build going into round 2.
Yeah, definitely 10-6. Is a classic 20s game, as we probably add another one almost on now. No, good siding touch there from the Sharks. It's Cara Pittman on that far wing. But plenty of tries in this division.
Oh, again, 1-on-1. Last touch this time, just getting back there to make the touch. We've seen that how often throughout this game. Back end, last touch, just 1-on-1. Defenders hanging back.
4 tries off memory, just last touch, nothing doing. All the hard work's been done. They're the ones that the coaches get really frustrated at.
Good hands to hold on. Mason comes back to Cruikshank. Mason picks up, skips, jumping over the top of defenders, looking at options now. Ewan Mason, nice looping ball over the top, caught and put down in one hand. Dylan May gets another try here for the Sharks. That's a quality one at that.
Classy finish by May. The pass wasn't easy, so it was up nice and high. Mason identified that they'd overread the sweeper, gets to the in goal, has plenty of time, and they all converge. All 3 defenders converged on May. It's a classy finish. He does well to get this from waist height straight to the ground, even above his head, sorry. Referee in a good spot. Don't know about the flick back to halfway, though.
Yeah, we'll give that one a 4 out of 10. But yeah, it was great because he caught it mid-air and then put the ball into one hand and then tried to get it down in the one motion, which he did. It was a quality finish. In the end for Dylan May, he's picked up a couple of meat pies here in the second half.
Bit of momentum here for Sharks. They've got a couple in a row. A little bit of sloppiness creeping in here for the Rebels. So another one here. I'm not saying they're back in it, but you're starting to look at you over your shoulder a little bit here if you're the Southern Rebels.
Good meters down the sideline. They'll come back in field. Arnold looks at options. Phillips plays it. Yeah, might have just got caught up in the wrong position. Sharks players almost running into each other. Now they make changes again. Perello Feeds it from half. This time he'll get himself in. Has a look. Short again and punching through. Jared Turner, third try of the game. All smiles here. Luca Perello, what a game he's had as well. The short ball options just causing absolute headaches here for the Sharks.
You can see that outside in line. There was way too much disconnect in the Sharks line, but Perello running out of half with purpose. But how good was that line from Jared Turner? Outside in, it just opened up like Sydney heads, and it was a little bit too easy in the end for the Rebels.
We knew that was his third as well, counted them up. 3 tries in the opening round of the comp. Now, Sharks flick, falls back into the hands. This is interesting. Referees will have a bit of a chat.
I don't think this can be a try. It's been lost forward from the Sharks. I think it should be ball down, Rebels ball.
Yeah, good call from the refs. Sharkies just getting a bit expansive there, throwing it around, flick balling. This game is out of reach for them now. The hooter sounds, and a strong performance to kickstart the campaign here for the Southern Rebels. Good moments there, better second half than the first, wasn't it, from the Sharks? There's definitely some things that they can build on going into round 2.
Definitely, game 1's a game you just want to get out, you want to get clear, you want to just clear out of the system, because it's always clunky, it's always a bit up and down. So for both teams, they want to get closer to that 30-minute performance. Probably both teams had some moments. Probably Sharks had a good 10. Rebels probably had a good 15. So they're both looking to improve that. And if they can take good things out of this game here, both of these teams will be a big chance in this tournament.
Good win for the Rebels, and we've got more Rebels coming up. We're into the Women's Open coming up next. UQ Rebels and Southern Rebels. James Preston and Gab Rose in commentary. Stay with us. Plenty more to come here from the championships.
It's actually a really great sign considering there are a couple of key players down.
Yeah, a few sort of injury concerns for the Hornets, but, you know, this Sharks team, like, chock full of superstars out there. You know, you've got Dylan Hennessy, you've got Corey Russell, and a nice little piece of play
Some
there.
superstars
That was
link
fantastic.
up right there and then. And
another good opportunity with, you know, field position for the Sharkies.
Zach Genry calls that penalty there, and that's put the Sharks in a great position with Hennessy picking up from half. What can he do here? He's working there with Dayberg Mir, and they're very, very happy. Multi-time try scorer, one of the top of all time.
You know, they just really need a set completion.
So far, so good here for the Hornets. Let's see if they can keep things up. Fifth and last, charging away from dummy half. Can he find a free player? Though he can! And the ball looks like it's down. It is indeed. And right there we see first try on the ball.
For the rest of this half at least, just to get themselves back on an even keel. And Lindsay Brain would be pretty relieved with that one because, the way things were going, they weren't looking too encouraging at all.
Spaces open up on the left, though, and the Sharks, they've hit back straight away. So he's
a competitor, isn't he?
Absolutely is. And he loves to sort of get involved in that part of the game. So they're going to call try here, and that's play actually offside blown. So penalty. And we got a bit of a runaway. Can things get equaled up here? Let's have a look and see.
Atkins.
They're running away here. It's Hugh Doherty. Can he make it to the line? He can. And unbelievable.
Wait there. The referees are taking it. Let the boys play, sir.
It's an absolute fiasco out there right now. The referees.
All the right things, but it's important to just settle down and sort of know that, you know, you need to get back to what you do best.
Well, they're 8 metres out from the line now. Perfect attacking position for this man, Thompson. The ball in hands. He'll be picking up from half. Let's see who they can find here. It's Josh Moffat. Players.
A nice little middle play. They sort of like got a bit sort of stilted there to create the momentum, and now that doesn't help much. They've just got to get back and be really, really clean here. And nice from Floyd Ty.
Good driving run from Ty.
Back
he said he came into this side late, and he's fitting in perfectly. And you know what? Off the back of the platform that Ty sets, the Hornets The Hornets here working towards their box in 3 touches. They've done well there to work their way past shooting defence of the Sharks. They should get a strike dump at the tail end of this set now. Let's see what they can do. Langridge plays the ball, works away. Thompson gets it back, flicks out wide. The ball is, it's all away. It's a Hennessy close to the line, looming. Goes for the short ball. It's still play on. And it will be a try, and there was some wizardry there that happened because I thought there was a touch in the middle, and the ball's just gotten away from him there.
Yeah, and Josh Moffat's been Hornets' best in this game, and like he's got the hot hand at the moment. So yeah, he and Jones are working together in concert there.
Jones, he's ready for that second phase. You sense that he's willing to do that. Always excited to get things moving. Jones picks up. Goes back there to Moffat. Moffat dives.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium from Coffs Harbour for the 2025 NTL Championships. Women's Open action now. The 2 Rebels face off from Queensland and New South Wales respectively. It will be the Southern Rebels from New South Wales getting first use of the ball, running right to left on your screen. James Preston and Gab Rose, Hall of Famer for New South Wales Touch, to bring you all the action. And this is an intriguing contest here, Gab.
It certainly is. So we've got last year's reigning champions in the UQ Rebels up against a star-studded team in the Southern Rebels from Sydney.
Of course, Chinese Bowery, certainly one to watch. She's been exceptional for the Roosters for the past few years. So they'll bring it up through the middle here now. Chance to then work back towards the centre with Andy Law pushing through a gap, but it was closed very quickly. So Southern Rebels just bouncing around on this 7-metre mark at the moment. Law waiting for an opportunity as they come to this left-hand side. Easily dealt with in the end, though. Lucia Fildes. Lightning Lucia is the nickname. Very quick on her feet. So Silva waits and then sends it back to the middle now, once again for Slattery. Wider still they go, out towards Hallowell Quinn, and good defence there.
It sure was. I'll be happy with that defence first set, the UQ Rebels. But for the Southern Rebels, it's a combination predominantly of the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs and the Eastern Suburbs Roosters from the 2 powerhouse Sydney clubs. So they've come together to form this team, and I'm interested to see how they go today, James.
And given some of the success, for example, the Roosters have had in recent years for junior regionals and also state cups, you expect them to have a very strong side here, and then also the likes of Sailor Perrott, who have stepped up into those origin placements as well. Some real talent in that Southern Rebels side, and it's probably one of those teams that if we are to see any side give the UQ Rebels a bit of a shake, it could be this one.
This could be it. As I said, UQ Rebels, we pretty sure came off a win. The ladder hasn't been updated yet, but the Southern Rebels came off a bye, so this is their first appearance for the day. Sometimes it can take a little while to get going, as we see there. Tynese Bowery, as you said, she's definitely one to watch today. Particularly close to the line, James. I've coached Tynese. I've coached a couple of these girls in the last few years, and close to the line, she'll go one way, come back the other, and watch for that sliding dive.
Let's see if she pulls it out here. Bowery once again, now at first receiver. They're up quickly on her. Perrott with a little catch and pass over the top. It was like throwing a hand grenade for a moment, but unfortunately for the Rebels, it exploded on them.
Yeah, and that was probably too early in the touch count to be doing passes like that. They had a whole set of 6, so probably a little bit of nerves here because they are 2 of the heavyweights of the competition, and they'll just be sussing each other out in these first 5 minutes of the game.
A real stalemate at the moment. So they continue shifting down this right-hand side. Now up towards halfway they go. So Smith gets involved. Then out of acting half once again. Played at there from the Southern Rebels. Was knocked down by Phillips, and as a result, that'll be another set.
And this will be the first opportunity we get to see the UQ Rebels down on the Southern Rebels line. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? UQ Rebels versus Southern Rebels.
So now back to the middle here for Smith. Smith waiting in acting half, and then once more promotes it out to this left-hand side. Tani Bryce turned away there. Good defence coming up from Tallulah Kirk. One of those Canterbury players. So now Smith works it through the middle once again. Heavily involved in this set here, Smith, and then it just comes unstuck on that final play.
Yeah, and they had a little overlap there, a little 3-on-2 if they could have got ball to hand. But first set looking enterprising there for UQ Rebels.
Some meters on offer now as they work it away from their own line. Perrott gets in at acting half and then distributes. So they'll continue up along the sideline here. Smith out to meet for the touch. Now wrapping around to this left-hand side as Cable works it into enemy territory. Now there's some room to move here with Fountas, and Fountas can't get away from them. Well shut down in the end.
Yeah, so we're seeing in this first 5 minutes, it's just going from kind of 15-metre line to 15-metre line. UQ Rebels play fast, so they'll be looking for a good set here, try and draw a penalty out as they get fresh legs on the field.
Great read as well defensively there from Cable. Stepped up to make the touch, and now Semi-Jo Love through the middle. Room to work with. Drops it down quickly. Here's a good chance building now for the UQ Rebels. I'll go back to the middle once again here. Still looking for an opening. Oh, and there was nearly a great chance just to put the foot down there for Ashurst, but good scramble from the Southern Rebels.
Yeah, I think as soon as she passed it, she realised that she was through the hole there and could have put the ball down. But again, they've been down the line 2 times, UQ Rebels, and it's looked promising both times.
So Fountas now up towards halfway. We'll play it quickly. As they get over that threshold. Good set so far here from Southern Rebels. They'll drop it down now. They've just lost their bearings a touch on that particular play. Now straightening through Andy Law. Last one here. They will get a look at the line. Great floating pass over the top, but a wonderful read from out wide for the UQ Rebels. It was Olivia Atkins who made the touch.
Yeah, great touch, and had to be made because when Bella Slattery's on the field, anything can happen with the footwork she possesses.
It's that Roosters connection between Bowery and Slattery. So now they'll continue out to this right-hand side here, the UQ Rebels. Meters right up along the advantage line. Another strong run here from Semi-Jo Love, and then Smith follows it up over halfway now. Straightening then is Donovan off the left foot. Now carry on with things out to this left-hand side. Oh, lovely flick pass. Now there's a chance here. Donovan puts the foot down. Oh, that was lovely work from the UQ Rebels.
Yeah, that looked amazing out there, and it took a full-length dive from Keely Silver out there on the wing, and we know how reliable she is on the wing for the Southern Rebels and Canterbury Bulldogs. So we've got a fresh set of 6 here, UQ Rebels. Let's see what they can do with it as we get another set of 6. It's 2 in a row, but it was first touch, so not too much loss there for the Southern Rebels.
And it just helps them reset the line a touch as now Clarkson puts on a bit of a dummy, and then still navigating, looking for an opening out on this right-hand side. Turned away here. Smith back to the middle once again. Donovan, still options on this right-hand side. That's the way they come. Good scramble, though. Getting across very quickly and shutting things down. Turned away here. I'll come back to the middle once more. UQ Rebels. Fildes looking for support. Oh, they just didn't have enough patience on that occasion. There was still 2 or 3 plays left. They just had to take the touch.
Yeah, that's where we'd be looking for that phase play. But again, great defence there from winger Keely Silver coming in and sniffing out any opportunity UQ Rebels had.
So now big dummy comes out from Kate Phillips as they get up over halfway. Last one here for the Southern Rebels. Taking off out of acting half and looking for support is Bowery. Bowery, unfortunately, though, can't find anybody. And certainly the UQ Rebels, they're winning the battle of the field position at the moment.
They are. They're getting a few more looks at the line, as we would say, down the far end of the field. So Southern Rebels haven't had a chance at too much line attack. You'll see a beautiful run here.
And again, it's Donovan, who's had a couple of really good involvements in the last few sets. Now they need to be wary here, the Southern Rebels. Fildes is out there. Now at pace. Bit of speed working through the middle. Ball comes free, though. It's just coming unstuck in those last final few plays here for the UQ Rebels when they get down the other end.
Yeah, they're getting those little opportunities. They just can't quite get the ball to hand. But again, early stages in the tournament, there'll be something they'll look back and watch and see how can they just tweak things to make those half chances, full chances. See Bowery there slip. She'll make her way off the field and get some new troops on for the Southern Rebels. And that's a great run there by Summer Halliwell-Quinn.
Now down a short side, but out of acting half. Silver was caught, so that will be the turnover. And there's always the risk that you take, just trying to navigate a short side when you've only got the one player in support. Now a strong touch coming in there as well from Halliwell-Quinn. Fountas up as well just to shut down the space. Fildes not given any room to breathe, and that's the way they'll have to mark her moving forward. Up over halfway come UQ at the moment. Andreasen in at acting half. Quick release, all just out in front of the work there of Ashurst, though.
So it's a little bit like a game of chess at the moment, James, isn't it? It's just creeping forward and UQ Rebels slowly getting that field position each set of 6. But we'll see what with Slattery on the field. As we said, they'll go straight forward and look to see where they can find the gaps.
Slattery again now out for Sailor. Parrott back on the inside for Andy Law. And that is one part of a game that's really developed in the past 18 months. Sailor Parrott is the passing game. She's always had the speed. Now Law offers it again here for Slattery. Bouncing around, late pass there for Parrott. And they will get the offside call and another set to work with here, Southern Rebels.
Yeah, so you'll see the three there, Slattery, Law and Parrott will be all working together here on the line, see what they can manufacture. Oh, and a great touch there by UQ Rebels.
It was Andreasen who shot out of the line so quickly. Law now to Slattery. Just bouncing around on the 7. Looking for a second penalty here, just to really force the issue. Not forthcoming though. Law back out to this right-hand side, pulls the trigger, sends it wide. Parrott still there, keeps it alive. Back to Law, back to Parrott.
Oh.
There's a try they're going to take away from them, though. Let it happen. It was beautiful to watch.
I was just about to say the same thing. Referees, for the beauty of the game, let that try go. That would have been a magic try and would have been on our highlights of the day for sure, James.
Well, instead, we're all going to have to just sift through material now. We had one ready-made. Andreasen comes up to halfway.
Unfortunately, the pass was forward.
Gab, I don't want to hear facts right now.
Sorry. It's all about the story you tell, isn't it?
Exactly. Leave me in my world of fantasy. Here's Slattery. Oh, Parrott was looking for a little option out on this right-hand side. Now it gets there, but she was screaming for the ball in that previous play. Now they'll head back towards the middle. Straight charge here from Irons. Then linking up with Bowery. And also on the run through the middle. Now pointing traffic is Tomasiu. Tomasiu waiting for it, never came for her though.
Yeah, and Ruby Thomashu's another one that's come on, a young player. She's only around 20 years of age, and I've seen for the Roosters over the past couple of years her game develop really nicely out here in the link.
Speaking of the link, that's the way UQ Rebels head to now, out on this right-hand side, as it's kept alive by Donovan, who's been very impressive for them. Files trying to work forward. Well, that could have easily gone against the UQ Rebels there, but Files will pick it up. Pops a little floating pass back towards the middle. Great touch coming in, though. It was Emily Irons who made it.
That was an amazing touch. You can see UQ Rebels, they're coming on a little bit faster and a little bit more direct than the Southern Rebels, and it's proving to be working for them so far, but they just can't get across the line.
So Tomasiu hopping in and acting half. Quick release, and now on towards halfway they go again. Halliwell Quinn now driving forward here with Cable, who's been impressive as well. Halliwell Quinn back to Cable. Oh, thought she nearly was able to dance around that defender, but from the ground like a snake bite attached to the ankle.
Yeah, she just got her. So we're heading into about halfway through this first half as we see a play ball right on halfway there. And you can see, James, how direct that they're going. A couple of these UQ Rebels, they're really just finding a target and giving their players time to get on the field.
Now Ashurst turns it back on the inside. Andreasen on the last, floating it over the top. Once again, a great read from out wide, and this time it was Hayley Crawford.
Yeah, another experienced campaigner from the Canterbury Bankstown club. And the speed of this game is what's impressing me, James.
Well, incredible to think there's no tries as of yet. There has been plenty of action. Just great last-ditch efforts in defence from both teams so far. That's why we have that 0-0 scoreline. As now Law works it forward, takes plenty of metres on offer. Here comes Slattery over the top. It was the right ball, but just a little bit too quick on the run was Irons.
Yeah, that was the best opportunity we've seen for Southern Rebels so far, and unfortunately for Irons, she just kind of gone through the gap before the ball got to her.
So now Andreasen works it forward. Semi-Jo Love then pops a pass straight back to Andreasen.
Yeah, foot on the touchline. I thought it must have been close. They're protesting a little bit there in the UQ box, but the sideline referee was right on the spot there. So this will be the first real chance, or another good chance that they've got the Southern Rebels, James.
They got the blueprint in that last set. And there is some space with a passive link run. So now Slattery. Oh, very flat pass there for Law. That's called to be play on. Even that one out of acting half could have been picked up as well. Slattery, Law again. Now back to Slattery having a look herself. The ball comes free, but the touch was made first.
Yeah, the UQ Rebels defence there knew where to look. There was three of them came charging in, and it looks like a penalty's been given against the Southern Rebels. So we're still 0-0, well into this first half.
Yeah, it's very close to getting to that half-time point. About 4 minutes left in it. As Files brings it forward. Now good metres here from Tiani Bryce. Great territory, in fact. Now crab across this right-hand side of the field, and they've got them shot here a little bit on this edge. They can keep going down this side. They can really exploit some meterage, and that's what Donovan does. And that was very close to putting a foot on the sideline too, but overall that roll ball was a mess.
Yeah, it was a little indiscretion in the roll ball there, but it was starting to look likely for UQ Rebels. We'll see the push defence come here. They'll be trying to draw an error out of the Southern Rebels and give themselves a chance before half-time to score a try and take an early lead.
Slattery with the dummy. And that can be huge, just psychologically, that try just on the stroke of half-time to finally put a side in front. Slattery comes out to this right-hand side. Nobody there in support, though. Now they'll get going in the right direction. Lovely delay on the pass there. Just cycling the footy. They'll take off again, out of acting half this time is Crawford. That was always a play simply to kill it, far from the UQ Rebels box.
Yeah, and you're right in what you said before, James. We don't often see 0-0 coming into half-time in touch these days, so one try might just make the difference psychologically as we head towards half-time.
Good pressure being applied here from Law, but nice cycling of the footy from UQ Rebels. Up towards halfway. And Andresen. She crosses that threshold now. Semi-Jo Love will march forward. Playing it quickly. Here's another chance for Ashurst. Semi-Jo Love again. Picked up. Ashurst on the last. Popping a pass. Tip on. Just not quite finding the mark.
And that's the corner for the tip-ons today. We've seen all the magic tricks down in that corner if you've been watching our coverage all day today, and it continues on.
Speaking of continuing on, so too does the stalemate. Neil All as we approach this half-time hooter. It's moments away. Short pass provided. Oh, and then heavy contact there as well. Well, that was what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
No penalty, though. And again, now there's a penalty in the roll ball. So UQ Rebels will get possibly the last opportunity with the ball before half-time, and they will be wanting to strike.
Closing in on the final minute of this first half as Bryce pops a little pass here for Love. Now drops it down for Andresen. So they do have some real weapons on deck at the moment in this set. Ashurst out to Love. Andresen looking for an opportunity. Love will scoop. Now provides for Andresen. Good footwork. All played it there from the Southern Rebels, but they'll say it's hit the deck.
That is a lucky call. I know there's a penalty, so first indiscretion was from the UQ Rebels with a late pass, and sounds like somebody, by the look of that, somebody might have said something to the referee, which is never going to win you that. You're never going to win that battle, as we hear the halftime hooter in the background. And James going in 0-0. Unexpected, but a great game.
Yeah, it's almost like the first half didn't even happen. We start again, essentially, but there has still been plenty of action. They've asked questions, but the sliding and scrambling defence of both teams has really nullified the attack of one another. And ultimately, guess who's winning? It's the Rebels. No one is. But that's the exact point here. UQ Rebels and Southern Rebels all locked up here at the break. 0-0. We'll take a quick break across KO and also our international partners for the NTL Championships 2025. Welcome back to Coffs Harbour, CEX Coffs International Stadium, the venue for the National Touch League Championships for 2025. Women's Open Division here. It's Rebels up against Rebels, and it is the UQ side all level with the Southern Rebels at the moment. We really can't split the pair, Gabros.
No, it's an entertaining and intriguing game so far, James. It'll be interesting to see who gets on top, what the coaches have said at half-time, little tweaks they need to make to try and win this clash this afternoon. Already, 20-2, Friday afternoon.
There haven't been too many clear opportunities either for either side here. Probably only the one that we can think of for the Southern Rebels, where had they hit Emily Irons steaming through in that link position, it could have been a try for them, but opportunities have been very hard to come by for both teams here so far. As now Bryce picks up, and now here comes Ashurst. Oh, a little bit of speed, but Andy Law stood tall.
Yeah, they look back on the inside, but she just overran the play there, but I feel like the Southern Rebels defence was up to the occasion there.
There's Bryce wrapping around, back for Semi Jo Love, and then shut down again there. Great touch made by Halliwell Quinn. Last one coming up now for UQ Rebels. They've had all the answers in this set so far, the Southern side. Now Bryce simply succumbs to the touch, and there is the turnover.
Yeah, so they won't be too disappointed, UQ Rebels. They finished it down this end of the field, and they're making it hard. It's going to take a couple of touches for Southern Rebels to get across to their box and make any changes.
Now Tomasio with a crabbing run out to that left-hand side. Lovely little flick on there as well from Slattery. Ball comes free here on play 2, and they're just inviting UQ Rebels down this end of the field. And against such a good quality opposition, you don't need to do that.
No, they're just a little bit sideways there. So when she tried to straighten up to make the touch, she was not facing the correct position on the field, hence the turnover.
So now wrapping around once again. Here's Clarkson getting involved. Pops little pass for Donovan, who's been impressive. Clarkson once more wrapping. Oh, great little shimmy and shake there from Andresen, nearly squeezed through. I think she's hurt herself in the process, but again, Southern Rebels shutting it down at the very final moment.
Again, that was looking likely there for UQ Rebels. A penalty is ensued back in the play before she made that run, but still on hands and knees, and good to see the good sportsmanship we see right across our game, James. You can see the Southern Rebels player just checking in to see how she is. Could have been winded, but we'll have our medical staff out to her ASAP.
It's very good news as well for the Southern Rebels, given that UQ, of course, they won this competition last year, 6-5 against the Scorpions in a drop-off. So coming up against arguably the heavyweights of the competition and still holding them to no tries into the second half, they'd be very pleased with their efforts.
Yeah, I think they'll be really happy with it. And the other thing, as we said, is this is their first game of the tournament. So they'll build into it. UQ Rebels had a game earlier today. Southern Rebels are coming off a bye. Some might say you're fresher, but sometimes it takes a game or two to find your groove in these tournaments.
Oh, and that pass just not finding the mark of Tomasio there, so it'll go behind her, hit the deck, and yet another opportunity. It really has been camped down this end of the field to start the second half, as now Isabella Files works it out to this right-hand side, receives it back again. Is that going to be another touch pass? Yes, it will be.
It's a bit of a mistake-a-thon to start this second half, and again, both teams just need to settle down. The score's 0-0, just forget about that, get back into your processes, do what you've trained for, and then the results will take care of themselves after that.
Oh, now Sailor Perrott gets good meterage here, plays it quickly as well. All backpedaling is this UQ defensive line at the moment. Fountas waits it acting half. Perrott wraps around 3-on-2 on that side, sends it wide early. Had she put the foot down and drew in another defender, there was a good opportunity.
Yeah, she had a half a chance there, Sailor Perrott, and we've already spoken about the speed that she possesses. So next time she might sweep around, she might just have a little crack herself.
First play here for UQ Rebels. Now good meters from Files. Storming upfield. Out to this left-hand side they come. Lovely cycling of the footy. Well read in the end from Bonich, who comes in to make the touch. Up over halfway they go now. Bryce playing it quickly once again now for Pia Murphy. Oh, and then right through the middle, up Main Street they go. At long last it comes. A lovely little delay on the pass, and Kate Hammond has the try here for UQ Rebels.
And of all the things we've seen in this game, and it just came from going direct, straight through, hits a little beautiful hole, perfectly timed pass, and Hammond in, breaks a deadlock. 1-0 UQ Rebels.
Well, it's taken some time here.
And beautiful pass there by Bryce. She went one way, straightened up, waited for the defence to come in, and then just a beautiful hole there. to take a lead in the second half.
So still plenty of time to go, but given points are at a premium, Southern Rebels would love to be next to score as now Law comes out to this left-hand side. Had a little bit of open space there, shut down quickly though. Now Halliwell Quinn. Slattery back for Law, who lays down the Law on the UQ Rebels. And we are locked up here, 1 try apiece.
It's funny how things happen like that. We haven't seen any tries for a bit over 20 minutes, and bang, bang, we've seen 2. You see Slattery off the right, back into Andy Law. She'll score them all day. Beautiful just dive, put down. Well-constructed play there by the Southern Sydney Rebels. So we're locked up again in blink of an eye, James, 1-1.
And it is textbook Andy Law as well, just tracking back through the middle and then the nice outstretched dive. Even though you know it's coming, sometimes it is impossible to make it work away from that line and stop the raid. So now Semi-Jo Love for Ashurst. Lovely catch and pass. Filed over the top. That's beautiful stuff from UQ Rebels. Clockwork precision. And everybody playing their part. It's 2-1.
In the space of about 2 minutes, we've seen 3 tries. So here, saw the numbers, filed, lobs it over the top, and Olivia Atkins. Her name's on the score sheet as well. So 2-1, UQ Rebels. If it keeps up like this, it's going to be a very entertaining second half, James.
Well, I know it's been cold the past few weeks, but it's like these two sides were in hibernation. Now they're coming out with the sun.
I don't know what the halftime chats were, but whatever they were good ones.
Maybe the orange peels. They did it. So up towards this 7 they go now. Fountas. Turn it back to this left-hand side. Halliwell Quinn also directing traffic here. Watch for her. Fountas bouncing around. Now here comes Halliwell Quinn, looking long, sending to that, little spot there that was opened up for Tomasu. Had a little snatch at it, but the ball came free. I think UQ would have done enough anyway, though.
Yeah, and interesting enough, that was the exact same play they ran before where they got some joy through Andy Law, but they went for a different option on that and went for the over-the-top to the link player. So a lot of these teams, they'll have different plays and they'll have 2 or 3 options. As we see, Donovan again, she knows nothing else but making meters, does she? She's had a great game.
And she's been exceptional for the UQ Rebels. Here she is again now, Lucia Fildes with the sleight of hand. What can she conjure up? Fildes holding it in 2 hands, now trying to squeeze through all good speed, but Fountas with a lovely dive makes the touch, an important one.
Yeah, and it had to be made, that touch by Fountas, because Fildes, we've seen that on so many occasions over recent years.
Here is Fountas again. Popping a little pass there for Cable. Cable's been busy as well. As now Perrott works it up over halfway, and then on the follow-up, that's Law. Law continues to drive forward. Lovely footwork late in the piece. Turns it back on the inside here for Slattery. Back to Slattery again. Out to this left-hand side. Perrott caught it, and they'll come back here to the middle. An indiscretion, but again, they were building nicely, the Southern Rebels.
Yeah, she was through there, Perrott, and again, Slattery light on her feet. The game has definitely gone up a notch in the last couple of minutes in these. As we've seen the tries start to flow, the speed of the game has gone up another notch.
Now here is Fildes. And out to this left-hand side with Andresen. Up over halfway they come now again. Great meters there from Donovan. Bryce sending it once more for Murphy. Picked up again from Bryce now. Retreating defensive line. A little catch and a bobble there momentarily for Danita Smith, but ultimately hits the deck. That's the changeover.
Yeah, and they're just catching their breath there, the Rebels. Is it a play ball or a, bit of indecision here by the referee. No, it's a penalty, so Slattery takes the penalty. No, in fact, it is a roll ball. Thought there was a little bit of confusion, but that's okay. They'll be able to get. There's still a player short out there, Southern Rebels. So I want to count to 6 because they need another player on the field.
Well, Andy Law, she simply walked off the field. Nobody replaced her, so I think they now have the full complement on deck. So they've sorted themselves out. And one of those players is Bowery. Here she is again now, taking off out to this left-hand side. Bowery turns it back into the middle. Lovely one-handed scoop again. Has them backpedaling. That should be play on for mine. There was no way that defender hit the line.
Yeah, and that is classic Tiny Sparrow. She get you on a phase play. She looks to go one way. She skips back and gets around you. And I thought the ref could have played on there. Obviously called the UQ Rebels player onside.
Now Murphy out to this left-hand side. Lovely cycling of the footy again. That time it was Hammond who kept it alive. She's already scored a try herself as now the Filed sisters combine. And then an intercept provided here for Irons. So that'll be a 0 touch as they go on the attack now. Strong contact then from Lucia Fildes. For mine, that's a bit of frustration and heavy contact, and yes, there it is called. And I dare say, had she not simply thrown the pass away the play before, we wouldn't have seen that kind of behaviour from Fildes.
It was a little bit of frustration. She thought she was playing backyard footy with her sister there, walking up the field, and an intruder came in and stopped all that.
Now Fountas, pretty much a full set to work with. Cable once again. Fountas waiting for an opportunity. Perrott was sweeping around. Can they unleash her speed at long last? Or Tomasiu receives a lovely little pass there from Cable. That's the kind of link you need. And Tomasiu will go through, and we are locked up again here. It's a Rebel-a-thon. It's 2-all.
And that was a nice little trick play. Watch what Ruby Tomasiu does here. She fakes to go down. No, I'll take the ball back, and I'm going to sneak past you and score a try and level up the scores. So she points to go down. Does a little out ball. Ball down.
Not a happy minute there either for Lucia Fildes, who initially gave away possession, then called for a heavy touch, and then ultimately they ran around her for the try. So certainly not what we expect from one of the real guns in this competition. So now they'll come out to this left-hand side. Andresen turns it back to the middle, and straight away they'll hit back here, UQ Rebels, 3-2.
Yeah, and there was just a bit too much of a gap between the two middles there, you'll see. They drew on one way. See Slattery's come across, drops it back inside. And James, how many times have we seen that play already today?
And of course, Andresen involved there with Ashurst, who's really been turning the screws a fair bit without any real delight to speak of up until that moment.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that, Ashurst. But for Southern Rebels, they probably just need to be a little bit tighter there and force them to go long.
So into the final quarter of this match. Bowery now with a little pass here for Tallulah Kirk. It's caught just outside the 7. Kirk once again. Perrott, little dummy. Last one comes out. Bowery having a look, sends it long. They get across there quickly though, UQ Rebels. Still staying alive for the meanwhile. And once again, we'll see a turnover here with a penalty.
Yeah, and we've seen a few forward passes from Southern Rebels in that 7 metre. They're trying to promote the ball out wide, but yeah, a couple of forward passes when there have been half opportunities. And again, it can be that comes, you know, you get a little bit better as the tournament goes on.
So now Andres, a little pass, and then wider still for Clarkson. Good footwork, but Perrott quick enough to put a stop to things. So they get up over halfway now with Hammond again. Playing it just outside that 10-metre dotted marker. Now Tiani Bryce takes off looking for support. Hammond is there on the spot and gets a second. So we've gone from no tries at all to now we have 6 in about 8 minutes of this second half.
Yeah, now this will look good on the replay here. You see Bryce, and she doesn't panic once she gets through the line. So steps left, goes through right. Southern Rebels players caught offside, and she waits patiently. And we see Hammond, who just exploded onto that ball, and easy put down for her in the end.
Yeah, wonderful support play there from Hammond, and now work to do for the Southern Rebels. 4-2 the score. Scooped up here from Phillips. Back to Fountas. Fountas now looking for an opportunity. Tomasiu is out there as well. Hopping in and acting half. Little short pass and then wrapping around again for Cable. Cable back for Fountas. They're trying to work over that left-hand edge. Fountas will go there early. Finds the pass. There's the diving attempt to finish. Now, is it enough to get there in time? Crawford was flying through the air. I think she got there in time. And it looks like they will award it, will they?
Oh, no. Again, there's a little bit of confusion, but what's happening in amongst all of this is the time is ticking, James. So they're having another discussion. No.
Well, it's a very long process for it to not be a try.
Yeah, it looked like in the calls from the referees that she was going to go behind the line and give the try, but on second thought, they've played the 6 touch and wasted about 30, 45 seconds on the clock, which is playing in UQ Rebels' favour at this point with a couple of minutes to go and they're 2 tries ahead on the clock.
The big question I have for that play there, Gab, is if it's not a try, surely it's a penalty for that winger never getting back in time.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision and maybe something that they were discussing.
So we'll stick with the referee's call there. As now Donovan heads up towards halfway. Andresen picks it up, but has no support initially. They come out wide now to Fildes. Fildes keeps it alive, back to Andresen. Now there's a problem for Southern Rebels who try and tip it on here. UQ
And they've given him, there's 6 more. Again, there's some oohs and ahs in the crowd. The crowd's not happy with that decision. 6 more.
I think they've got the right call now, yeah. Well, that's hit the back of Crawford's head. If you're playing at that, you quite literally would have to have eyes in the back of your head.
So they need to get the ball down the other end of the field and score a try in this set, I'm saying, because we're running out of time. UQ Rebels just need to defend strong here and then carry the ball up the other end of the field.
Well, this is the combo to do it, though. They've got Slattery out there, Halliwell, Quinn, Perrott as well. And Slattery will have a direct approach here at the line, turned away. And that'll be a turnover there.
Yeah, so they'll just want to complete their sets here as we nearly see a little bubble. Good hands there by UQ Rebels. They want to hold the ball, get it down the other end of the field. They don't need to do anything silly, James. They've just got to get this up, as we see a no touch there, and that was one of the most obvious I've seen in a while.
It's a strange one there because certainly Silva had pulled away from the touch and everybody sort of stopped, almost giving up the entire ruse.
And now they've given away a penalty here, so they've just got to play smart here, UQ Rebels. A couple of minutes left on the clock. Obviously, Southern Rebels need a try right now, this set.
Law now out of acting half. Back for Summer, Halliwell, Quinn, who then finds Law once more, but shut down nicely. There wasn't much in that.
Again,
Law.
that was the Andy Law dive special.
There it is. There is the full-time siren. And the touch is made. And they really did cause them a little bit of disturbance there, the Southern Rebels, but ultimately the class of UQ rising to the top.
Yeah, that was a really entertaining game, and as we said, it was 0-0 at half-time, and then the doors opened, floodgates opened, and we saw 6 tries in that second half. And I think both teams got a little bit of room for improvement, but definitely 2 of the teams to watch come Saturday and Sunday, and I wouldn't mind seeing those 2 play off again late in the finals, James.
Yeah, I dare say they'll both be there. Of course, the UQ Rebels, last year's champions, and Southern Rebels certainly took it to them. But up next, we have the ACT Raiders in the Women's Open taking on the Sydney Mets. We'll take a very short break here and then all the action in just a moment, live from CX Coffs International Stadium.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just no.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
New Balance, we got now.
Joined on the sideline here by UQ Rebels coach Leisha Thurad. Really close game, that one. 0 at half-time. Southern Rebels obviously brought it to you guys. What did you make of that performance?
Oh, I think we're just all building into the tournament. The Rebels are excellent. Bella Slattery obviously was really dangerous, and we're still putting our structures together, and we've got a bit of a mix of new players into our group. So I think they're the benchmark for all of the competition. Hornets are going to be the same. Scorps are looking excellent. You know, so what I make of it, it's a very tough competition.
Good to hear. So you talked about some young players coming into the team. What are some of the differences from last year? You got a few Australian youth players getting an opportunity this week?
Yeah, definitely, which is exciting for them. And Rebels, you know, we've had a lot of competition in the group to get spots. So this year there's more players that have come in and players that have come back from injury, which is great. So I just think it's always a good opportunity to play with some well-established Australian players. These youth are coming through, and it's just great for the program and great for the sport, really. And for the girls, sorry, I should say, and for the girls, you know, they're playing with some really great team themselves, but also opposition.
Definitely. And lastly, State of Origin, a couple of weeks down the track, Queensland, New South Wales on this very venue. How's the preparations going for that?
Oh, it's going really well. I mean, obviously we're all battling wet fields and the weather and conditions, but I think we're chugging along nicely. We've got a camp next weekend or the weekend after. But yeah, I think we're going well. But again, New South Wales has, and we're seeing all their players out here. There's some really great talent in that group as well. So, you know, it's just going to be a hard battle.
Awesome to hear. Thank you for your time and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium, live from Coffs Harbour on KO Sports in Australia and also our international partners, including Sky. Great to have your company here for the Women's Open Division of the National Touch League Championships for 2025. James Preston and Gab Rose to bring you all the action here between the ACT Raiders and the Sydney Mets. And for the Mets, they'd be looking to bounce back from a humbling first-round performance against the Scorpions.
They sure would. We commentated on that game earlier today, and the key takeaway, I think, for the Mets was that they have to get their coming off their line a little bit better. They had a lot of opportunities, but they just couldn't get coming off their line right, and Scorpions took full advantage. And on the other side, the ACT Raiders had a first-up win, which they'll be happy with, 3-1 this morning. And they look like a relatively young team, but some talent spread across the park, so it'll be interesting to see how they go against probably a more favoured Mets team, James.
So Raiders will get first use of the ball, running left to right on your screen. They'll pop out to this right-hand side straight away and already looking to launch a raid here with Huynh. As now straightening up again here. Popping a little pass and then Anderson receiving it through the middle. Quick roll ball. Anderson once again. They'll take off with this right foot from Kapia. Kapia getting around the outside potentially of Golding, who just did enough, but good signs early here for the Raiders.
Yeah, Kapia is definitely one to watch there. So number 1 and number 2, Lily Quigley and Keisha Kapia. We'll be watching for them in this game with Quigley with the ball now. Lightning on her feet and a beautiful pass as well.
Oh, for mine there was separation there in attempting to put it down. The referee agrees. So there's a golden try gone begging. And it does, of course, arc us back. I hate to bring it up because I know you're part of the overall rugby league setup there for the Sky Blues, but Isabel Kelly get the ball on the ground.
I'll never say anything bad against Isabel Kelly, our captain courageous. So, yeah. But in this situation here, she nearly got the ball down here, but now we see Mets on the charge.
Rogers bouncing around. Now turns it underneath for Duprat. Duprat tried to get away. Good touch made there from the ACT. Back to the 7 they go. Rogers is scheming on that right-hand side, or they're looking for her. Now she arrives, somehow keeps it alive. Wardrobe is down the sideline. Oh, you wouldn't read about it. That came out of absolutely nothing. The play had broken down, but Rogers, great awareness, got involved and set it up.
Yeah, and some little wry smiles on the face of Rogers and Wardrobe out there. There was absolutely nothing doing. Rogers flicked out the back, and we know what beautiful hands she's got. And easy as you like for Jess Wardrobe. She scored the first try for them last game this morning. And she's on the scoreboard within the first couple of minutes today as well.
So just over 2 minutes gone here, and 1-0 for the Sydney Mets up against the Raiders, of course, victorious in their first match, 3-1. For the Sydney Mets in their all-Sydney battle, they went down to the Scorpions, 7-2, so quite a humbling experience for them as it's kept alive here by Zoe Quigley. Quigley, play it now. They'll take it out to this right-hand side. All the way they go, straight through, looking for support, popping a pass right into the arms of Rogers, who is everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, in attack and defence, she's right in the thick of the action, but probably a little bit of danger signs for the Mets. Twice ACT have been down this end of the field, and twice they've sliced through, James.
And something they'll have to watch is now McDonald works it up towards halfway. They'll keep it alive, and then the old fling back into the opposition there from Duprat was a tough one to take. The ACT Raiders will come up with great field position here. Wallace popping a little pass there once more for Zoe Quigley. Now catch and pass out to this right-hand side with Craig, who leaves it behind. Nobody there to take advantage of it initially. And then a harsh pass there for Smith. Ultimately, though, they'll get away with it. Quigley off the left foot, waiting in at acting half again. Lily Quigley sends it back that way once more. Quigley, the one-handed scoop, will take off. 3-on-2 situation. Flings it over the top. Oh, great take. But I think that one's come free as well. She was hanging on to it for dear life, but that's 2 opportunities now gone begging for the Raiders.
Yeah, and again off that number 1 there, Lily Quigley. Only young, but yeah, so much potential. So stay tuned and watch what she can produce this game.
Now good meters for the Mets. Up and over halfway. Now continue driving forward here. Played quickly. I'll bring it back to the middle now. Rogers gets it once again. Promotes it out to this right-hand side looking for Cochrane, but Raiders do enough with the slide and shut things down. 1 try to nil it remains.
Yeah, so roll ball there, down on the 7-metre line. It's going to take a couple of touches for the Raiders to get over to their box, and you can see this is better defence by the Sydney Mets here. It's coming up to touch 3, and they still haven't been able to affect any changes, James.
Good drive on that occasion there, though, from the ACT side, as now Kapia says, let's get lateral. Turns it back on the inside, and that's wonderful pressure from Cochrane and co.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, Sydney Mets. They've kept them in the Raiders in their own side of halfway, and now they're going to have a great attacking opportunity on the back end of this set.
It was Cochrane then taking it forward as well as the troops arrive once more. That includes Wardrobe now shifting out to this left wing. Bounce around here with Womel. Womel then wrapping around to make the extra number on this right-hand side. Good footwork, turns it back to the middle. Rogers tries to keep it alive, out to Wardrobe, and once again it's Rogers combining with Wardrobe for another great try. And yet again, I don't think that was textbook, it was simply playing what's in front of you.
Yeah, it sure was, and again, just a little pop pass, soft hands from Mia Rogers, but it was Womel. Beautiful pass, a bullet-like pass over there, and Rogers just kind of let it slide, and just Wardrobe being nice and tall. 2 easy tries, she wouldn't get easier than that for the day.
It was like she was throwing a watermelon out at the fruit shop. Ready for quick stacking. So 2-0 the score. And Zoe Quigley will now take a little run on this left-hand side. Quick play the ball for Lily Quigley. So 2 Quigleys have been very busy so far, as Wallace is involved as well. Now back for Lily again, taking off. Oh, there was a chance to just unleash Rebecca Guest there. But shut down again by Mia Rogers, who has been everywhere.
Yeah, she must have hardly had a sub, Mia Rogers. She is everywhere in attack and defence. She affects another touch, and they're running straight at her.
Quigley will now turn away from that opportunity. Sends it back to this left-hand side. Oh, there was an opportunity to go straight away. They didn't take it. That was a golden chance for Zoe Quigley.
And they have had a few opportunities so far. They don't need to panic yet, the ACT Raiders. They've been down this line 4 or 5 times and probably had 3 opportunities. So they just keep pushing and pressing. Something will present itself soon.
Now, by my count, they've had 3 really good opportunities so far, the ACT side. And for the Mets, they've only had the 2, but they've managed to get across the line. You get the feeling they just need 1 here, ACT Raiders. And they'll be right back into this. As good is out there now. They'll fling a ball over the top. No advantage. So another penalty here in favour of the Mets and a full set to work with.
Yeah, they're going to have to defend hard here, the Raiders. They don't want to go down to a 3-0 lead. 3-0 behind the scoreboard.
Now Clark diving from distance. Nobody stepped up from the line. There was an easy passage. In fact, she probably won't get an easier one than that, Lily Clark.
No, and that was all too easy. The other 2 tries kind of came from nothing, and this one was really just an easy dump. Perhaps not communicating well as they should be in defence. Probably tied, back-to-back sets. Beautiful Superman dive, 3-0.
It's now a crucial period here for the ACT Raiders so that this one doesn't blow out. They've looked likely, but defensively those frailties have begun to emerge. Quick little tip on comes here from Huynh. Now also sent off cross by Crow. Short pass now for Kapia. Kapia trying to squeeze through and does exactly that. Gets around good, and that's a nice little bit of play there from the Raiders. And where there is life, there is hope.
Yeah, and Keisha Kapia, she's certainly one to watch. She's light on her feet, she's fast, she clearly possesses a good dive. And they're back in the game, they needed that. Little bobble when she caught it, she did a good job and just went straight for that line running at the offside player. So 3-1, back in the game, ACT Raiders.
So the next assignment is to prevent another try being scored here from the Mets, and they'll be right back in the contest as Cochrane pops a little pass here for Golding. Golding will take the meters on offer. now for McDonald. Rogers. Golding once again on this right-hand side. Rogers will scoop. Golding trying to squeeze through. Good touch made out wide. It's the last one coming up here for the ACT Raiders. They would love a result here. Oh, unfortunately, they've made a play at the ball. For mine, that should be another set here in favour of the Mets. There's no argument, and yes, it will be 6 again.
No, it will not, James. That definitely looked like the Raiders winger put her hands out and made an attempt for the ball, but it was seen differently by our referee. So maybe a let-off there for the Raiders, James.
They'll certainly take it at 3-1 down. As they continue marching forward, they were trying to find Gigliotti, who was still struggling to get back, as now Quigley goes nice and straight. Good follow-up here from Wallace. Quigley again, threatening. Lovely little release there late in the piece, but McDonald did a great job to take 2 at once.
Yeah, very good defence by McDonald there, but that set looked a little bit better for the Raiders. I venture a guess that the Raiders are going to be a little bit against the grain. They're young, they've got potential, and they're just looking up and seeing what's in front of them and playing, which I love to see as well.
And it's a very unpredictable style. And there's another turnover here for Sydney Mets, so as we get towards the latter stages of this first half, they're still in the contest here, the ACT Raiders. Quigley has looked very sharp. She'll restart things now for us. She's it back towards the middle.
She's also extremely fit, young Lily Quigley. She's coming off for a sub now, but she'll be peppering the defence the whole game.
Now Huynh drops it down, and then fresh into the action is Dempsey Smith. Once again, Huynh now providing for Emma McDonald, who takes off to this left-hand side. Back toward the middle here with Crow. Got a quick roll ball, but nobody there to capitalise. Smith, once again, now driving forward. Oh, that was a sloppy play, the ball, and it's been picked up here. And there's another changeover, and they have been guilty of that, the Raiders.
You are right on with your calls today, James Preston. Yep, you are watching.
I was about to say they don't call me Eagle Eye Preston for nothing, but no one calls me that, so that's completely fine. But here come the Mets up over halfway. Now Good with a wonderful run here. Picks up about 15 metres before she finally hits the defensive line. Molly Jones now. So they bounce out to this left-hand side, running out of options. Oh, twisting around like it was in a cul-de-sac and still nearly finding a way through.
Yeah, she's nearly snuck a way through. She got the defence to stop, and then she started again and yeah, nearly broke through the line.
Good pressure from Cochrane, but they'll keep it alive, and now Huynh down the sideline. For a moment there, I thought she might just stretch out and get around the outside. Short pass here for Anderson. Now Lily Quigley back on the field. Quick release. Hops in at acting half. Quigley takes off to this left-hand side. There's a bit of danger. We'll fling it out wide. But a simple slide from the Mets is enough to stop that. And while she is very dangerous and very speedy, that's perhaps where we're looking at that youthful exuberance, maybe just digging into the line and going through the hands instead of that cutout pass.
Yeah, so she went for the cutout pass there, which she does, you know, she's got good ability in that regard, but the defence just kind of then had the ability to slide off her and move out to the winger.
So only about 2.5 minutes remaining in this first half. As now Rogers brings it forward. Lovely delay on the pass. Popping a ball here, and then out wide they go. Floating it back over the top. Was a good little effort there from Gigliotti. The pass has gone forward though, but lovely work in the lead-up, including from Womel.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Womel in both games I've seen her today. So defensively this morning she was excellent, and in this afternoon's game she's showing us her prowess in attack as well.
So still at 3-1 here. It's almost settled into a bit of a stalemate, Gabrose.
Yeah, it has. We've seen probably the last 5 minutes. We're heading into halftime. A little bit of fatigue can be setting as we see Kapia. She's the one to watch here. She switches back inside. Here's a half opportunity. Couldn't quite get to hands. Last touch, so it was worth a try there as we see Mets get the ball back about 15 metres shy of halfway.
So Womel once more providing a little short pass, and then Golding took the metres on offer, as does Simone Rogers now. Up over halfway they go once again here, the Sydney Mets. Good field position yet again. I'll play it down here, and then for Dupras. Dupras is caught about 5 metres shy of that 7 marker. Good marching forward, but well met by Zoe Quigley, and in the end it was a set that promised a lot but didn't really deliver.
Oh, great hands there from ACT Raiders player, and draws a penalty. So she'll be happy with that. They get a penalty here about 10 metres out from their own line. And they'll be looking to get it up the other end of the field and create a little opportunity for themselves just before half-time.
Oh, and then an awful release, unfortunately, there for Kapia. We've certainly sung her praises in this match so far, and deservedly so, but that was a moment she'd very much like to forget. So now Mia Rogers here with the Sydney Mets, who has been probably the most damaging player on the field for them. She's already set up 2 tries. She's scheming yet again here. Hops in at acting half. Now provides a little short pass for McDonald, and they'll send it wider still. Well dealt with, though, from ACT.
Yeah, great defence there, 'cause it was looking likely, and you're right, James. It's Mia Rogers that's orchestrating everything down at this end of the field for the Sydney Mets. Super light on her feet and with the good hand. So Raiders will get the ball back again, and they'll be looking for this set to get a full set of 6 in and get it down the other end of the field.
Now Quigley once more on the charge upfield. Good there to meet her. Next the touch, and then a little pass provided. Now keep it alive back towards the middle now. Good meters on offer for the Raiders. Kapia plays it. Support looming through the centre. That's Anderson. Now sends it a little bit wider. Anderson will scoop it up on the last. That pass just slightly behind, so the momentum is stopped a touch. Now try and conjure up something here on this right-hand side, but that is the difference between perhaps the good teams and the great teams. It's getting those little 1%ers spot on.
Yeah, exactly right. That was a great set by the Raiders coming out line, but they just couldn't capitalise on it at the end. But definitely something to work with for their coaches at half-time.
Now Duprat will play it. Good. With Rogers wrapping around. Pops a little pass down the sideline as they get fresh players onto the field. Up over halfway comes Cochrane. Now to meet her last one now. Pretty good defensive set so far from the Raiders. One more to see off. Nothing really doing there for Molly Jones, and overall that's a pretty good spot to turn the ball over.
Yeah, and we've seen that a number of times, kind of dropping the ball or giving the ball over within about 7 to 10 metres from the line, making it hard for the Raiders as we see a bit of enterprising play here. They're not shy to throw the ball around, are they, James?
Well, it's good to see, especially against a team that is as well drilled as the Sydney Mets. Just create that little bit of uncertainty in their line. And we're seeing it produce a result here in this set. Now they've got numbers galore on this left-hand side. If they can let it sing, they'll come wide. It's still Craig nearly squeezed through. Last one coming up for the Raiders. Back to the mark she goes now. Craig again. Floats a pass over the top, under pressure. And there is the turnover. But again, decent signs here for the ACT.
Yeah, definitely some positive signs for them. They want to get a stop here as we see, or we hear the halftime hooter in the background. And James, this is an entertaining game. A little bit against the grain with Sydney Mets leading 3 over the ACT Raiders 1.
Yeah, they're still alive here, the ACT Raiders, but a bit of work to do in the second half. We'll take a quick break here at CX Coffs International Stadium in this Women's Open fixture. It's the Sydney Mets 3-1 over the Raiders at halftime.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
We're down here at the New Balance merch tent. Adam from New Balance. Mate, first year of a new partnership with Touch Football Australia. First time at the championships as well. Exciting times.
Yeah, really exciting. I think for New Balance and Belgravia, it's a really, really important partnership for us. Really important community aspect of touch footy that we're really excited to be a part of. And then the NTL being here at the elites of the tournaments, gives us a great opportunity to sell some Emus product and some NTL product as well.
Yeah, and we'll see all the referees out here in the bright pink and the yellow kit out, New Balance as well. Saw in Redcliffe as well, the Australian teams in the New Balance kit for the first time. Exciting for the sport and for New Balance.
Yeah, exactly right. I think it's like I said, really good aspect of community and elite, and to be able to see our logo on that product in all aspects is really exciting, and yeah, really good for us.
Got the merchandise set up here at the championships for those that are here. Talk us through it, mate. Great products as well, and all the punters can get their hands on it this weekend.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like I said, we're NTL championships, the best of the best, so if we can get the logo out there, it's really important for touch footy. And then, yeah, the New Balance Emus range. Like I said, really good to see the players in Redcliffe and New Zealand wearing their products. So you see some replicas here, and then you see some polos and just some supporter stuff. I think it's probably something that we might have been missing a bit in the touch footy space, and yeah, good to see more and more people in the green and gold like always.
Yeah, if anyone's tuning in at home as well, they can't be here this weekend, how can they get their hands on some of this gear as well?
Yeah, that's it. We've got an online store, belgraviaapparelshop.com. Yeah, you can get your referees gear and any of this replica merch as well. Sold a lot better than what we have thought, so if there's nothing there, it'll be online very soon.
Excellent. Well, very exciting to be down here with New Balance this weekend. Exciting times ahead for both sports as well. Thanks, mate.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thank you very much there to Scotty McAllister and also Adam from New Balance. Welcome back to CX Coffs Harbour International Stadium. Second half getting underway now in this Women's Open action between the ACT Raiders and Sydney Mets. 3-1 at the break. The Mets certainly in control, but a bit of unpredictability about the ACT side.
Yeah, there certainly is, James, and they've created some opportunities, the ACT Raiders, so if a few of them can stick in this second half, we're in for an interesting battle.
So the clock is, of course, already running, but here goes the official whistle. So Mets running from left to right with Rogers, who was the architect in that first half. Will receive it now, back through the middle. Looking likely already here. Good, drops it down. Chance building for Sydney Mets. They'll go back to the middle. Oh, there's an awkward little thing here that's popped up for Kaylee McDonald, who's a little bit slow back to her feet. Good will take off to that left-hand side, but we'll keep an eye on McDonald there.
Yeah, and she's been solid, McDonald, today, so they'll be looking to keep her in the action where they can. She's moving a little bit freer now. She's come up, yep, makes a good touch. I dare say she'll be off for a sub in the next set. She's still limping a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit ginger there is McDonald, is now up over halfway they go. Good meters on offer here for Emma McDonald. There's plenty of McDonalds out there at the moment. That's Quigley. Takes off herself. Good speed from Quigley. Pops a little pass for Anderson, but the ball comes free.
And that was better from Lily Quigley. You spoke about it before half-time. She was going a little bit lateral and then throwing the cutout. On that occasion, she might have been clued in by her coach to try and go straight through.
Lovely cycling of the footy here. Popping it up now for Vanessa Dupras, and then Rogers up over halfway. This is great meterage in the opening few plays of this set for the Mets. Cochrane follows it up as well. Now Simone Rogers drops it down here for Golding. Last one. Rogers bring it for Golding, looking for support. It was the right option, but Cochrane was just a little too wide there.
Yeah, that was a really good set there, though, for the Mets. They came right up the end of the field, and through Rogers and Cochrane, they had an opportunity there early in the second half.
Now the Raiders working away from their own end. Golding up to make the touch. So they float it wide now. Lovely ball. Meters on offer. Quinn is ultimately taken there. She's actually split her time between wing and link, which we don't see too often at this level.
No, and it can depend on kind of how other players are tracking or the numbers that they have. But all these players these days, they're capable of playing whatever position's required for their team.
Quigley crabbing across that right-hand side of the field. Oh, that was a very questionable pass. Play on is the call, though. Now drop it down now. Daisy Craig over the top. Picked the right pass, just didn't have enough on it. And as a result, it hits the deck before it can find that woman out wide, which would have been Angeline Blackburn.
Yeah, she had the right idea there, and had it gone another metre or two, we would have seen a try in the corner early for the Raiders.
And good meters here for Golding up along the sideline. Linking up with Lily Clark, who has one try in this one so far, but I'll turn that one over. Raiders will get underway with things quickly here.
Yeah, right on halfway there. They got the penalty, and they took no time to take the tap, and we see an error in the roll ball, and that's going to be an opportunity, and that's kind of where it's going wrong for the Raiders. They've got to complete their sets. Too many penalties early in the touch count, not getting a go at the Mets line.
Well, you're right, Gab. You really just strip it back to basics at this point. Get through the sets and get into the arm wrestle. Next try is going to be crucial. It's Womel. Pops a little pass there for Jones. Kept alive for Clark. Back to Jones once more. We'll head up towards the 7. Now straightening here is Kaylee McDonald, so she seems to be all right. Having sustained that injury in the previous set, looks to be moving a little bit more freely now.
Yeah, she definitely is. She's back in the action, but they've got a penalty here. So forward pass or thrown the ball away was the call by the referee. And Raiders are back in the action. And we see another long pass again. They're shifting it wide a lot, the Raiders, which I like, trying to move the defence around. But there's been a penalty for through the ruck there. So that's a penalty that the Raiders needed. And Lily Quigley will play the ball right just after halfway.
And she's back out there now. So they straighten things up with Summer Anderson, who's also been very busy in this one. Now out towards Cochrane. Cochrane again. Anderson. Cochrane in an acting half. And then on here for McDonald. Quigley will take off again. Bit of danger. That's lovely from Quigley. Dug into the line. Pops a little pass. And then Cochrane is on the spot.
Yeah, and that gets them back into the game, and that's what they needed. I'm sure that their coach has spoken to Lily Quigley at half-time and told her to go more direct, run at the player. She's so fast, beautiful pass, and a great put down in the end.
If you have a look at this replay too, in the end, it ends up a 3-on-1 here for the Raiders. So well identified from Quigley just to take off and head out towards that right-hand side. Really stripped them for numbers, and unfortunately as well, just having a look in the background, you might not be able to see it on the cameras here, but that sky has got very dark very quickly. Now we are forecast for showers, at least potentially some heavy rain. We know it's been very heavy a little further to the south around the likes of Port Macquarie, but that should be happening around about 3:30, 4 p.m. Hopefully it holds off for a little bit longer though.
Yeah, it's looking ominous out there. I might be happy to do some overtime here in the commentary box if that storm rolls in, James.
You are absolutely going down sideline next. I'll be finding a nice little blanket and, I dare say, a burger and chips. Now Rogers out to this left-hand side, looking for an opportunity. Bounces off the left foot. Rogers again. Oh, they've got 3-on-2 on that side. Had to go that way. Great hands in the end. That was behind the body as she was falling. Rogers identified it well. That's a third try assist for her, but a terrific bit of handling there. Was Peter Parker-esque.
Yeah, beautiful soft hands. Went to the line, looked to go long, which she's done on a few occasions, and then just popped it up short.
It's Lauren McDonald ultimately gets the try. Well, that's not an easy one to take, and she did a very good job. So 4-2 the score.
No, and she kind of popped up at the last minute, McDonald there.
It's gone along in a flash as well this second half. We're nearly halfway through it again. As out to this right-hand side go the Raiders with Rebecca Guest now. Back to the middle for Anderson. Anderson floating it wider still. Little juggle there. In fact, it was picked up from the referees. They nearly got away with it. It was a juggle and then also a bobble in the roll ball, and that was the undoing. So Mets now with Golding up towards halfway. Simone Rogers was pushing through. Put her hands up to say, please don't pass it to me. It will end up forward. Now Jones. Last one here as they take off through. Clark with a bit of speed. Great diving effort. I think that was Cochrane in the end.
Yeah, that was an excellent dive. So, yeah, we've just seen a scorer try up the other end and then potentially save one down this end of the field.
They're still live in this game here, Gab.
They certainly are, and as we said, they've got the talent and ability. As we just see an error, I'm not sure if that was your commentator's curse or mine. Oh, James is pointing to him, so at home, that's 2-0 for James over me at this stage. Not that we're competitive.
Again, don't make me bring up the 1996 State of Origin. I know how competitive you are. I watched it.
We'll return to the action here. ACT versus Sydney Mets, yeah.
Now he goes.
Politician in training.
He's learnt from my mother. Now they'll come back to the middle here with Lily Clark. Rogers. Wrapping around on this left-hand side yet again. Well, they've got numbers there. Had they gone quickly, there was a real opportunity. Rogers will follow up back towards the middle. McDonald with a quick release. That time it was Kaylee. I think they've now identified there's some defensive chinks on that right-hand edge for the Raiders. Now Clark taking off, pops a little pass, but Rogers had just pulled up on the run. And as a result, that one hit fingertips and then the ground.
Yeah, she wasn't quite sure whether to hit the hole out wide or drop back inside on a switch and kind of ended up in between. But Mia Rogers has had a great game so far with 3 try assists for her team.
And she's been a real standout for them. And in the first match, that 7-2 loss to the Scorpions, I believe both try assists came off the back of Rogers as well. Haven't seen too much of Wardrobe in this second half as now Quigley takes off but is easily shut down by Kaylee McDonald.
Yeah, the ball hasn't got out to her over there on the left-hand side as we're looking to it. But, yeah, if she does find space, she will be certainly hard to catch. Is on cue. Perfect. Well done, James.
Maybe they've got KO playing on in the background in the coach's box here.
Maybe. You'll have your coach's hat on or potentially a pink shirt by the end of this weekend. You're making that many good calls.
Oh, look good in pink, Gab. They played here on the last now. Golding coming through the middle, looking for an opportunity for Rogers. Found a pass, and then, unfortunately, it's not rugby league. You can't fend off and then throw it, so that will be the turnover.
There's hands in the air. They're going to have a little discussion here. they're letting him play the ball. Not sure quite what the call is. Oh no, they've been given a penalty.
I was going to say it was the last, so it could only be a penalty. Now Golding. Down to this right-hand side, Simone Rogers back for Golding, looking for an opening there. And then Blackburn was coming in off her wing very late in the piece to try and shut things down if the ball came free.
So that's 2 penalties we've seen, but definitely a little bit of confusion out there at the minute, James. I'm not quite sure what the calls are. It might have come from the sideline referee.
Well, I think it's on Blackburn for not pushing up. She was very late to get involved in that play. As Golding now comes to this right-hand side, and yeah, that's what they're looking to just try and isolate here is Blackburn. A little bit sluggish off the line. If they can get another penalty here, of course, a player will be sat down. Now Rogers, once more. They'll go to the middle before sending it wide for Wardrobe. There's a collision.
Speaking of rugby league, it's a bit rugby league-esque then.
It certainly was. It's now Golding. Just slows things down momentarily. Last one here. Rogers, Golding, taking off again. Potentially looking for McDonald, but the ball never arrives.
Yeah, and that was important that the ACT Raiders stood strong then in defence. They couldn't afford to be down by 3 tries as we go deep into this second half. So they're looking to spin the ball out again, make some good metres, and hopefully for them get a penalty off the back end, find their way down on the Mets line.
Good metres from Blackburn, and keep it alive now. Nice cycling of the footy. Up over halfway they go. Good set so far from the ACT side. Cochrane takes the metres on offer. Picked up here from Daisy Craig. Back to Cochrane. They have a chance to set up here. That was very marginal. Play on is the call, though. Craig will drop it down. Cochrane on the last. Back for Craig. Has a dive at the line. For mine, that's a good one. And the referee agrees. And Daisy Craig gives us a grandstand finish inside the final 5 minutes. And the margin, just 1 try now.
Yeah, this will look great on the replay here. It was a very good set by ACT Raiders. Dives looked like she was going to pass back inside, and she's tapping the ground saying, referee, award that try.
Referee certainly did oblige, and yeah, I'm happy with that. There was certainly 1 foot on the line, but I've got to get both back there, and Simone Rogers just caught short on that occasion. Well identified from Daisy Craig. So, well and truly, game on. 4-3 the score. As now Womel sends it out wide for Wardrobe, who puts the foot down. I've got a bit of a question mark on the pass, but the finish was exceptional from Wardrobe, and they'll stick with it. So there is a hat-trick. She's barely seen the ball in the second half and will still come up with that many tries.
Yeah, she doesn't need that much space. And there's Womel. Beautiful pass. Jess runs onto the ball. Beautiful dive. We'll see it here again. Deserves another replay. Great attempt in defence, but beautiful put down by Jess, and that takes the score out to 5-3. They just can't quite claw that gap back, the ACT Raiders.
No, I'm just too quick there. Wardrobe. So I need another one here. There is still time, though, for the Raiders to get a result in this one. Quigley's back on the field as a result, so that's the response. She wraps around to this right-hand side. Quigley will take off. Draw and pass again is beautiful. And then a big right foot step from Zoe Quigley, I think it is. It's Quigley to Quigley, and it is quickly back to just a 1-try margin.
Yeah, they would have done that before in the backyard, the 2 Quigley girls. And beautiful dive. That's not easy to do. So again, Lily's digging into the line, and then just a little pass off. 5-4. Happy smile between the 2 girls there.
Well, it took a while to really build into a quality contest, but it certainly has become one.
Yeah, it's a great contest and still not done yet. Mets will be looking to score, just trying to keep that gap out to 2 as we come into the final minute. But ACT will be looking to stand strong in defence and get the ball back in their hands.
Oh, lovely delay on the pass here. Good pushing through the middle. Just turned away. And they'll turn over possession here as well. So roughly 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. There is enough time here for the Raiders. Just down by 1 now. And they're still thinking very expansive. Out to win they go once more. Daisy Craig now finds Cochrane, who's had a really good second half.
I was just about to say that. In attack and defence, she has been awesome.
Good metres once more here. Quigley gets involved, plays it quickly. It was an awkward roll ball, though. She just bit off a little more than she could chew.
Yeah, she was running at full speed, trying to get it down for Kapia behind her, but unfortunately just muddled up the play the ball.
Good pressure coming in as well from the Raiders. They're all jamming in. This is nice stuff defensively. If they can hem the Mets down this end of the field, they'll have another good crack of things. Once more, they step up midway through the count. Rogers will play it. on the last now, before even the halfway line. This is a great defensive set from the Raiders. There's the turnover on halfway.
Yeah, and it looks like there's only a couple of minutes to go, but they're going to get at least one or two more opportunities of the Raider, and their energy is lifted. You can see it in the way they're getting to the ball, the way they're defending. They've got Quigley on the field, so there's danger all over the park. Summer Anderson as well.
Crow has come on as well for them. Now McDonald also on the field. McDonald now in an acting half. Quigley will take off. Oh, big dummy trying to squeeze through. Golding and Rogers, last one coming up, and they don't have a strike dump to work with. Can they fashion something, though, here, the Raiders? I'll take off to this left-hand side. There was a chance once again here for Craig. They drew them in nicely, but McDonald did enough. There was an option back toward the middle, though, for Quigley, who just held a line and actually opened up a bit of space by doing so.
Yeah, there was a little half opportunity. McDonald out here, she's a very strong defender, so she did well under pressure there.
So Quigley up very fast to make that touch. So they head out to this left-hand side with McDonald. We'll take the meters on offer. Wardrobe. Pops little pass now for Golding. They'll get up over halfway. This is much better stuff here from the Mets. Good meterage. Now Rogers gets involved. Dupras keeps it alive. Back for Rogers. Onto this left-hand side. The tip on play. Wardrobe for the corner for a fourth try. Once more, they'll pull back one that we want to see awarded.
Yeah, we wanted to see that one again. Left corner, those little pop-up passes. You never know what's going to happen down. It's like a little... Now, what it is, a magic show down there, James, today.
Something about that corner, you're right. There is the siren going, so they've got to keep it alive here, the Raiders. They can't die wondering. Out for Capia. Capia will be caught here. Well done in the end. It was Dupras that stepped up and made the touch. In the end, a really entertaining contest. 5-4. The Mets just holding off the advances of a fast-finishing Raiders side.
I really, really enjoyed that game. It kind of came to life in the back end of it. The unpredictable Raiders up against the... I guess Mia Rogers, for me, was the player of the match. 3 try assists and just in everything. So, excellent game, and no doubt we'll see these two teams later in the tournament.
Up next, we are back to the men's Open Division. It'll be the South Queensland Sharks taking on the UQ Rebels. That match due to get underway in about 5 minutes' time right here at CX Coffs International Stadium.
Could have had an opportunity potentially.
Should have been there. Yeah, definitely. But let's see what Suns do with this repeat set.
Attacking the line and a nice dive in. They're going to give them the try this time. And it is the Suns after facing a mountain of pressure from the Swans early. Swans though back on the attack from the restart.
Yeah, they're
and
offside,
play on's the call.
And great listening there. Fantastic play there from Indy Kelly.
Lucy Dean plays it coming into the fifth and final play. Nice ball out to the link. Good ball as well out to the corners. Referees the same play on. Takes a deflection as well. Repeat set here for the Suns. Danger signs. It's Caitlin Presswich. Plays it on the 7. Takes off. Comes off the left foot. Oh, referee's going to point to the spot. So they've got some work to do here. Nice little exchange of passing in the middle of the field. Just shy at the halfway line as they get over now. This is a better recovery for them off the back end. Kelly plays it. Nice clean pick up. Talking about wheels. Here she goes again. Walker. She's on. Oh, and then juggle in the corner. What a finish. Claudia Wheatley.
Oh, how good was that? That is just great footy. Clean pair of heels out of half and just shopped around. And
to a 2-try lead here. The West Southwest Suns. Pressure here for the Swannies. Nice inside ball. Short ball, nice early release, and over the top from Searston. Great setup, great lead-in work there from the Swans, and that's a nice response.
Yeah, really good response. Great lead-up work there. Movement, out towards their box, and they're getting their subs on nice and early and doing what they need to do. And here comes Cauchy on the latch.
Searson, nice short ball. Good running. It's open up straight through the middle here for the Swans. And under the post goes Brooklyn Schmidt. It was a gallant chase. And now the Swans level it back up to 3s.
And the Swannies, so they probably need to get a little bit tighter on those static plays.
Kelly into half, feeds it, takes a little juggle. Ball out in front, cutting in on a beautiful line again.
Gee, that's a great hole.
Claudia Wheatley. Another try to her name. What about the 2 tries she scored in this semi-final? They've been absolute crack. 2 tries here in the semi-final for Wheatley. She's playing big minutes as well. Out here on the left-hand wing, they go back out now. It's the Swans that go back out to their left wing, I should say. Laura Fry, she scored one before. This time she puts the final pass on. And the Swans, they're going nowhere.
And another latch here from Misha Couchy, and they're lining up. Looks like a fly play here.
Decent contact, just probably caught off the feet. Hell assist and come forward now on the last. Looking for offside players. Still play on is the call, and they're on the spot to finish it off. The Swans are back in front. He'll assist and scores the try. Nice running here for the Swans. That is El assist, and this time really getting them on the front foot. There's Nobbs from half. Looks up. West crowded numbers. Couchy manages to thread it through. All clear from the referees. Back-to-back tries. They do get the penalty. They still need to be pretty careful defending this area at the moment.
They've got to get out, and that's good from Ellis Histon trying to get out past the 7, and there's the acting half scooting away. Can she link up?
Walker resets, and yes, there's a collision of bodies. The referees, though, are happy. There's a lot of finger pointing going on there. Referees point to the spot. Welcome back to the National Touch League Championships. We're into round 2 now of the Men's Open. South Queensland Sharks taking on the UQ Rebels. A couple of Queensland teams taking each other on here. UQ Rebels, first touch of the footy for them here in the second match of the competition so far for them. Tight loss over the Hornets, the defending champions. They went down by 1 in the opening match earlier on today. And lovely ball from Bell. They're going to bring it back. Not a bad little start. Forward passes the call.
He shoveled it hole there, Marcus Home. I thought he left a little bit too much space, but forward past the call. Big rivalry, these two teams. You see the UQ Rebels in the Metro Cup competition up against Sharks, predominantly made up of Redlands and Gold Coast, and Hawley flying out of the box. Hennessy from half.
Nice little short ball off the hip, and Robson squeezing through. Great start and a great set there for the Sharks. Sees them score the first try here in this match.
Yeah, huge start, defensive stop from the Sharks, that first step. They go straight to work, go straight to the box. Bit of energy coming out. Hall finding Hennessy, who picks up from half. It's a nice short hole there from Cade Robson to open up the scoring for the Sharks.
For the Sharkies in their opening match, pretty comfortable, 17-2 over the Victoria Storm. Here's Kelso diving in at the line. Not much work to work with there for Foxcroft. Ball was out in front of him. Again, if you are tuning in for the first time, 4-referee system being trialled in the Men's Open at the championships this week. So you'll see pink jerseys out there everywhere at the moment. We got a little taste of it earlier on this morning. Seem to be working pretty well out there, and we'll see it again here now. A mistake around the halfway line there for the Sharkies.
Just lost their way a little bit. UQ now, chance to regroup coming out of the box. We'll see Bauer coming on with this group to lead them. Kalen Bell, look for him at right link for a right to left pass.
Here's Streeter dancing. Comes down the sideline as Home makes the touch. Back infield. Here's Bauer. Clean play the ball. Bell has a look up. This time goes long and over the top. Foxcroft didn't have much work to do other than catch and put down. Rebels hit back and lock us up at once.
Yeah, some classy skills here on show. They dump the ball centre of the field, and it's Bell that comes between the middle and the splitter play. Looks short, and then last minute change direction, plays open, forces a shutdown. Great ball playing there from Kalen Bell, and scores a level.
Sharks restart with Hennessy. Drew Price, one of the many players to watch throughout the tournament. Hennessy has had a great start. Norman over the top. Cook holds on. Back in field. Hennessy and Norman, how many National Touch League Championships have those two played together? Now Price gets it off Hennessy. He's got the hot hand early, Dylan Hennessy. Nice finish there from Drew Price. Almost looked like he wasn't expecting it, grabbed it and slapped it down pretty quickly.
Yeah, they held off a little bit. Just a little bite there from Streeter at link. And Hennessy, when he gets off that A-bomb to that big ball on the out, he likes to step back and usually go to the right to left. This time, playing the smart, Drew Price with a nice finish on that short side. Sharks now out to a 2-1 lead.
Eddie all stacked down this left-hand side. Searle now opens them up. Sharks defence force the Rebels to reset. Bell's got the hot hand at the moment. Links over the top. Oh, and getting hands on the footy and slapping it down. Phillips had to play at that. Looked like it was opening up for more points there for UQ.
Yeah, creating some headaches. Kalen Bell, right to left pass, has been quite strong. Nice touch by Mike Phillips. Save that space. Searle now with the ball in hand.
Here's Bell this time, plays it. Eddie wrapping around, nothing there as Andrew Searle directs the traffic. Comes back to Bell, gives it to him again, this time looping over the top. Nothing there. Phillips is there to shut the play down.
Yeah, they took away his time a little bit more there, Bell. Pete Norman did a really good job stepping up as a saver middle. Took the time away, allowed Mike Phillips to make a good read on that wing.
Price squeezes away. Dayberg Muir with a lot of space to work with. Gets them over the halfway line. Watch them go now. Price getting the ball down. As changes come onto the field. Tika. First touch of the footy for him in this game. Outsteps himself. Back onto the feet now. And as he'd seen a penalty. Rebels not moving forward off the line.
Yeah, it's good flow there from Sharks. A nice check on play from Drew Price, finding Dayberg Muir. Lots of metres. Price backed up another ruck, and now Tika earns his team the penalty.
Foot and ruck here from the Rebels repeat set.
To be 2, they'll need to be careful. 8th edition rules, as we all know now. 3 penalties in the 7 will result in a player being frozen out for a set of 6. So 2 penalties now.
Repeat set. Which way is this going to go? And you can see the communication now with what we're referring to as the pocket referee, Tony Calabria, on field. So with 2 referees on field, there's that new communication between on-field referees as well as the 2 supporting referees on the sideline. The players are going to be getting instructions thrown at them left, right and centre.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic. I don't think you're going to get away with too much in this game now.
Gridlin looks up. Oh, nice little bat on. Bit of space to work with down the sideline. Kicks off. Goes for the corner with a big dive. Coming across to make the touch. Jacob Hall.
Sam Thomas, bit of space. You could see he was winding up for this jump as early as he could. Yeah, but Hall had that under control for the Sharks.
Tiga. Strong on the first touch. Rebels are responding here defensively. As Lamberg comes back in field on the 3rd. Good defensive set. Nice kick out though here for the Sharks. Good contact coming into the last. Slowed them down again. Russell, Hennessy, slipping through. Dylan Hennessy. Unbelievable.
Very, very, very sharp. This is classy play. Kai Teager does a great job kicking to space, and Russell just throws it early to Hennessy, and you wouldn't think he's in his mid-30s. You think he's just turned 21 the way he just went through that hole. Well, the dive wasn't too elegant.
After he put the ball down, he looked like he was in his mid-30s. On skates, the poor man. What a legend. Wrapping up his Australian career at the recent Trans-Tasman. Picked up a hamstring injury, I think it was, in Game 2. Didn't finish up the way he liked, but it seems like he's got a bit of a purpose about him so far, definitely in this game.
I wonder if he's rethinking that retirement call after the way he started this one.
It's easily to come out of retirement as easy as you went in. He started this game. Even just that touch right there just gets the Sharks on the front foot. Here's another man that's got a little bit more left in the legs, Dayberg Muir. His first 2 couple of touches has really got them on the front foot. Looking dangerous, the Sharks. Norman, Price. Drum plays it, receives it back. Watch the feed. He takes him on himself. Bowers on the line.
Yeah, good touch, Liam Bauer. Dangerous there. They were holding off the Rebels. Gave Dabo Muir and Norman a good platform in the middle. Sharks content to kill it on their side now, backing their midfield defence.
Bauer sings it out to Bell. Don't get too many metres on the first touch. Foxcroft now getting them forward. Working hard for metres here, the Rebels. Kelso feeds it straight up and on the back foot. The touch is made. Does come out of the hands. Baggio happy for them to play the ball and they don't get over the halfway line.
Yeah, big defensive there from Sharks, not even making the halfway line. Danger signs here for the Rebels. Hennessy back onto the field as well.
Dill plays it. Gets it back here from home. They're still making changes. The Sharks, as Dylan has a look over his shoulder to see who's coming on. Here's Jacob Hall and Tika. Lennox jinking. They're happy to dance at the moment here, the Sharks, looking at options. Norman, heavy contact there on Tika. They get the penalty from it.
Yeah, good patience there from the Sharks. UQ really testing the referee's patience on moving forward inside that 7. Penalty eventually coming from the hard contact.
Lennox dances it around again. Dylan now plays it. Lennox rips early home over the top. Beautiful try from the Sharks. Jacob Hall scores.
Wow. Bit of skill on show here. This is a sharp team try. Hennessy actually with the strike dump. Norman releases Tika, who just sums it up. Quick early pass. Good reaction from Courtney on the wing. But Marcus Home with some skill back on the inside for Hall. And that is a classy team try. It's not too often you see, we talked about Hennessy and his skill getting through the holes and also his right to left pass. He was a strike dump that put it on the platter there for the Sharks. So doing it at both ends.
Cridlin dancing in the middle. Here's Bell. Oh, just needed to be reeled in from Streeter. Took a deflection. They get the penalty as well.
It's a little bit casual. You want to take all those half chances, particularly with the lead Sharks have. Just would love 2 hands. Oh, I suppose it was a bit behind him. A little bit harsh.
Has got that right shoulder strapped as well. It's Tyler Madden, apologies, in the 49. They come back towards him now. Cridlin, though, off the left foot. Lupton in the middle. The English Men's Open representative. Making his way back across to Australia for the championships this weekend. Oh, great ball, Madden. That was a better one for him.
Nice spot, good finish there for Madden. It's Kalen Bell once again seeming the most likely here for UQ. We've already seen him set up with this play hitting wing. This time sums up the right option, hits link, and the difference there for the Sharks at saver middle, not pressing up off the line, giving Kalen Bell too much time to make his decision, and at the moment he's too classy when he's got that much time on his hands.
Russell back onto the field. Got a bit of talent out there at the moment. The 6, the 7, the 5. Here's Drum. Comes back to Corey Russell. Has a look at his options. Goes phase play this time. Oh, open them all up like a can of sardines, the Sharks. Dayberg Muir, as easy as you like, gets it down for more points.
Yeah, a little bit too easy here in the end. Russell comes back off the switch. They go phase play, and probably rightly so. Eyes are on Corey Russell. Well done, Carter Skinner. We saw him a couple of weeks ago representing Australia in the under-18 boys division. Not afraid to dummy one of the big boys and create a try for Dayberg Muir in the corner.
The Sharks in front. 5 tries to 2. Here's Tom Eddy. Madden again. Pulls them back out. Madden now plays it. They're looking for the no touch, but pulling out within that 7-metre zone. I think there's some players in the midfield here for the Sharks not moving forward.
Yeah, Bryce and Norman, and we can hear Calabria through the mic effects here on this close side, clearly communicating with the players.
Searle having to reach, hold on to possession. As Madden directs, they get contact on Eddy and take him out of the play. Back to his feet now, Tom Eddy gets into half. Searle flat at the line. That's a beautiful ball from Andrew Searle. One of the best ball players in the game. He shows it right there. What a try.
He just summed it up really well. Looked like the Sharks had them numbered up, actually. Norman looks to kind of compete with him a little bit, but just a nice line in the end too. Flynn Kelso just kicking to the outside shoulder of the link, and nice flat pass from Searle, keeping UQ in the game.
Yeah, they're hanging in. here, the Rebels. Sharks definitely feel like they've been the better of the two teams, reflected on the scoreboard as well, and just the class in which the tries have been scored.
Big touch, Kalen Bell.
Rebels are clawing in this game. Coming to the last. Hall plays out the back. Kaya couldn't get his hands on it.
Yeah, right idea there from the Sharks. David Muir finding Hall. A little bit of a passive play with Kaya Tika out the back. A little bit flat from the Sharks on that occasion. Well read from the UQ side on this close edge.
Upton plays it. Bell doing the hard work. Madden gets good contact. Let's look up at the refs. They play on. Kelso. Options. Ball out in front. Foxcroft flicks. Madden plays on. Kai makes the touch. Sharks look to get back on the football.
Looks like we might have a bit of wet weather on the way, Scotty. There's some clouds coming in. Who would have thought rain in Coffs Harbour at a touch football event?
It would feel weird these days if we just had 3 days of pure sunshine. It wouldn't feel right. Now Madden pops up out of the line. They're going to come back. Plays offside from the Rebels.
Yeah, it was a nice little play. I'm not sure if that was pre-planned or not. Russell comes out of half and they almost ran a block play. Not sure if it was accidental or not. Intercept. Corey would have been glad hearing the referee's whistle.
Here he is now with the footy. Australian men's player off the back of another successful Trans-Tasman series. Skinner from half. Nothing there for Hennessy. Still touches to work with. Oh, a bit sloppy there, almost running into each other. Hennessy and Russell. Have a look now. Beautiful ball out the back, home with space to work with, but a great recovery in the corner.
Great
Kelso.
touch. Flynn Kelso around the back. They go passive off Hennessy and strike from the winger there, Thomas and Kelso. Second effort around the back. That's a great touch.
Sharks now still popping it around. There's a touch claim. Kelso again up out of the line.
Yeah, correct call. You can see there the Sharks player juggled the ball, so still in possession. Kelso rightly claiming the touch, so good call from the officials.
Here's Bauer working hard on the first. Oh, penalty. It's a little hooking penalty in possession there from the Sharks. Now the Rebels, I should say, giving away cheap possession. Hooter sounds.
Bauer not happy about that for sure.
Norman rips. Lamberg, they still flick it across. Cook juggles, and they just get contact on to close out the first half. And a quality first half it was between the two teams. Sharks really came out strong, didn't they? But Rebels just hanging in there, and that man, Kalen Bell, is really the one that's leading the charge for them at the moment.
Yeah, Kalen Bell looking the most dangerous. Searle chiming in as well. It's been a fast game end to end, really entertaining. Day one game of football. I can't wait for this second half.
Yeah, Sharks go into the break in front. Halftime score, South Queensland Sharks 5, UK Rebels 3.
Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion because we don't just know sport, we are sport.
Teams heading back out for the second half here. Round 2 in the men's open. Sharks in front 5-3. They get the first possession here in the second half as well. They started the first in blazing fashion as we see Drew Price finding his feet. Not hard, those feet go left, they go right. They go in all sorts of directions. Working with Pete Norman at the moment. Tika splits through the middle, takes him on himself. Nice touch there from Lupton. Last touch. Here is Price. He'll always have a crack. Nothing there.
Yeah, they're up and about, the Rebels. Big first defensive set. Clunky start. We saw Price slip over on the way down, and they did a good job. So, bit of energy here. 5-3. They're well and truly in the game. Now they've got a penalty, so momentum is here with them. We've got that dangerous man, Bell and Searle, now onto the field.
James Courtney taps right on the halfway line. There is Searle. Out to Tom Eddy. Kicks on the outside of Drew Price. Happy to throw it around at the moment. Searle has a look. Long. Foxcroft. It's a tough one to take.
Yeah, play wasn't really on the Sharks. Middles didn't bite on that occasion. Norman and Price happy to slide with the pass. Not handled in the corner. So now Sharks
down the sideline and just clipping Norman. Saw some space. Took off. There's a desperation recovery there from UQ. Here's Skinner. Now Russell. Pumps go short. Nice touch. It was the last touch of the set. Calvin Bell, we mentioned him a few times. Here he is again now doing the hard work. He's ticking all the boxes, isn't he? His ball playing's been great. Big defensive read, and then does the hard work to get his team going forward.
Yeah, best I've seen him play for a while. It looks like he's got a little bit fitter. Definitely doing it at both ends.
Here's Kelso, who skips. There's nothing there for them. Poor old UQ. Plays all out of position coming into the last. Into the Queensland men's team for the Origin series in June. Flynn Kelso making his debut.
He's a strong, obviously Rockhampton Junior, originally from Rocky, moved down for university, I do believe, and had a strong couple of years in the UQ system as Hall gets through short side, and it opens up for the Sharks. Cade Robson crosses for his second.
Yeah, slick again from the Sharks, wasn't it? As we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, they send the sweep around, so they use Dabo Muir actually as the decoy. You can see UQ really just having eyes on Dayberg Muir. Hall identifying that sharp enough, and a great ball player in himself there. Jacob Hall finding Robson for the try.
It's Cridlin. Lupton pointing and directing out there at the moment. Bell takes him on. Touch is made.
Yeah, nice question. Don't mind that from Bell. We've seen the pass a few times. This time he goes at the line.
And skipping across. And touch made in the end on Streeter. Sharks now down their sideline. TK kicking out of the box and getting in all sorts of trouble there. Nick Streeter diving into the ruck. Down on the deck. It's pretty hard to get yourself out of that.
Yeah, big couple of efforts there. Jermaine Dayberg Muir just slid across in defence, kind of diffused the situation, then had a big second ruck, and they just never recovered, the Rebels. Streeter caught in the ruck now. Big opportunity. Price and Norman, middle of the field. Look for Lennox Tika right to left.
They go away from him though. Norman, as Bell punches up out of the line. Repeat set here for the Sharks. Norman holds them up. Has a look. Gets it back. Was shaping to go early. Cridlin getting his hands on the footy.
Yeah, good control there from Norman. Dummied that little county's early play identified that the link was striking, readjusted. Price hit the short hole, Cridlin hand out, hadn't had to be to stop a try.
Price now plays at Norman. He's got his hands in everything here. A little bit of a tackle from the Cridlin. Teammates from Queensland Men's Open days.
He's probably lucky to still be on the field here, Cridlin.
And he's going to go to the sideline. So they got a number advantage at the moment here, the Sharks. Searle still making his way onto the field. The Sharks throwing it around. They'll hold things up now. Searle is defending out in the right wing at the moment, so they're out of position. Sharks still looking for an opportunity to capitalise. They get players back into position now. Searle finds himself back in the middle. There he is. He comes straight in. Luckily, he moved in. His defensive readers, Price was looking to attack.
Good scramble from UQ, holding on this set so far. Russell onto the field for the Sharks.
Price just squeezing it backwards. They get another penalty. There's hands up in the air here for the Rebels.
2 penalties now. Another one, we will see a player sat to the side. Tika on the sweep.
Can't slide his way under. And Lennox as he comes back out to the 7-metre line. Laneberg from half. Corey Russell, early release. Oh, and just dancing away from the defence there. Drew Price.
Just too much pressure, too many repeat sets. It was the third penalty leading into the line, and Russell working here in the middle with Tika. Tika with the open side quickie. They collapse from the open side, and it's a nice outside in line from Drew Price. Very elegant put down from young Price.
7-3 now in favour of the Sharks. What's happened here from the restart?
Yeah, forward pass touch too, lazy from the Rebels. Bit of a danger now. We've seen that margin kick out. This could really start to get ugly here for UQ.
Just gives the Sharks a chance just to casually roll downfield, put their foot on the accelerator now as Kai Tika looks to take on offside players. There's a couple of occasions now we've seen the Rebels just hold their space in their line, use their body. Zach Jenrick allows them to play on. Hall gets caught from half. Skinner up out of the line. Kelso coming across field. Madden. Now Bell. Searle feeds it early to Eddie as the rain starts to tumble here in Coffs Harbour.
Saw the crowd emptying the stadium. I thought there must have been a fire evacuation or something going on.
No,
the heavens have just
scattering.
opened up.
Where are they going? This is what footy's all about. Love the wet stuff here in Coffs Harbour. The good news is from the forecast, just the odd shower or two here and there. That's what we got fingers crossed for anyway. Here's Searle. As Bell plays it, step short of that 7-metre line. It's got to come from these two, you think. Searle loops it in behind the line. Another beautiful play from Andrew Searle. He keeps this Rebels team in the match.
Yeah, classy play here. It was a bit of a clunky set from the Rebels. They weren't really going too far, and Bell just puts it down on the right middle, and Searle just digs into the line, finds that space. Once again, when the Sharks save a middle, doesn't press up and take time, Searle and Bell too good at ball playing, too good at finding those options. So that'll be something they'll identify, I imagine, after this, the Sharks.
Penalty. Rebels not moving forward. A full set of 6 to work with. They go back to Price with the speed and takes it to the line. No contact off UQ players. Price is claiming it did. Rebels hold on as the rain continues to tumble. Tough set here for the Rebels as they try to get down. Bell slings it out the back to Eddie. Last touch. Nothing for Searle. He sends it over onto the Sharks side of the field. Sharkies now restart on the halfway line with home.
Yeah, danger set here for the Rebels. Turnover at halfway, so Sharks sending Hennessy and Russell out there with Tika. There's plenty of strike on the field.
Here's Lennox. Gets it back. Tries to slip in underneath. Eddie and Searle make the touch. Last in the set here for the Sharkies as Russell slings it. You can see those slippery conditions starting to come into play now. Foxcroft gets one in the chops.
Yeah, he's got to find some flow here, Rebels. They've just, the last couple of sets, they've just lost momentum. A little bit too lateral. You've got to earn the right to go forward. As Cridlin tries to do that now before you shift the ball.
He scrambles to get back to the mark and get them going again. He's down on the deck. There's nobody at home here for the Rebels. They're going to get a late penalty in the count. Put that one down to Cridlin, just working hard for those meters.
Literally came on the field, just went straight, worked hard. Now, a substitution here for the Sharks for back chat. And that all came from Justin Cridlin just saying, give me the ball and go straight. Earns the right now. Rebels with another chance here to hit back.
Cridlin again. I've always asked questions when he's got the ball in hand. Just competes on every play. Streeter back in field. Looking for touch passes here, the Sharks. Not getting the rub of the green so far. Here's Lupton. Outside the 7. Kelso pops, jinx, Cridlin, phase, gets it down. Early release and a great touch from Cook.
Big touch, Nathan Cook. Nice play there. Kelso playing short, looking for phase play. Nathan Cook, correct read, running in as the winger to make that touch. So big play there for the Sharks. Corey Russell throws the dummy, gains an extra 5.
Oh, and slipping out the hands there, Kayatika. Looks like the rain has pulled up, breaks for the time being. Will make it tricky for the rest of the game for the players. Greasy surface. Ball will be pretty tricky to hold on to. It's a good chance here for more points. They're down by 3 at the moment, the Rebels. Bauer pumps, looks. Always getting on the outside. Hall comes across to make the touch.
Yeah, just a little bit congested for room there. The Rebels middle play just caught in the centre of the field. You'd like to see them open up a little bit more. They have Bell unmarked at the left wing.
Price, great ball out in front of Mike Phillips, and a great finish in the corner as well. It didn't really seem like too much was going on there. Price just steams on like a bull at a gate. Lovely looping ball over the top. Finds Phillips.
Yeah, just a bit of energy. Drew Price, the old 1980s end over end pass over the top. Classy finish from Phillips in the corner, but that just comes from energy. We talk about Cridlin earning his team a penalty last set. Price just coming on with energy, just creates something out of nothing. And the Sharks probably breathe a little bit easier. Margin back out to 4.
We've got more men's open action coming up next. CQ Bulls taking on Brisbane Mustangs. Here's Kelso switching in. Foxcroft finds himself in field. Kelso again. Foxcroft from half. Kelso loops. Almost created a little opportunity down the left. Still trying to bat it on. Here's Price on the first. Hennessy picking up more meters. There's players down on the deck. Searle needs to get back on his feet. Baggio, the on-field referee, has seen something here. He's going to swing it back towards the Rebels. A bit of contact there on Searle.
It's a hard one. Searle coming back in an offside position. You don't really have eyes for the offside player. Baggio must have seen a touch. I thought it was just incidental contact, but definitely trust Baggio in a better spot than myself.
Good chance here for the Rebels. And an incorrect play the ball. A little bobble in the ruck. Just those little half chances in the second half. They haven't been able to grab onto them and put that extra little bit of polish on. to come up with more points.
Yeah, the weather has brought definitely an element of probably sloppiness to the game. Probably haven't seen too many completed sets in the last 7 or 8 minutes.
Here's Robson. Now, nice release back to Hall. Hennessy, right foot, still looking sharp. Searle sends it across to Thomas. Back in field. Better start to the set this time around for UQ. Streeter comes back in field. Loose ball. Oh, and he did a great job to hold it. He throws the head back there, Sam Thomas. And when he went to take off again, it just spilled out of the hands. You can see him on screen.
Yeah, seven on the field, so I don't think Thomas will...
Not his fault.
Not his fault.
It's another golden chance, though, for the Sharkies. Really put some polish on the back end of this game.
Yeah, Hennessy here in that right middle platform. Probably look to rip him on the out here. Rooster was forward.
Gonna get the penalty in the end.
Final stage of the game here. I think there's about 30 seconds on the clock. Nice strike from Link there from Madden for the Rebels.
Here's Kaya. Working with Dylan in the middle. Hooter sounds. And nice defence in the end from the Rebels to shut that final play down. Sharks too good in the end. They just finished off where they left off in the first half there. Another good victory, 2 wins to start the competition here for the Sharkies.
Yeah, 8 tries 4. They'll take that game. A bit of class. That first half was very, very fast. Probably took a bit of energy out of the second half. And as the rain come, got a little bit sloppy from both teams. But for the Rebels, Kalen Bell, very strong from their performance, from their perspective at right link. You'd be looking to find him again later in the tournament for the Sharks. If they play as fast as they did for the first 10 minutes, they've really made a statement to a lot of teams across the competition.
Yeah, a couple of teams that are also looking to impress here in the men's open competition. The CQ Bulls and Brisbane Metro Mustangs. They're coming up next. We'll head down on the sideline as well with Gab Rose for all the wrap up all the action from our previous match. More to come here from the NTL Championships.
Down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Deep down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Back here at the NCL Championships, we've got another couple of Queensland teams taking on each other in the CQ Bulls and Brisbane Metro. And just while we've got a few moments as well talking about Queenslanders and touch football, fortunately we've got the sad news overnight that one of our own, Pete Shefford, who's been involved in the Queensland system, been an Origin coach for a long time, has coached Australian youth teams and had a heavy involvement in international touch football across the world, unfortunately, sadly passed away overnight as well. So we'd just like to pass on our condolences to the Shefford family, and he'll be sorely missed. We'll miss you, Chef. CQ taking on Brisbane Mustangs here, and getting it down in the corner. No, they're going to come back in field for a forward pass. Pretty electric start there from the Bulls. Just that final pass going away from them.
Yeah, sharp play. Zane Cox coming round on the sweep. And then Mitch Smith coming back the other direction. It looked like they had opened them up for all money, but forward pass called from the officials.
Brisbane first touch of the footy. Still greasy conditions, as you can see the players down on the deck at the moment. It's not raining at the moment, but there's still some ominous clouds hovering around here at CX Stadium in Coffs Harbour. So challenging conditions here for the players to play with them when they run at 100 miles an hour the way that they do. Throwing a little bit of moisture there will make it tricky for them. And this is why these guys are the best in the business.
Yeah, 100%. Both these teams have a fierce rivalry, that is for sure. We see the CQ Rocky boys at the State Cup quite often tussling with the Mustangs or even Colts. Boys, there's a lot of players doubling up into those teams. Good to see Sean Francis out there in the Mustangs side. So no Townsville or North Queensland team here, so Francis having the opportunity to play.
Yeah, big pickup for Brisbane. You get a former Australian Men's Open representative into your team. He's very versatile as well. Seen him rack up plenty of tries at the high level in the Australian and Queensland teams, but he can come infield and do a bit of ball playing as well. Shawnee Francis is CQ still searching for that first try of the game. Brisbane straight back onto the footy here with Barts.
Big touch, Jonte Brown in that link. BMTA should be fresh. They got the bye first up this morning. We saw CQ start off with a win over the ACT Raiders, 12-4. So both these teams keen for this one.
Here's Moffat, ball out in front. They need to be a fraction back for Crawford down the sideline. Definitely opened up.
It's the right idea. Mel Canny through the kitchen sink at his link, went straight over his head.
Here's more on the second touch. Cox onto the field. Hits him over the halfway line. Earnshaw plays it on the last. Cox somehow feeds it across field. They switch in. Nice footwork there from Massey. He had a great Trans-Tasman series over in New Zealand. And debut for the Australian team. Here's Brown. Plays it on the DoorDash sign. And coming into the last again with Brown. And Adams couldn't get the flick on.
Bit of an arm wrestle at the moment. We're kind of end-to-end, almost that feeling out period. You've got strike on both teams. So it's going to be one of those games whichever team wrestles the momentum in the midfield will go a long way towards winning. There's lots of passing options in this Mustang side. CQ probably a little bit stronger in terms of the static play towards the middle.
Now coming into the back end of the set, as Moore picks up, skips a looping ball out in front. They're on the run here, and just down fractionally too low for Assay to pick it up. Clean ball there. Want to go to cross in the corner.
Yeah, a few half opportunities now. It's a good scramble from the Mustangs. That was Kalis Brown on that far side.
Now penalty picked up here for the Bulls. It was a no-touch play, and they tap and go straight away. Moore now has a bit of a look. The full set of 6 to work with. Slows them down.
Yeah, well done there, Hayden Moffat, not giving them that early look. Allowed 6 players to join on the field, but they're not out of the trouble yet here, the Mustangs.
Here's Benbow. Releases Moore, slings it across. A little bit too much on that one. Still touches to work with in the set.
Yeah, missed opportunity there for the Bulls. Involuntary touch, don't see that too often at men's open level. Didn't make them pay on this occasion though, Moffat, with lots of energy.
Here's again Moffat with another touch. Comes back in field. Sen plays it. Here is Francis. Goes short ball to Moffat, who flicks it out the back. Touch and pass will be the call. This back and forth battle continues between the Bulls and the Mustangs. Scoreboard not troubled as of yet. Benbow releases Zanetti. They come back in field. Coming into the last now. They play it out. Brisbane, now it's opening up for them in the middle. Moffat gets his hands on the ball.
Yeah, creating that shutdown there. Taste Black out of acting half. He's with the ball now, middle, but needed that collapse, and they did. Moffat striking from Blink. So 4 touches here still for CQ.
Now release, another deflection. Another repeat set for CQ. They'll take this opportunity to make some changes. Bales is on. Zane Cox comes onto the field as well. They link up with Cox now. Comes off the left.
Yeah, good defence so far from BMTA. Currently not biting. Cox will be the danger man in this play.
Here he goes. Steps back infield. Cox takes him himself. They've got on the outside shoulder. They'll come back first for the touch.
Big touch, Sean Francis. A few repeat efforts there from the Mustang boys. Earned themselves a penalty. They've just quite haven't been as clean in this part of the field as CQ have. And right on cue, they give them another repeat set.
Bulls again, straight back to it. As Jaden Medmo comes onto the field. Cox now plays it. Bembo takes him on himself. Second touch. Great ball over the top.
Big touch.
Even better recovery.
Jade Blair on that far side. Looked like he was caught in, turned out. Big diving touch on Assay.
Zanetti. Benbow dancing at the moment. They play it on the 7-metre line. Zanetti right foot and gets in underneath. Dave Zanetti opens up with the first try here in this round 2 fixture. They just held him on the ropes.
Just relentless pressure here from the Bulls, and it ends up being just a simple out ball. You can see the disconnect between the middles. Francis and Sen just a little bit too wide, and Zanetti too much experience. Just a little right foot step and burrows under for the first try.
Well, it took a few back and forth sets before we got points. Might open up now. Jonte looking to come back in off that left. Ball hits the deck. No touch was claimed from Blacken in the midfield. Not seen from the referees. Nice roll downfield here for CQ. Did a pretty good job there, Taste Black, just to be able to hold on to the football. Now Lachlan Black plays it. Cox with nothing happening at the moment. Flicks it out the back. They finish it in the corner. And it is a penalty here to Brisbane. And Cox pulling out of the touch. Play on to call. It's Kalis Brown. Slides across field. Changes here now for Brisbane. Jordan Dart rolls them forward. As Bartz reaches for it. Oh, off the melon.
Yeah, Alex Kalam collecting that ball from Bartz, but big mistake here now from the Bulls. They're going to have a chance to attack, and they've got their experienced men on the field. So Moffat and Bartz. And they also send Kalis Brown onto the field. So big set here for the Mustangs.
Here is Moffat scheming, having a look. Catch made from the Bulls. As Moffat comes back to the 7-metre line to play it. Kellum does come out to Brown. Bartz will look to direct traffic from here. Heavy contact on Kellum. They play on as Bartz kicks off. Brown brings them back out. Now Kalis has a look up. Nice link ball. Moffat flicks it out the back. Just has to catch him, finish it in the corner, and they will. Nice footy there from Brisbane. Good presence of mind there from Moffat. He just slung it out the back, just hoping that Travis Simpson would be there, and he was.
Yeah, the old flick and hope. Link play there from Kalis Brown. Moffat flicks it. He actually apologises because he thought it went over the sideline. Great finish, great dive in the corner from Simpson. And scores are now level in this men's opens fixture.
Ball's back on the run. And Zoe Jenrick.
Forward pass off the half, I think is the call.
And again, just with the new introduction of this 4-referee system, they're just not going to miss any of those. Here's Dart. Always comes out of the box. Strong to get. Oh, wow. That had a little bit of mustard on it in defence. Chase Bales.
Australian 18 youth representatives trying to stop the flow. Just a little bit over vigorous on that occasion. Now the Mustangs with a repeat set again. And Moffat on it, Link.
Ooh, dropped. Not much doing there. Glacken again. Slippery ball. No doubt having an effect. Moore slings it back to Assay. Here's Mitchell Smith. There's Crow. Gets some forward. Smith has a look. They've got some space to work with out here on the left. Cox comes off that left foot. Comes back in to Benbow. Ball down.
He stopped on a dime. There's Zane Cox. Mitch Smith out of half. Finding space for Cox at Lincoln. In the end, ball to ground. The call from the referees.
Good meters from Kalis. Kellum follows suit. Puts it on the platform hit. Oh, nice work from Bartz. He's got them on the back foot. They're on the deck. And he's happy. Tim Bartz, the Australian mixed open captain. Bit of footwork there from Timmy.
Tim Bartz, like a fine wine, just getting better with age. Just digs into the line. Benbow loses his feet. Cox in too close, and Kalis Brown goes through the short side. That momentum from the Mustangs actually started early in the set. CQ looking for a no touch on touch one. If you don't get it, it's pretty hard to wrestle back the momentum, and any team on the back foot is dangerous.
Back-to-back tries for Brisbane. Sees them in front for the first time. CQ pulling back out. Zanetti, their one and only try scorer. This time almost sets one up.
Big second effort, Sean Francis. Zanetti creating a lot of headaches for the Mustangs.
Here is the end from half. This time was slinging across. Crawford makes the touch on Assay. Francis on the first touch through the middle. Moffat looks at his options. And just that little show and go. Picks up an extra couple of metres for Brisbane. All valuable. As Dart gets him over the halfway line. Clouds rolling in here again in Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, if there were fantasy points in touch for Latches making metres, Jordan Dart would be right at the top of that. Just energy from the sub box from the young Link.
Now Bailey looking for Smith as he came on out of the sub box. Bales, contact has been made pretty comfortably in the end from Caleb Matters.
He did well. Caleb didn't panic. Chase Bales did look sharp out of half. Wouldn't mind seeing him be used off the back of flow again from CQ. He's looking dangerous.
Here's the try scorer, Kalis Brown. Out of the box, Kellum. Bartz set up the last try. This time he flings it back into his man, Kalis Brown. Better start to the set here for CQ. Assay off the right foot. Coming into the third touch. As Cox just rolls them forward. Patrick Crow has a look into the last now. Nice early release out to Cox. Comes off that left foot again. And they're just forcing them to come back in field. And Brisbane popping up out of the defensive line.
Yeah, they're doing a decent job, the Mustangs, on those strike touches. CQ at the moment, they're hitting that early link option, which is allowing Cox and whatnot to have space to step back on the inside, and then they're just collapsing. So they seem like it's under control at the moment from the Mustangs.
Davidson in the last touch, nothing. Oh, wow, just slinks it back in, as I was about to say, not much doing. Nice little inside ball. Nice hole from Jonte Brown as well. It's never dead on the last touch of the set. Davidson creating half a chance as Zanetti does the hard work to get him forward again. As Lachlan Black plays it more now, slings it out. Oh, Zanetti gets his hands on that clean. They might have had a 2-on-1 down this right-hand side of the field.
Nice change up. This time they went striked up away from the box and more coming in on that ML kind of play, splitting back, creating a bit more space. I wouldn't be surprised if CQ keep going to that now.
Here's Francis.
For the next few minutes, some big moments here, Scotty, at the moment. As 7 Mustangs run onto the field. Seems like the air's come out of the balloon a little bit in this game. Whichever team can strike here before half-time, I think this might go a long way towards a result.
CQ have got the chance to strike next after the penalty given away from Brisbane. Here's Smith. Bales feeds it from half. Earnshaw gets him going forward. Smith looping ball. Nothing on the right-hand side of the field for him. No space. And they'll finish their set. Brisbane matters on the first. Ooh, just pushing that extra pass. Adams in two minds whether they're going down. Gives another really good opportunity here for the Bulls as the hooter sounds in the background. So this is going to get taken away here from CQ. There's a penalty here as Dave Zanetti makes a call, no touch.
Yeah, voluntary touch. Interesting when that's around the 7. If it's inside, it's usually a penalty, but a miss obviously being different to an involuntary touch. So I think BMT are going to be intent to go as leaders into half-time. Pretty fast game, up and down, but this half-time, I think both teams, both coaches would like a little reset. Get some messages in before the break.
Yeah, well, it's a low-scoring, tight contest here in this round 2 match between the Bulls and the Mustangs. Mustangs have the lead going into the halftime break. They're up by 1. 2-1 is the score. Well, we can see the Brisbane Metro huddle here at half-time. They've got the advantage at the moment coming into the second half. It's a slight one at that, up by 1 try at the moment. 2-1 is the second half, or the score, I should say, coming into the second half. Tight contest, wasn't it? Just really back and forth for the opening stages of the first half and not much really separating these two teams.
Yeah, very tight tussle, both defensive units quite strong. Interesting setup the Mustangs have. This level you traditionally have coach, assistant coach, number of staff. So there are a number of off-field staff over there. Cause a night, one of those assisting, but Hayden Moffat and Tim Bart's doing a bulk of the coaching still as players, which not something you see too often at this level. Dan Withers leading the CQ team as Mustangs attack first.
And the rain starts to come down again here in Coffs Harbour. Glacken will come back and play it. Josh Glacken again coming into the last touch. Moffat working with Glacken throughout that set. Came back to him on the last touch as well. Now we see a bit of contact between Zanetti and Glacken off the ball.
Two genuine hotheads, those two lads. I'm going to be shocked if they don't come together again in the next few minutes.
A little bit sloppy here for the Bulls. They try to get forward. Damon Moore steadies the ship for them. Got themselves out of a bit of trouble now. They're slinging out. And Cox gets touched in the corner.
A little bit of variety from CQ at the box has been nice. Bailey Assay predominantly playing as this box side winger. Bouncing out, and they're checking the ball a couple of times, which is for the Mustangs, causing them to retreat 5 or 10 metres extra at times. So it's been a nice little change up. Damon Moore having his hands on the ball in that set.
Francis now playing it. Sen comes out to the left-hand side. And all their numbers there now. Brown goes short, and Sen, no touch made from Damon Moore. Good honesty. And David Sen with the light footwork there, skipping away from Moore.
A nice team try this from the Mustangs. We see they're a little bit disjointed. Jonte Brown is the one that sweeps initially and identifies that they've got players up in the touch, so they play a bit of phased play on that, and Kalis, his brother, digs into the line. Nice short ball, and big part of our game is honesty, and Damon Moore quick to say no touch there. So a 3-1 lead now for the Mustangs, and CQ turning it over on touch one.
And it could be handy when it's been low scoring as it has been throughout this game, and now with weather starting to come back in, 2 tries might be pretty pivotal in the end. But the Bulls will make them fight until the full-time siren. Brisbane, though, with footy back in hand on the attack again. They're looking short side. Yeah. He must have just got back on side to make the touch there, Chase Bales.
Yeah, big touch, Chase Bales. His link was in a little bit of trouble, caught offside, I think, on that occasion. Mitch Smith, Bales turning up for his team. Good meters, Mitch Smith.
Zanetti follows suit. Now Bembo. Crow, early release. Moore comes back to Crow, slings it. Nice little bat on play there, and Assay slides over the line. No, they'll bring it back. It did look very close, a little bat on play.
It's always interesting. It's a play I'm not sure of the bat on as the player is touching. A lot of times, sometimes you see it let go, sometimes you're not. Could have gone either way there for the Bulls. Nice bit of momentum.
Just holding the ball up for Francis. He's making his way onto the field. Sen slings it in. Get the repeat set. Zanetti on the last touch.
Another one that could go either way. Referee Randall saying he was in the passing lane. Big 6 now for the Mustangs. Jonte Brown onto the field working with brother Kalis.
We didn't see them get too many opportunities to link up together in the first half.
They're looking to get Zanetti here.
Come back that way with Bailey Assay with a nice read.
Very good read, Bailey Assay. It's definitely a tactic here from the Mustangs. We saw Moffat in the first set of 6 after half-time trying to go static back at Zanetti. I wouldn't be surprised if now they look to rip the other way. He's been up to the task so far.
Here's Jonte. Again, Zanetti gives him a whack. Got him up in the chops. Still arguing the point there, Dave. He's just off screen at the moment in the left wing position. Oh, now Francis. And Zanetti absolutely gives it to him again out here in the link position.
It's absolutely no love lost.
It's funny, a lot of these players come together at Origin time, but if they've got a different jersey on any other time of the week, they're enemies for those 2 halves of footy now, as we see Francis get himself all tangled up.
Yeah, both teams just probably need some clear heads at the moment. More concerned with probably arguing with the officials rather than just getting on with the job. Big set now for the Bulls, expecting Cox to be hands on the ball.
Here he is sweeping around the back.
Big touch from Francis.
Cox brings it back to the 7 metre line. Crows hanging around in the middle. In the 9, they come back out towards Taste Black, who has a look, rips. Nice ball back on the inside, and Cox gets there eventually for the Bulls. He had his hands on the footy numerous times throughout that set. He's the man that finishes it this time around to get their second try on the board.
Yeah, classy here, Taste Black. This is a sharp ball from acting half. Good read from the winger, but great catch and pass. I think it's Nate Hannay on that far edge. Not easy to do at the best of times in dry conditions, let alone when the weather is pouring down. Classy try, Hannay linking up with Cox.
Now Bart's with a nice little feed out to Jade Blair, and that's a great response from Brisbane, and points on him down the other end. Tap off restart, and Bart throws a lovely little final pass.
Yeah, they go sweeper short side here. Damon Moore striking at the link. Tim Bart's getting that ball away, and Seakill worked so hard to get that second try. That one will hurt straight after points.
Rain really coming down now here in Coffs Harbour. Quite dark out there as well at the moment. I'm sure we'll see the field lights come on very shortly, as Damon Moore just can't pick that up cleanly. You can see the rain on your screens. This is the Coffs Harbour rain that we are so familiar with. Like we said, they had quite a lot in the lead up to the tournament. The fields are in perfect condition though. You wouldn't know how much rain that they have had here in the mid-north coast in the lead up to the tournament this weekend. And Damon Moore jinking, dancing, receives it back. Players still working their way back, sliding in on two knees. Glacken's there, Matters is there.
Big touch, I think Caleb Matters coming back on the inside. The other middle was called offside. Bembo sweeping here with Moore.
Back, and Damon just slings it over the top. Assay will get there in the corner. Quality footy there from the CQ Bulls again. In torrential rain at the moment. They're playing dry with the footy out there.
Yeah, good patience. Lots of questions asked. Jaden Bembo coming back on the sweep. Just early quarterback. Damon Moore doesn't even look, just knows, has the presence of mind, has the experience that he's just got to get the ball to the wing, and a nice finish from Assay in the corner. Margin is down to 1.
Important defensive set here for the Bulls. We saw them last time they scored points and got themselves back into the game. Brisbane got down the other end and scored. It's not going to happen in this set though.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes from Sean Francis recently. Field position still a big part of the game. There's the emotion and the frustration that is evident in this game, but you still want to make sure you're leaving the ball on the 7, you're finishing your sets of 6.
Smith plays it. Pretty good set so far here for the Bulls as Smith sends it out. Brisbane get numbers across to make the touch. Quick play the ball. Francis will play it just over their 10 metre line. Moffat back onto the park here for Brisbane. Kellum into the last touch. Bartz comes off the right foot, tries to take him on. And Earnshaw's there to make the touch for the Bulls.
That's okay. Mustangs leave it on the 7. Decent position. Now they can press with their midfield defence.
Assay comes back on the inside. Nice extra pass there from Earnshaw. It's that one little extra pass is helping to pick up metres and get themselves out of trouble. Crow, last touch. More off the fingertips of Bembo. Beautiful switch in there from Zanetti. Didn't quite come out of the hands as cleanly as what he would have hoped. Tough ball to throw. Bart's taps and restarts here for Brisbane. Still in front by 1. Mixed open action coming up next. Hornets taking on the Sydney Mets. They'll be thrilled sitting in the grandstand at the moment waiting to get out there in this.
Yeah, there's nothing worse waiting to, what they call it, a ball down, thrown into the defender is the call. There's nothing worse when you warm up in this weather, you're waiting, you're kind of trying to stay dry. You can watch the carnage happening on the field knowing you're going to be out there next.
Great meters again. Bailey Assay the game here for the Bulls, and again, just tough one to take. Lachlan Crowe having a bit of a look back there at Taste Black, but sometimes you can have your eyes on it, your hands on the footy. It's just a cake of soap out there. Really coming down at the moment. Tough conditions.
They've got to make sure they keep playing field position here. They don't try to protect the lead. They're still chasing the win for Francis from half. Great defence there from the CQ Bulls middle. That was Lachlan Black. Didn't bite, held his feet.
Good hands from Massey. Again, as Francis was popping up out of the line. Now Earnshaw on the 10-metre line. Takes another one forward. Does Earnshaw. And they bring it back to him. 3 touches on the last couple of touches there in the set there for Riley Earnshaw. Now the ball rolling around. Called play on. Moffat now having a look. They will get the penalty here, Brisbane.
Thought referee used signal originally it was ball down, but interference in the ruck. So big set now for the Mustangs. Chance to ask some questions and probably more importantly for them, drain the clock.
Come out to Jonte Brown. Kellum feeds it back to Jonte, who slices him. No, he'll come back. Bulls defence might have heard the call coming from the referees. Now early release. Kenny with meters. Better start to the set here for the Bulls.
Danger here for the Mustangs. Big flow here for CQ. Only touch 3.
Looking to level the scores up. Down by 1 at the moment, CQ. Players slipping down on the ground all over the place for Brisbane in defence. And the Bulls will make them pay. Another try to Zane Cox. Great set of 6 from start to finish there for the Bulls.
Yeah, great team try. 4 touches. They've gone coast to coast. There's a little link sweeper play. Crow comes off the right foot. Slip over, missed touch. And Zane Cox, the man to score the try. Scores are level.
It's been a great fight back here for CQ. And in these conditions, really scrapping for everything that they get so far throughout this game. Brisbane still with time on the clock. They get back in front. Matters there, just lost his footing coming into the play the ball. Bulls now. They're smelling blood in the water. Definitely got a kick after those last couple of tries. Their sets seem to be a little bit cleaner. Again, in these tricky conditions, there's more. Slings it out. It's better defence coming from outside in.
Travis Simpson reading that play on the far edge. It's Mustangs this second half, just too many errors. There's been probably 5, 6 sets where there's just been unforced errors. I know the conditions aren't great, but you've still got to make sure you protect the footy.
Bart's back onto the field. All players down again. They're in trouble on the back foot here, the Bulls. Kellum picks up and a recovery there in defence. And from Lachlan Black, who was the man that was down on the deck to start with, jumped back onto his feet and makes a try-saving touch there for his team.
Great composure by the team. Obviously, you mentioned Black's tripped over. No one from CQ went outside of their job as they...
Oh, I don't know whether he was onside there. They're blowing up the Bulls. And it was Heath Crawford down the side.
It's interesting. The roll ball was close to the 10. I'd be interested to see that back. It's one of those ones you can't help yourself. You just want to grab the footy.
Yeah, it almost just visually looks like he was offside, but the play may have progressed past that 10-metre point. A big call here in the game with the scores locked up. The Bulls on the attack again with Cox. Tries to get on the outside, but makes a big touch in the middle.
Huge touch, Tim Bart. Cox is the man here. Damon Moore.
Benbow does come to Moore, who feeds it. Assay looks to pop back into Zane Cox, who gets his 3rd try of the game. And it's all the Bulls at the moment there in front.
Big play here. Big moments bring out the big players, and it's Damon Moore just on a rooster. We mentioned tap back in these conditions aren't easy. Assay just holds it composure. Zane Cox finishes the assignment. Coach Dan Withers, I thought he was going to tear a hamstring how high he jumped. So CQ Bulls up and about. Still need to defend this set though.
Moffat picks picks up, and a big touch in the middle. Chase Bales made a huge touch there. Just players slipping, support players there for Moffat. Had no choice but to come to the open side. There was only one extra support player out here for him. And it's only round 2, but every game's so important in a 3-day tournament like this. You get a tight victory. It's going to set them up coming into day 2. And Benbow just picks up. It's probably not a bad option. Hooter's going to sound. And CQ, 3 tries in the back end of that second half, snatched the victory away from Brisbane. What a performance and a great second half there from the Bulls.
Yeah, big grip, big statement. They were in a little bit of a hole early on in that game, CQ, and just the momentum, the trust, the belief just shone through. They've proved once again why they are a quality team and will be one of the favourites in this men's open competition. Zane Cox, Damon Moore with their fingerprints all over that game.
Yeah, great performance from the Bulls. They go 2-0 for their first 2 matches. First match there for Brisbane. They'll be coming back bigger and better, having the bye this morning. Into some mixed open action coming up next. The Hunter Western Hornets and the Sydney Mets. Wet conditions here in Coffs Harbour, but plenty more action still to come here from the championships.
And they're trying to get it on the 7, and you see Hunter Hornets, they're trying to push up. Oh, flick pass, double flick pass, in we go.
Stop
it. Malcolm Kenny with the first try of the day, and they had a win 7-1 in their semi-final clash. So this afternoon at 4:40 on KO, as we go back to the action here and see CQ Bulls in for their second try. Looks like Bailey. They definitely look a lot more comfortable now coming out of their box. We see Thompson. Have we seen intercept there? Oh, and he's off and running. The chasers are coming. The try line's coming sooner, I think, and we've got another try there, a double in the first 7 or 8 minutes. He's off to the other end of the field, Damon Moore, and this definitely opens the game up, as we're going to see a try straight away. It's hard enough to defend with 6, let alone with 5, and we see once he gets moving,
he's not coming off. So
he's staying on there. And then we've got Bob, and it's an intercept here. We're off down the sideline. We've got a chaser coming across. I think it is a try.
Connor Edwards read it beautifully, got in a perfect spot, and then tucks it under the arms, and he was gone just minutes into the game.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. First set of the game. But we see here CQ Bulls, there was an error, and that looks like it might be ball down, and we are all tied up. As we see here now, they're back in the action, the CQ Bulls, and pop back inside.
Nice.
And that's a try, looks like, to Zane Cox.
Well, not much you could do about that last try from the Bulls there in defence for the Hornets, but really positive half-time talk that I just witnessed. They're prioritising their defence, and they want to get up and be really aggressive on those first 2 shots. They want to slow it down.
Sweepers coming to this short side. Not a lot of space to work with there for Zane Cox.
No, and we've just heard it from Jack Rogers down on the other field, on field 2. There's a player from the Mets down, although he's up now off the back of the field, so let's hope he's okay and that game gets back underway. As we see another intercept here.
Lennon.
We've got Chris Lennon. He's off. He's got Assay in pursuit, but Chris Lennon, ball down, finger pointing in the air. And what would you know? The Hornets have hit the lead, Des.
2 intercepts, and that's really just driven by good, solid defensive referee Skelly on this side.
Yeah, and you've got Damon Moore working with Liam Barnes there. As they push out past the 7, and that's Eglinton, good touch.
Yep, and the crowd noise you can hear there is because the Swans have scored again with 5.
Wow.
So
Eglinton makes a touch, but the ball's been away, and that is Jamin Bob. And he's getting up slowly, but he's got a try for his team.
Not necessarily just being tall, it's that they're big bodies, they've got explosive power to get them to where they need to be. It's such an important aspect of the position and underrated by a lot of people, but
not up here with you or I. We know how important they are as we see Hornets into action, drop back inside. Oh, they've played it extremely close to the line, but we're going to see a try here, Des.
What a finish by Liam Squires. The second phase play there, doing it
a metre and a bit from the line where you've just got no time to do anything. It's just get the ball in the hands, flicking game of touch footy. Lockie Crow there just couldn't quite execute. He was not square when he's rolled the ball. And Hornets will get a measure of retribution for the Bulls beating them in the grand final last year, but that was an absolute cracking game of touch footy. There's highlights in every minute of the game.
Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium in Coffs Harbour. It is a dreary sight. The rain is pelting down as we prepare to get underway here in the Mixed Opens division. The Hunter Western Hornets up against the Sydney Mets. It's an all New South Wales affair. James Preston and touch footballing legend Jason Stanton to bring you all the action here. An early error from the Hornets in difficult conditions, Stanto.
Yeah, very excited to be with you here, James, mate. This is a really big one because both these teams have started the tournament well, and this is a very important stepping stone to see if they can really step up and challenge some of those more fancied teams over the weekend.
Last one coming up here for the Mets as they continue marching forward at rapid speed. Chance to float it over the top, but just a little behind that run there. They couldn't quite link up, and as a result there is the easy turnover. It was Patakura Jim who was trying to get up there in line with the rest of the play, but a bit too quick. And you mentioned they're in pretty good form at the moment, of course. Hunter Western Hornets, victories in rounds 1 and 2, 8-6 over the Bluefins and 12-4 over the Saints in round 2, and for the Mets, had a bye in round 1, but a big victory over the Southwest Queensland Swans, 9-3 in round 2 as the Hornets on the attack once again here. Had the chance to play short. Well, unmarked was Reeve Howard, but they cut him out.
Yeah, Mets are rolling a little bit there, James, in defence. They're going to have to step up a little bit. Hornets definitely had some pretty good rhythm coming down the middle of the field there, so let's see whether Mets can adapt, but Hornets have definitely started the better of the two.
So up towards halfway they go now. Now across that threshold, last one coming up back onto this left-hand side. Lovely catch and pass, just couldn't get away though. Good recovery from the Hornets. And as the rain continues to pelt down here, it's also become very dark. I would imagine very soon we'll have those lights actually brought on here.
Yeah, where's the switch, mate? Let's get it going. I think they'll be on pretty soon. But pretty good division, this one. I think you might have been saying off air, Rebels were pretty strong winning it last year. And I think both these teams, the Hunter Hornets and the Sydney Mets, they would be thinking, you know, we don't want Rebels to have it their own way this year. That's why I think this is a really important game in the context of the weekend.
It certainly could be. They come up over halfway. No change to the score as of yet. Still the early stages in this all New South Wales battle. Last one coming up here. Bouncing around before throwing an intercept. Not a great delivery there from Dallas Patterson, so changeover in favour of the Hunter Western Hornets. Neither side has really settled into the conditions as of yet, but they're still quite happy to throw the ball around.
Yeah, the ball handling's pretty good. It's may not be coming through on your screen. I'm not sure how clear the vision is, but it's the rain is very, very heavy, and the players doing a great job to control the ball.
And you can see the impacts of that wet weather there. Big slip as he was looking to link up there. Blake Potts, the Origin representative. Now head out to this left-hand side now. Meters on offer. And they'll chew them up as a result. Fresh players on the field, but a nice high press here for the Hunter Western Hornets. Really just stifling the attack. Last one again, they've won in this field position battle. Edwards takes off, float to pass over the top, but he was already caught, so that will be a touch pass.
Yeah, one of the things to look out here for in our viewers in this mixed game, you know, with the males and females on together, is when the female gets the ball in hand and really drives down the middle, pulling the defensive players in. That's when generally, you know, gaps start to appear when we get that female versus male mismatch.
Now Lucy Spain, who does have plenty of speed, brings it forward. Howard drops it down. He's still an option there. The big dummy comes out. Now sending it wide. Here's a chance for the Hunter Western Hornets, and they will get on the board in terribly wet conditions, but they found a way. It is 1-0.
Yeah, super try then. It was almost like it was right on cue there. We saw the number one. Yeah, I think it was Lucy Spain doing that dump in the lead-up, which got the Mets a little bit disjointed, and then the two male players swept around the back and the heads opened up. So right on cue, a bit of classic mixed touch there from the Hunter Hornets.
Amber Cheney, the recipient, she gets the tries. Now here come the Sydney Mets on the attack, nearly squeezing all the way through with DeGiglio. So they'll come back outside the 7 now. Short pass provided. Quinn bouncing around. Once more they take off, this time through Lever. And the Irish international is caught. There's the turnover.
Yeah, Mets may want to look at doing that dump a little bit further out, because when that touch is made on the 7 or inside, all the defenders have got to hit the try line. And if you dump in only 2 metres out, they don't have to go back that far. So Mets would do well to get the Hunter team right off the line.
Last one again coming up here as now McTaggart tries to link up. It was played at on that occasion by Flynn Lever. So the brothers are out there. I believe they play their local footy for the Balmain Touch Club. Also had a good campaign in the World Cup last year. It's now coming forward. It's McTaggart. Receives it once again from Blake Potts. McTaggart once more from distance. Oh, that ball came free. Lucky for him, though, the touch had already been completed.
Yeah, it was a great save from out wide there. I think it could have been Hutchins for the Mets. She saw that they were in trouble. She came straight in to help, and that's really good defence when the outside players are coming in to help out.
It's very condensed from both the Hornets and the Mets at the moment. As a result, Hornets say, let's get out of there, send it wide, and they nearly produced a result through Blake Potts, but good scrambling defence from the Mets.
They're pretty impressive from the female players out wide. They definitely at least saved a couple opportunities there. I think it was Wakely on that second occasion. So they're looking pretty good there. It's more this mid area here, James. Mets have got to really roll a bit better through this midfield, put a bit of pressure on the Hornets D.
They're doing exactly that in this set, though. Here they go once more up the middle. Last one now. Good chance building as Patterson comes out to this left-hand side looking for support. Stops on a dime, tries to link up. But great coverage once again from the Hornets.
A great scoop there. Of course, dummy half can't score. So once he got in the in goal, he had a little bit more work to do. And the Hunter defence were up to the task, matching up player for player and holding out the Mets.
A nice little scything run here from Dufour. Gets up towards halfway. Now over that threshold. Good set building here for the Hornets. Picked up from Spain. Spain now to Lucy Spain. Once more, dropping a little pass here for Howard. Howard still an option. Oh, fools them all. The sleight of hand for Howard. Slices through. There's a second one on the board for the Hornets.
Pretty sharp play there, and some nice little tips if you're watching at home. You'll see, I think it's the number 10 there, Bailey Ritchie, as this dump comes through. Watch him get around the side and a very quick pass from the ground, and it was all she wrote from there. It was all in that lead-up work, James. There wasn't a lot of like speed or sidestepping after the dump. All the work there was done pre-touch, so you could do worse than copy Bailey on that occasion.
Certainly could, as now Horatio Edwards hops in at acting half. Receives it once again. Now for Field. Edwards out to this left-hand side. Here's a chance for the Mets. Oh, great covering touch. The Hornets stop it just in time. That was exceptional.
Very good lateral defence. They're running around the back, doing the extras, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
Edwards takes off once again, dancing through a number of defenders. He's turned away, and there is the changeover. So, good start here from both sides. The Hornets are certainly firing on all cylinders. They really have held the Mets at bay by and large throughout this match, but just starting to warm to the occasion here, the Sydney Mets.
Yeah, I think so. Mets are starting to get in on a bit, but equally Hornets are starting to get a really good rhythm here. I like what I'm seeing here through this patch. Over as they sub on, they come flying into it here. It's going to be hard to stop here again.
Last one now here for the Hornets. French takes off, then big right foot step, passes it back to the middle, and they will capitalise. A third try here for the Hunter Western Hornets.
Yeah, pretty sharp there, wasn't it? Quality touch football, and again, you know, right on cue. This is all the pre-work, James. They're subbing on the field and they're keeping the roll, dump after dump, and the Mets haven't got time to recover. So Hornets putting on a bit of a clinic, showing how you can score tries by doing all the little 1%ers, the little things right.
So Blake Potts, most recent try scorer here for the Hunter Western Hornets, as the coaching staff of Cameron Maxwell down there, along with Tom Taylor. Very happy with what they're seeing so far from the Hornets. Tough pass there. Was it touched? Yes, it was. It was DeGiglio who got a hand to it.
Yeah, so pretty hard when teams like the Hornets substitute on that way with speed. It's a little bit hard for the D. You've really got to try and meet them. You can't afford to be on your heels rolling back, let them have it their own way. So that's something Mets will try and improve on in the second half.
Oh, scooped up again. It's just so difficult underfoot. Lever hits the deck, and they capitalise once more. The Hornets now really putting the sting in.
It's a nice variety of plays too. They had a few early plays where there was, a quick release and a sweeper. On that occasion, you'll see on the replay that they actually dummied to the play that was splitting off the ball, and Mets really went across, fell for it in a big way, and ended up being, it looked all too easy, didn't it, on the replay?
Yeah, it certainly did. It's very difficult defence in these kind of conditions. Once there's an angle change, as there was there from both Bailey Ritchie and then, of course, Reeve Howard, who got the try, makes it so hard. You're just trying to slide across the line, and unfortunately, you will actually slide. That's the biggest problem there. So 4-0 the score, deep into this first half. They'll straighten things up now again, the Hornets. Edwards up to apply some pressure. That was a good little read. Adams will play it as they head out to this left-hand side. Good pressure as well for the touch, and that smart play defensively. It was the work of Patakura Jim who causes the turnover.
Yeah, and what Mets need to look at here, James, is they need to be a bit more direct. They've been a bit lateral, if anything, trying to run around this Hornets team, and the Hornets team have been very well connected.
Edwards once more at first receiver, takes off with the right foot. Good recovery though. Well done from Thomas McTaggart. They'll come back here to the 7. Last play to deal with.
They must have missed the touch count there, unfortunately. That's probably second or third touch. They just started the set, so maybe a bit unlucky there for Mets.
Yeah, it's a strange one. The arm was certainly raised from our middle official. So play on here for the Hornets now, already with a sizable advantage at 4-0. Once more, they'll take the meters on offer. Blake Potts up over halfway. Now the two Spain girls combine, Ellie and Lucy. Once more, Howard working through the middle. Here he is, stepping off the right foot, opening up a gap yet again, and now delivers for Bailey Ritchie. Well, they are just getting everything right at the moment, the Hornets. There's been very few errors from them, and whenever they've come down this end of the field, they tend to come away with points.
Yeah, they're very clinical, and you'll see the number 7 there, Reeve Howard again. Watch him when he gets the ball here on the replay. He's got it in 2 hands. He could be throwing long. The defenders come flying in, and we always talk about it. You carry the ball in 2 hands. You might be diving, you might be passing, and it puts the defense in 2 minds. So Reeve Howard, definitely one to watch throughout this tournament. He's absolutely putting on a clinic.
So 5 tries to nil. Has been one-way traffic as now a long pass is thrown here from Devontae George. Play on for the Sydney Mets for now. Oh, and then an awful delivery off the back of it. There's an easy turnover.
I wasn't expecting this to be so one-sided here in the first half, James. Hornets definitely finding their groove, especially when they're substituting on. This is the area here they don't look as strong, but once they sub on through this next phase, when they do control the ball, they look really good as they're subbing on. So Mets are going to have to try and handle that if they want to get back into this contest.
It's a good touch made there from Dufour. A little short pass provided for Kirsty Wakely. Delivered there from Flynn Lever. Gets it back now for Kyle, so the 2 Lever boys out there. Flynn bouncing around, will hop in at acting half now. Now for Kyle Lever. Flynn hops in at acting half once again, or takes advantage of the slippery conditions, looking for his brother, and will find him. It's the luck of the Irish there. Kyle Lever and Flynn Lever combine, and finally the Sydney Mets are on the board.
And they've done it the right way, and this will give them a bit of a tip for how they need to be playing this weekend. They've got to go straight. A beautiful scoop, got into the in goal. I think it was Lever you mentioned, and had a bit of work to do to find the open player. I liked as well, James, that he didn't stay on the try line. He went deep in the in goal, giving himself a bit of space. So that was pretty good execution there from the Mets, and they get one back.
It's their first real chance, and they have capitalised. So 5-1 the score. And now once more, taking off down this left-hand side. Spain back on the inside. Oh, Howard certainly is toying with them at the moment. Cut them up yet again. Spain was looking to use her speed as well. She's been impressive for the Hornets too. So they come out now for Mano Akahata. Akahata just shy of the 7. Drops it down. Howard again. Oh, the no-look pass out the back. It's probably the first thing he's got wrong so far.
Yeah, and you mentioned Spain, isn't she, having a great game? I like that she's standing quite wide, and she's pulling the Mets defensive link wide with her. So I don't know how much of that's coming through on the vision, but she's creating a lot of space for the guys in the middle because she's holding width. So the number 1 for Hornets, Spain, having a great game.
So now meters on offer here for the Mets. Devontae George turns it back to the middle and then Links up once again. So they try and put the foot down this time through Dallas Patterson, but again, great cover defence from the Hornets. Now work it away from their own end. Oh, Spain with a little juggle. Keeps driving forward now. Ellie Spain gets involved. Howard again, as calmly as you like. Turns it away down the sideline. Spain and then a little bit deeper still here. This time for Thomas McTaggart, who's also been very busy so far. Now meters on offer here. So they play it quickly. Scooped up. Potts getting away from them. Oh, pass back on the inside. That's beautiful from him. Simmons in the end it was, who linked up. But they just couldn't find that final little play there for Claire Spain. So all the Spain girls have got on the field now.
Yeah, she had a pretty good read there. It was a nice switch. It's I'm not sure if you're going to replay of that, but she was really patient, waited for the scooper to come right across in front of her, and then cut back on a really deadly angle there. So pretty crafty work there from the second Spain. How many Spains out there?
We've got 3 in total here between Lucy, Ellie, and Claire. Claire, at least on my perspective, is the new one. As the lights now start to take effect here at CX Coffs International Stadium, and they've probably needed to be on for, I would say, at least the last match as well. It's been quite dark. The clouds have really come over.
You did well to get those lights on. I didn't realise you had that much pull, James Preston.
Telepathy, Mr. Stanton, as now over the top they come, looking for Claire Spain. The ball just comes free.
It's good to see the lights on, and the venue's quite quick actually given the rain. They've done a great job, the groundsmen here.
Here is the last play of the half, bouncing around, now turning back to this side. Oh, beautifully worked. Staying alive was Simmons. Simmons links up wider still. That's a great way to finish this first half. It is high fives all round here for the Hunter Western Hornets. A great way to wrap it up, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, beautiful dummy on the little quick release there. He's dummied it and gone the other way, and the Mets are they're really looking for answers here because the Hornets are scoring from different ways. You know, a late switch, a quick release, a sweeper, a scooper. Like, wow, they've got the full repertoire of the Hornets. What a first half.
All the tricks coming out. They have a sizable advantage at the break here. The Hunter Western Hornets in the mixed opens division lead the Sydney Mets 6 tries to 1. We'll take a short break and all the second half action in just a moment. Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium in a sodden and very wet Coffs Harbour, and a big margin as we get back underway here in the second half. The Hunter Western Hornets leading 6 tries to 1, but the Mets have first use of possession here And they'll be hoping to score quickly in this second half, Jason Stanton.
Yep, it's this is the big test now for the Mets. Hornets have thrown down the gauntlet. You certainly can't win the championship on Friday, but you can lose it. So Mets have got to really show what they're made of here and bounce back. They can't afford this one to blow out. It could destabilise their whole campaign.
They have a fresh set to work with as well as Edwards. Turns it out to this right-hand side. We'll scoop it up once again. They're just trying to isolate some of those defenders out on that left-hand defensive edge. Couldn't do so on this occasion, though. So now Edwards will send it back towards the middle. Bouncing around here is Jimenez. And now Edwards again links up. And this time they get it right. Jimenez goes through. Well done from Edwards. He was orchestrating each and every play in that set.
Yeah, I hope we're going to see more of that. You'll see it on the replay here. Mets trying to go through instead of trying to run around. You'll see the sweeper stayed very tight, James. He didn't try and run a big loop. And Mets have gone knocked down the front door. And that's how they have to play. Hopefully we see more of that. That's what we want to see out of the Sydney Mets.
And the heavens have opened once more here at Coffs Harbour. Very, very wet conditions. It's caused a whole heap of problems for defenders slipping and sliding on their own line, as now Howard once more will try to amplify that issue. What he will come away with is another set to work with.
Yeah, definitely Howard. He's just been gold, hasn't he, every time he's touched the ball.
Threatens once again here. Diving effort, but shut down quite nicely there from Hutchings. She got down very low and closed the space. Howard, once again, bouncing around that 7. Scooped up here. Oh, Ritchie with an awkward pass there that's just sort of stuck to the mitts. And ultimately, didn't find either of the Spains out wide.
He did quite well then. I don't think he could do that again if he tried. Slippery ball, it's raining, and he's got it stuck in the web. That's quite a mean feat he's done there. Well done.
They must have applied a little bit of the hairspray at halftime.
Yeah, I think he's left the sticky spray on a little bit too much in the break. And a bit of a sticky ball there. But yeah, this is good. This is better from the Mets. Hopefully they made some adjustments. They're going to play a bit more direct with any luck, and they've got to be a bit more active in that defence, in getting up. So let's see how this plays out.
Well, and the Mets happy to pass it around a fair bit despite the conditions. And now Lever takes off, trying to link up. Now there was a man in the passing lane, but ultimately it'll still go the way of the Hornets here. So I think you're right. Better signs in this second half thus far from the Mets. There's a lot more energy about their work.
Yeah, I think so. And this is the period here where, irrespective of the result of this game, I was talking about setting up the weekend, and you don't want to be losing things or losing confidence on Friday. This is where Mets have got to really get up and meet the Hornets. Don't let them sweep on and have everything their own way. So you see they're being active here, James. They're going to need more of that.
So now Spain to Spain as they head to the middle now with Simmons. Simmons then linking up with Adams. Back to Simmons once more. Caught here through the middle. Last one coming up. Adams will take off to this left-hand side. An angle change now. Well, there was a golden opportunity to just pop a little pass there for Simmons. They'd already opened up the space.
Yeah, he already had the number. Tried to use his feet there rather than the ball on that occasion. And Mets were up to the task.
Now about 10 shy of the halfway line. They'll keep marching forward here, Sydney Mets. Decent meterage in this set thus far. As Hutchings marches forward. One more to come after this one. Edwards just tried to bite off a little more than he could chew. That one was well and truly out in front of his supporting runner. So an easy turnover in the end, just as they were building towards a promising end of the set.
Yeah, it was the right type of footy, but hopefully they can really hone in on that. A bit more direct, maybe get in the female player to get in and do that dump in the lead-up work like we saw earlier.
Now last one here for the Hornets, and they won't get to capitalise on it. Little bobble when they were attempting to pick up that ball. So now Jimenez followed by Edwards and then Field marching up forward. Edwards now into enemy territory. Short pass provided. Scigliatano gets involved as well. Now Devontae George. Patterson takes off. Back for George. Here it's building for the Mets. Great read, though, from Amber Cheney, who comes in off the wing and comes up with a try saver.
Yeah, great save there from the wing, and Mets a little bit unlucky. The previous play almost identical, and they hit short. On that occasion, they had to loop it over the top to the winger, and it would have been 6-3, but wasn't to be.
Tag it with a nice drive forward, but ultimately the ball is turned over in favour of the Mets. It's been a really good first 5 minutes here in the second half of the Mets.
Yeah, I like it. Pretty direct there. I think it was Regvani there on the wing as well. Pretty good D there. But when they're active, it's a big difference. So you hear us talking about that a lot. In the midfield, don't just sort of stop at the referee and wait for the attackers to come. Really move up and meet the attack. That's what Mets are doing here, and so far they've been rewarded.
Now De Giglio. Long run all the way out to this left-hand side. Very slippery underfoot. Just starting to see the first signs of wear and tear on the field as well off the back of that touch there on De Giglio. There's now Lever. Looks for a quick play the ball. Gets it once again. Lever over the top. Beautiful pass. Ragvani's on the spot. And they have a third now. All of a sudden, it's game on.
And again, it's been direct. Shout out to the Mets coaching staff. Who's over there for the Mets? Is it Manu Wakely? They're a lot more direct in this second half. Look at this. He goes nice and straight. Looks as though he's going to dive. And then a beautiful pass. And Ragvani rewarded for her good defence with a try of her own.
Well set up there from Kyle Lever, who certainly has been pulling the strings for the Mets thus far. As now Simmons turns it to the middle, then waits once more at acting half. Finds a short pass here for Adams. Backpedaling at the moment, waiting for his opportunity. Just closing the space here. High pressing City Mets defensive line. Short ball back to Adams once again. Simmons still there as an option. Oh, and they're going to say that he's pulled out of that touch a little bit too early there, but geez, that's a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, probably a little bit harsh because I think both teams have been a little bit guilty of rolling. So that one probably a bit against the run of play. Unlucky for the Mets. Let's see if Hornets can capitalise.
French will go early, then a twisting, turning. Claire Spain links up out wide, and all of a sudden the Hornets make them pay. It's 7-3.
It's probably the first time the Hornets have got down there in this last few minutes. Mets have definitely controlled the midfield and got himself back in the game. On this occasion, it was just Mets actually look like they're marked up wrong. You want, when you're like the defensive link and winger, you want to be between the attackers coming in to shut down. It looked like they were too over-compressed. So that's something that they might look to improve on moving into tomorrow. A little bit more width there.
So double now for Cheney as Edwards receives it in the middle of the field. Then turns it away here for Jimenez. Drops it about 10 metres shy of the try line. Edwards. Short pass here for Field. Scoops it up again. Back for Edwards. Now looking long. A big floating pass there for Edwards, but they're going to say it's gone forward. Well, that'd be interesting to have another look at. It definitely travelled forward. I don't know if it was forward out of the hands, though.
Yeah, we'll check the replay. It's a pretty good play there. It's an absolute huge pass. He's passed it 1 or 2 metres out, and he's on the run. Unlucky not to get that call, but a pretty sharp play there from the Mets. And we've certainly seen enough, haven't we, James? If they can string these little 30-second blocks together, they could do some damage in this tournament.
And between Lever and Horatio Edwards, there's certainly some class in there. And they're calling for 6 again here, the Hornets, but I don't think it's going to be a call that will go their way. There is the turnover, so nothing for Akahata to work with. Mets will have possession, but they need a try, and they probably need it pretty soon.
Yeah, I think so. We have seen that change that was made at halftime, which is really good to see. I think from the Hornets side, they have had good rhythm. They're playing smart. They're probably, taking the foot off the gas a little bit, which is okay. But they certainly look like they're going to be a strong team. It wouldn't surprise me to see Hornets there come Sunday in this mixed championship division.
And of course, our winners last year, the Southern Rebels, to the tune of 9-4 over the Brisbane Cobras. Are undefeated, in fact, the Southern Rebels overall, so went through the pool stages without a loss. And then, of course, in finals footy, as we get to that knockout stage, they just kept winning. It's now the Hornets. Back with Howard through the middle. That's a try saver there from Lever. Just stuck out a mitt. And whilst they'll get the penalty, it's a much better result than having another try across your line.
Yeah, it's a good save. So let's have a look at the Mets D here. You'll see that the female defender's towards the top of the screen. So the male defender next to her is going to come up, try and be active, and the other players are going to come in and help as they have. That's sort of like a little bit classic type mixed defence, where the male player makes the touch and the other players come in to help.
Now Bailey Ritchie bouncing around about 7 metres away. Eventually plays it here for Simmons. Howard looking likely again. Floats it over the top. Oh, the diving stretch, but the ball comes free in the final stages of that one.
Yeah, probably didn't need the dive, actually, because they had him beat for all money. You'll see a little nice floating pass over the top there from Howard, and then probably slipped, if anything, with underfoot, but had to just run onto that, straight into the in-goal, would have been a try.
And that would have been a hat-trick as well for Cheney. It's now Edwards, bounces off the right foot, turns it back on the inside, but Jimenez had already stopped on the run, so that was never really going to come to fruition. In fact, it was Field in the end. So now they head up over halfway. Strong charge here from Simmons. Ragvani stood tall, though. Now Spain, back towards the middle here for Blake Potts. Caused a lot of damage early on in this one, but he's been pretty quiet since around about that halfway point. And that ball now comes free there from McTaggart, so there's the turnover. It's just not quite as finessed this second half here from the Hornets.
Yeah, they haven't really finished their sets as well as the first half, so that's something, I think it's Coach Maxwell there on the Hornets side, that's something that he's at least probably going to keep in his mind. I wouldn't get too worried about it, but they certainly haven't been as smooth or, in sync in this second half so far.
With that said, still a good margin here. 7-3 the score as we get into the final stages of this second half. So less than 5 minutes to go as now Potts brings it forward. Rottimer on that left-hand side. Back to Potts, a big left foot step, then squeezing through. They just closed it in time, though. That was close, but they'll survive on this occasion. Back to the 7 they go. Potts now for the Hornets. Caught here by Devontae George. A floating pass over the top. Great read from Ragvani.
Yeah, one of the best on ground, Ragvani. That was a great read. If you have a look, you probably can't see it on your screen. She's covered about 25 metres there on her own to save that try. Almost like the bottom half of the field for one defender. So, bit of a shout out there. She's having a great game.
So Devontae George now brings it forward, followed by a little hit up there from Scigliatano. Into enemy territory they go. Scooped up once more here from Hutchings. Hutchings now Lever. Drops it down. Lever again. The two levers are there. Rottimer steps up, takes the intercept, but now the foot race is on. Rottimer has all the time in the world. Nobody's catching him. He'll have a quick little glance, but this is going to be one-way traffic and nobody to impede his progress to the line. There was a late chase there from De Giglio, but Rottimer took the odds to it, took the ball and went the length.
Yeah, Rottimer showing how you can sprint at just fast enough speed to outdo the defence. So Rottimer's got some wheels on him. I think he's probably in second gear there. Just cruising, just doing the minimum required. But yeah, you might see more of the Hornets. The next time you see Rottimer in space, you'll know what we're talking about. He's got at least 2 or 3 more gears there. A very fast and skillful player there, Jared Rottimer.
Well, there was a big cheesy grin. That lets you know how much he was enjoying just going at a rather medium pace, shall we say. As they now try and squeeze through with Field. Last one brought up here for Sydney Mets. Edwards dancing momentarily, floating a pass back out to that right-hand side. Looked forward anyway, and that will be the turnover on the last, so take your pick.
So one of the highlights we've seen here, just having a quick reflection, I think with the Hornets, they've definitely had a lot of variety in their attack, and they've thrown lots at the Mets. So Hornets are definitely well placed to go deep in this tournament. I think on the Mets side, their female players particularly have done a great job. So I think they've got to try and tap into them a little bit more. You see Christy Wakely out there at Link at the moment as well. She's very experienced, being one of our great players. So.
Well, now some speed from Paley Ritchie into the in-goal. Coming through again was Cheney, who's had the chance to have a hat-trick twice now denied. That one was a tough one to take at full speed, though.
Yeah, you'll see their dummy half can't score, so he's gone deep in the in-goal, which is perfect. And the Mets just mirrored up, or they matched 1-for-1 very well. Probably the Scooper on that occasion had to probably be a bit more patient to try and find a vacant runner. And now what's happened here? I think it should be Mets ball. Just trying to see what the referee's going to rule here.
A bit of a delay to things, but Mets will retain possession. So they come out to this left-hand side and then straight to ground in the end was Hutchings, who just had the little leg shakes going on for a moment. Now Ritchie applying some pressure. Devontae George marching forward and now takes off. Patterson will scoop. Little hop and a skip. back on the angle now. Good little run here from Scigliatano. Still live momentarily as Devontae George pops a pass. Now they'll try and continue on with things, but there was certainly a forward pass in there as well. Referees will let that slide and the ball hits the deck anyway. So final moments of this one. It's been a pretty comprehensive display overall from the Hornets, though, who got off to a flying start. And despite some wobbles in the second half, they've done enough here.
Yeah, pretty good game. Lots of takeaways, I think, for both teams. Met's probably not out of the tournament just yet, but they've got a lot of work to do to match the top teams. And if I was Brisbane or the Southern Rebels, I'd definitely be keeping my eye on the Hornets because they've been very impressive here on at the stadium.
So there goes the siren now. And they'll simply take this touch, lick their wounds a touch here, the Mets, and they'll look to revamp things a touch. It is their first loss of the opening 3 rounds, a bye, followed by a win. Now a loss here. But for the Hunter Western Hornets, they continue to move from strength to strength. 3 straight victories, really positioning themselves quite well for Sunday finals day. But a full time here. The Hunter Western Hornets 8-3 over the Sydney Mets in the Mixed Opens division. Up next, we move to the Women's Open with the Southern Rebels taking on the Hunter Western Hornets. Once again, a quick break and all the action in just a moment, live from CX Coffs International Stadium.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just no.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
New Balance, we got now.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people, and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Welcome back to CEX Coffs International Stadium. A very wet Coffs Harbour. The rain held off for the bulk of the day, but as we get towards the close of day one, it is well and truly wet and soggy here. Women's Open action for round 3. The Southern Rebels taking on the Hunter Western Hornets. James Preston and touch football legend Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. And this should be a great contest, Stanto.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. A little bit similar to the previous game in that we've got two teams from New South Wales that want to go deep in the tournament. So here at the end of day one, they want to finish with a bit of a bang, set a foundation for themselves. So these games are really critical in terms of the way the weekend plays out. And I must say, I am excited to see Zali Chippendale. A lot of speed there, seeing what she can bring to the table. And for the Hornets, the number 11. And on the other side there with Rebels, the number 15, Summer Halliwell Quinn. That's someone I've been hearing a bit about. I want to see how she goes on the big stage as well. So lots to look forward to in this clash.
And it's a stacked Rebels side, as you mentioned. The likes of Sailor Perrott, Halliwell Quinn, Andy Law in there as well. Tonise Bowery, for example. A lot of big names. And then, of course, we are keeping a close eye on Zali Chippendale, having just competed for the Australia Emus in the Youth Asia Pacific Cup. She's really been on the rise and still just a very young competitor. Not out there at the moment, but we will get to see her in jersey 11 for the Hornets. We're on the attack right now. Turn it back here for Stewart. Stewart now once more looking on this left-hand side. They'll play it quickly inside the 7. The Rebels were struggling to get back initially. It's Jess Potts. Slows it up just a touch here. Potts again. Losing ground at the moment, the Hornets. Concerted approach. They come inside the 7 now. Taking off once more is Stewart. Drops it down. Potts. Stewart threatening to go along. The big dummy comes out, but Andy Law, too clever, stuck a mid out and made the touch.
Yeah, pretty good start there from the Rebels. I like that they were quite passive there and just not rushing forward, really trying to make Hornets take the game to them. So Hornets may want to set up, a little bit further away from the line and put some pressure on the Rebels.
Now, worth pointing out, the Rebels haven't actually won a game as of yet. They had a bye in round 1 and then came up against one of the real heavyweights of the competition in the form of the UQ Rebels, who, of course, took out this championship last year in a drop-off grand final against the Sydney Scorpions. But they showed some really good signs in a tight contest, 4-2. So even with the fact that they quite literally have not had a victory as of yet, they're still in good stead coming into this tournament and into this match here against the Hornets. That one is a tough one to take, but Caitlin Presswidge did well. Now Mitchell turns it out to this left-hand side to Madison Mitchell, who then drops the player back underneath. Alice Mitchell now takes off, catch and pass, but unfortunately also a touch pass, and that will be the turnover.
Yeah, and that's why, we were talking about this game being, significant. If you look at the Rebel side, that they lost that earlier game by 2, but, they're the Rebels as well. I was going to say the Uni Queensland Rebels, they're both called Rebels, but the UQ Rebels would be favourites, I'd say. So to lose by 2, if they can have a good performance here, they're going to go home pretty pleased with day 1. So that's why this game's pretty significant for both teams.
And for the Hornets, of course, they've had excellent form. 14-3, big victory in round 1, and then an 8-1 victory over the Victoria Storm in round 2. So undefeated coming into this one, but a really good test here up against the Southern Rebels. Out to this right-hand side they go. Now Alice Mitchell turns it back towards Tyler Brown, who's caught there on this right-hand side. Foster comes forward with it, links up with Little, but that'll be a turnover. So had around about 3 minutes of action so far, and neither side has settled.
Yeah, very much so. This is where you generally want to get into a bit of structure, maybe run one of your driving patterns that you would have practiced that training, because both teams at the moment, another error there you see from the Southern Rebels. So both teams not settled, as you said. This is where you want to look to a bit of a set pattern or a bit of a structure to get you back on track.
Good meters now for the Hornets as Chippendale takes off down this right-hand side. Little pass provided now for Jess Potts out of there. And then that ball's come free. That really could have gone either way, but the Hornets will come up with it. So good territory for them now. Full set to work with as Love restarts things. Only about 10 metres away from the try line. Out to this left-hand side. Chance to link up again with Stewart. Stewart releases quickly. That ball's come free as well there from McCarthy, but they'll say the touch occurred first.
Yeah, and pretty good early signs there too for Southern Rebels in D, because they're really connected. They're helping each other out.
Love was looking for the sweep on that left-hand side, but they just took a little bit too long to get underway with things. So they bounce over to the right now. Quick release once more for Potts. Stewart. Potts again. Back towards Stewart. Well marked up from Tomasiu.
Yeah, they'll win the penalty there. Again, we're seeing pretty good defence from Southern Rebels there. You know, one player getting beat, James, and the next one coming in to help out. Bit of a shutdown or a squeeze type defence. So Hornets have got to throw something different at him here.
Head out to this right-hand side. Now, there's another penalty, so that's 2. One more, and they'll have a player sat down, the Southern Rebels. They've got to be careful. They'll get on with things once more here. Potts. Oh, strong contact. Not forceful, though. That could have been a woman sat down. Play on for now, though. Potts bouncing around on this 7. Flat pass as they go at speed toward the line with McCarthy. McCarthy's turned away midway through the count.
Yeah, one of the things to look here with the Rebels not moving forward, the referees are doing a great job, they've spotted it twice, is having a look at the defensive links to see whether they're getting off the line or coming forward as well. So ref's doing a good job to spot that.
Last one here is Stewart, squeezes her way through, looking for support. She'll track a good 15 metres to the side of the field, still looking to link up. Finds a deep pass and it just goes begging there for the Hornets. That would have been the first.
Yeah, Hornets needed one of those players to hold with, James. It may not come through. I'm not sure if you got a replay, but if anyone was on the bottom half of the field, it would have just been an easy try. But they all, like a magnet, they all swarmed around the scooper. And in a way, Hunter made it easy for Southern Rebels to hold him out. And yeah, I think we're getting a replay now. You'll see you getting the in goal. Then you see all the players on the replay. They're swarming towards the scooper. The whole bottom half of this field was vacant. But Hornets, I think that'll go down as a missed opportunity.
Well, falling like 10 pins. There's now, oh, that's an awkward slide here too from Tyler Brown. Hopefully she's all right. Gets up a little bit gingerly here, but back into acting half on the following play. And now meters on offer here for Alice Mitchell. Brown. And then promoted here from Caitlin Presswidge. Back towards Alice Mitchell. Drops it down again. Building nicely in this set. That's been played out there from the Southern Rebels. And another set to come here for the Hornets.
Yeah, so this is where if you're in the Hornets camp here, you want to take 3 or 4 steps back, get all the defenders off the line. They were penalised in the last set for not moving forward, so you want to make sure that you're keeping them honest.
Bowery once again coming up trumps on that occasion. Good little battle between herself and the likes of Brown and also Mitchell at the moment. Mitchell will play it. Onto this right-hand side for Presswidge. Mitchell quickly back for Presswidge, looking to turn it back on the inside again. There's some good covering defence there. Sophie Davis comes up trumps on this occasion. Mitchell slowly crabbing back towards the middle. We'll drop it down now. Last one here for the Hornets. They'll take off again. Alice Mitchell comes back underneath, but again, well marked by Bowery.
Yeah, smart play there from Bowery. Probably the Rebels are getting away with a little bit there by not moving forward as much off the line. There's a couple of defenders dropping back in the pocket. So Hornets have got to really own that a bit more, really bring the whole line up and ask questions. So Hornets probably had the run of the game, James, but no result on the scoreboard.
Well, this is very similar to the Southern Rebels' previous match against the UQ Rebels. It was extremely low scoring for the longest time. I believe it might have been 0-0 at half-time from memory. And it was ultimately a war of attrition in the end, just gradually breaking down your opponent. As Fountas comes forward to Matthew to the line. Good covering defence there from Madison Mitchell. Back to the 7 they go. That really is the blueprint. Sticking firm in defence and just gradually biting for the time, the opportunity to eventually arise, but it won't happen on this occasion for the Southern Rebels.
Yeah, Rebels look like they're doing a pretty good job indeed. They're quite active looking at the defence here. They're moving up. They've got a little bit of improvement in their attack. They've got to get that to be a bit more fluent. And Hornets, like as I mentioned, they've got to get the Rebels off the line and run their plays. So that's why it's all locked up. Both these teams have a couple gears left in them. They've got to find them.
So Hayley Presswidge out there now for her first taste of the action in this one. Now try to scoot away here with Sailor Perrott, who's called back onto the mark, about 10 shy of the halfway line. Little dummy coming out here from Cable. Oh, Fountas nearly caused an accidental mousetrap play. So they head up towards halfway now. Play on the call. Irons crosses that threshold. They're not really going anywhere though in this set, Southern Rebels. Now, Slattery puts on the afterburners. They'll send it wider still here for Crawford. Crawford then keeps it alive. Back to Halliwell Quinn. Last one here, Slattery. Sends it across the face for Andy Law, but easy pickings for Mitchell and Zali Chippendale, who stepped up and shut down the space.
Yeah, hopefully the Southern Rebels can find their groove a bit, because you look at I think you mentioned Slattery there, the number 20. She looks amazing on her feet. You've got to get her running at the offside player. That's when they're going to create opportunities. So Southern Rebels really got to make some adjustments, find their groove. Hornets got the run of the game so far, but as we mentioned, still locked at 0-0.
And the rain is pretty consistent here as well. It remains very, very wet with just over 6 minutes remaining in this first half. Slattery again with a scything run out towards that right-hand side. Strong contact then on Kate Phillips as well. So now Davis will play it through the middle. It's all a bit disjointed at the moment, though, from the Rebels. And in fact, there it is, extremely disjointed. They'll turn it over without really asking any questions.
Yeah, they've got to get up and down the field. I think you mentioned earlier Bowery in defence. I remembered her playing at in the juniors. What an amazing talent Bowery is, and they've got to get the ball in the hands of their strong players. And if you look on the other side with Hornets, I don't think we've seen Chippendale have a scoop yet. So I think both teams maybe not at their best, but still the first half. Hopefully they can find it as this game plays out.
Now Hindmarsh plays it quickly. Hops back into acting half again. Hindmarsh once more. Now starts to head out to this left-hand side, puts the foot down. Hindmarsh looking for support, pops a pass, but the touch had already come on Hindmarsh.
Yeah, that was better. Great run from Hindmarsh. The footwork there again, this is what I was hoping to see from Slattery. You'll see the scoopers running straight at the offside player. Great footwork to get through the line, and just a bit unlucky not to find a vacant player. So a much better sequence there from Hornets, running direct, knocking down the front door.
The rain really gets quite heavy now at CEX International Stadium. Last one here. Now bring it forward through Cable, but Cable can't link up. And it is teeming down in Coffs Harbour now. When you see these kind of conditions, you expect low-scoring matches. I think we might still be a little bit of ways off for the next try here. And when I say next, I do mean the first one.
Yeah, that's right. Both these teams, the women are doing a great job with their skills, though. Like, this rain is super heavy. And just the catch pass. Here now we've got Chippendale in a bit of space.
Unfortunately, though, it came out on the very last play and from acting half, so she was caught there. But that is the blueprint. If they can give quick play the balls for Chippendale to then use her speed and try and create a few issues through the middle or just outside of link, they can really cause some chaos. As now Perrott brings it forward. Was that touched in flight or just the touch on the shoulder itself? I'm going to say nothing on the ball, so play on the call. Hornets have it now. Less than 4 remaining in this first half. Little inside look there, but not released in the end from Foster. So they get up over halfway. Presswich, them releasing, wrapping around. Here's a chance now. They've got a 2-on-1 situation. They'll head wider still. Defoe puts the foot down. Great stuff to close that raid. It was Crawford that got the touch just in time. Back to the middle they go. Potts, Stewart, crabbing across field once more. Nothing really doing too much speed from Slattery.
Pretty sharp skills there, James. Like, this rain is so heavy, it's thundering down, and the Hornets just moving the ball, 10, 15 metre passes. It's a great show of skill here from the women here on the main field.
It is biblical, this rain. We might need to build an arc soon, as now they come down this left-hand side with Silver. Still play on now for Sailor Perrott, who plays through. They were offside. She looks for support, tries to bomb it over the top, but it only succeeds in finding the grass, and the score remains at 0-0.
Yeah, pretty good call there. I don't have the referees' names at the moment, but shout out. They're doing a great job. I like that they're calling the player offside when they're offside and trying to open this game up. So doing a great job there. The men in black and pink. You don't say that every day, do you?
I thought you were just going to stop at men in black. I was looking for Tommy Jones out there. Now Mitchell brings it forward. Last one. Hindmarsh, who was dangerous last time down this end of the field. Now once more, stepping through a little gap and nearly squeezed through. I had a little look, and our producer Nick just flung his head back. He thought it was done and dusted.
Chelsea Hindmast, when she puts that right foot down, it's like she's digging a hole. Bang! Stopping on a dime. The defence has got nowhere to go.
Well, Andy Law might want to dig a hole because on play one she drops it, and now there's a good chance here for the Hornets right on the stroke of half-time. Only about a minute remaining, and Presswidge will come out there now. Haley, that is. So they've got them both out there, I think. Yes, Caitlin and Haley, both on the field. Mitchell holds it up. Now Madison Mitchell. So they've got the two Mitchells and the two Presswidges. It's a sister-a-thon at the moment. There's another set coming up. Penalty is blown.
Yeah, and they've still got time. I think you mentioned we're into that last 2 minutes, but they've got plenty of time for this set here, the Hornets. They're going to have to, if they can, walk backwards almost here, get the Southern Rebels right up off the line, and then dive at the offside player. That's what they need.
Presswidge tries to go for the direct option straight away, but turned away. Good defence from Silva, and also Phillips out there. Presswidge back to the middle. Quickly set upon is Foster. Receives it back once more. Now bouncing around is Kaya Little. Foster, Little. Just slumming things a touch here. Chippendale's out there once more now to close out the half. Chippendale takes off from acting half, squeezes through. Great recovery though from Law, makes the touch. And there's the turnover. She's got sparingly short minutes here in this first half, Zali Chippendale. Like to see her get a little bit more time on the field in the second half.
Yeah, they have been a little bit out of their rhythm. She's been definitely one that's caused some issues. As we mentioned on the other side, I think it was Slattery one to watch. Hindmarsh has been dangerous for the Hornets. And as you saw, I think you mentioned, was it Andy Law? Really good defence on that occasion. So there's plenty of stars out there. They've just got to put it together.
Now Bowery over the top, finding a pass here for Halliwell Quinn. This should be the final stages of this first half. Yes, there is the siren now as they'll take off with Presswidge floating a pass over the top. And even though the score reads 0-0, it's actually been a rather entertaining and end-to-end fixture.
Yeah, it has been, and I think the second half we're going to see it look a lot different. The coaches, it's one of the good things about having the half-time, like in this format, the 16 minutes each way. The coaches are going to be able to reflect on what worked and didn't work. So I'm expecting this second half to really open up. Even though it's raining, let's see what they can give us.
So all locked up at the break here between the Southern Rebels and the Hunter Western Hornets. It's 0-0. We'll take a quick break and then all the action in just a moment. Live from CEX Coffs International Stadium. It continues to pelt down here at CEX International Stadium in Coffs Harbour. It is very wet conditions, and that has certainly played a large part in why we are seeing a deadlock score at the moment. 0-0 between the Southern Rebels and the Hunter Western Hornets as we get back underway here for the second half. Rain continues to team down, so that first try could be all important. They've got 16 minutes to sort themselves out here. Of course, the Hunter Western Hornets coming into this one undefeated and some big scores in total. They've scored 22 tries, conceded just 4 across 2 matches. Southern Rebels looking for their first victory of the campaign. They had a bye in round 1 and then came up against last year's champions and really put them to the test with a score of 4-2. And this one is still very evenly poised, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, the girls have had a break. The coaches have had time to share some wisdom, and I'm hoping both these teams aren't going to show me up for my prediction. I think we're going to see some tries here because there's so much talent on the field. I think the girls are going to put it together.
So press wedge brings it forward. Then Brown out of acting half will turn it back towards the middle. High Marsh again looking dangerous. She's probably been the pick of the bunch in that first half. Now they take off for Mitchell, and then on the spot there's Caitlin Presswich. Once more they've done enough to shut things down. Great scramble from the Southern Rebels.
I thought it was a try for all money. I was reaching for the pen to mark it down, and the number 15 there, Halliwell Quinn, said not on my watch, no try, but a great start for the Hornets.
Outstanding stuff here to begin the second half from the Southern Rebels, and their defence really kept them in the game against the UQ Rebels as well. As now Davis brings it forward. Bowery on the last, marching at the line, pops a late pass back to Davis, and it really had opened up like Sydney heads. It was beautifully worked from Bowery. It's been played at here from the Hornets, so they will get another set to work with. They'll march up towards the 7 now. Bowery, Davis, just bouncing around at the moment. They'll slow it down momentarily. Touch is made from Madison Mitchell as Bowery goes for it. Good touch coming in from Alice Mitchell.
Pretty good save there too, Bowery. Not much in that. Could have very easily been a try. I like how they're being patient here, James. They're waiting for the Hornets to come up. This is good footy from the Southern Rebels.
Perrott, quick release. It's 3-on-2. They go for the immediate option out to Crawford, and it arrives right in her lap. It was touched in flight, so they would have got another set regardless, but Crawford, in very difficult conditions, makes a good catch and gets across for the first try. Southern Rebels take a lead.
It's a great finish, but how about Bowery here? A nice little floating ball over the top. A spiral pass pretty flat in heavy rain. That's not easy to do. She really had to get a good rotation to get that pass going. That's she's made something difficult look very easy there.
Just outside of the grasp of Ava Simpson. So 1-0. It's taken some time, but it was worth the wait if you're a Southern Rebels fan. Up towards that 7-metre mark they go now, the Hornets, and certainly what we did see in the Southern Rebels last match was after a very tough first half in terms of point scoring, it all really opened up once the first one came. That'll be the big assignment for them here. So we see another set now for the Hornets.
They've got to be patient here, James. They have had a lot of ball down here. They've got to be patient. Really get the Rebels to see. This is 2 penalties. The third one, as you know, the player's going to jump off. It'll be 6-on-5. So Hornets have got to be patient. They must use all 6 touches here, and they've got to get the Rebels right up off the line. Look for that third penalty.
Foster now drops it down. Little gets involved as well. Foster once more. Now Chippendale looking likely. Oh, Chippendale holds it in 2 hands. The long stride and squeezes through. There it is, the hit back almost immediately. And we were calling for more involvement from Zali Chippendale. She has responded in a big way.
Yeah, 2 tries. That's showing the class of both these teams. You see Chippendale come around the back on the sweeper. The defender didn't get a chance to get back onside. The touch was on the 7. So the defender's got to make the try line. So great call from the referee. Great footy from the Hornets. 2 tries in a couple of minutes here. This is what we want from both these outfits.
Good to see as well a play-through call. We've seen a lot of penalties in that situation so far on day 1, but that one there with a clear try-scoring opportunity on the cards. Smart refereeing. So locked up at 1 try apiece, and once more the rain's gotten even heavier here, Jason.
Yeah, it has. And good to see that sweep, as you mentioned. Good call from the referee, but pretty smart play there as well from Hornets to run that sweeper, early ball from the ground. We didn't see a lot of that in the first half, so that's probably an adjustment we saw at half-time. And then on the Southern Rebel side, that's where we want to look for some of that dump scoop play. Bowery, Slattery, they've got skill everywhere. Andy Law, they've got lots there. Let's see what they can bounce back with.
So High Marsh, speaking of bouncing, she's bouncing around on that 7. Now Mitchell out to this left-hand side, always struggling to get back there was Slattery. She must have just done so in time, but that was a very close run thing.
Yeah, it was nice play there. Number 2 for Hornets, Alice Mitchell. I like what we're seeing there with Mitchell. She does the 1%ers right. Lots of little things on the field. Not necessarily a big, massive sidestep or a flick pass or something like that, but she's sort of in anything. She's in everything, and she's doing all those little things right there. Alice Mitchell having a great game.
A real effort player as they'll once more look to bring on Zali Chippendale. And I like that coaching response. Now that they've actually recognised she does indeed have the hot hand and has split apart this Southern Rebels defence, once we get back down this end, back on she comes straight away. Here she is now, bouncing around. Chippendale brings it forward. Delay on the pass before slipping it to Little. She'll now wrap around to this right-hand side. Foster back to Chippendale. Danger straight away for the Southern Rebels. Chippendale links up again. Oh, there's a good recovery there from Crawford, but it wasn't strong enough. Chippendale tears them to shreds once again, and Ava Simpson goes in for the Hunter Western Hornets.
And again, we're seeing that sweeper play or that little loop around the play the ball for Zali Chippendale, giving good results for Hornets. You'll see it here on the replay, right around the back. Nice little draw and pass and a good finish. And now we've got our 3rd try, and it's swung back to Southern Rebels to see if they can respond.
It's just effortless as well from Zali Chippendale. That graceful stride, holding the ball in 2 hands, and just puts that little bit of indecision in the defence. There's now Fountas out of acting half. Hallowell Quinn inside the 7. Arm is raised. Last touch coming up. Fountas brings it forward. Oh, lovely delay on the pass. It required plenty of work back on the inside from Kaya Little to try and make the touch.
Yeah.
Now, the Rebels certainly think they've got through.
If the pass is away, it's a try. It's the referee's call because there was no touch made on the diver. So that came down to whether the referee thought it was a late pass or not. We'll have a look on the replay here when it comes through. I think it was last touch coming, so there wasn't a lot happening. That ball was away. Great call from the referee. Great try. Just like that, 2-all. And I'm pretty excited because I did say there was going to be some tries, and we've seen 4. I don't like being shown up on live coverage, James. I like all the predictions to come true.
It's really come alive in this second half. So 2 tries apiece as Irons got herself across the line, and now Hunter Western Hornets looking to strike back once more. Rain continues to team down. They'll make a little incision now with Potts. Potts linking up. Oh, there's a try that's gone begging. All that had to happen was that ball gets to the deck with control on it, but it just came free.
How about Potts? How about the footwork we're seeing here from the scoopers? Hindmarsh, Potts, Chippendale. I want to see more dump scoop from this Hunter Hornets team because outstanding play there.
Also worth pointing out just how high the ball control has been. The completion rate is exceptional given just how wet it is. It might not be showing up on your screens at home, but it is pelting down here at Coffs Harbour. It's now Love comes out to this left-hand side of the field, then hops in at acting half. Presswidge back out there once again. Touch is now made from the Southern Rebels. Slow it down momentarily here with Madison Mitchell. Then Hindmarsh with a bit of speed. Hindmarsh floating forward. Presswidge. Now, had she looked back on the inside, Bowery had actually hit the deck as a result of the wet weather. And all of a sudden, a yawning gap had emerged, but it was going to be a tough pass to throw. But that's something they need to be aware of moving forward, both these teams.
Yeah, and I think the footwork, the change in direction of the Hornets players is going to be really hard for the Rebels to take. You'll start to see a bit of surface water hopefully coming through on the coverage. It's starting to get a little bit heavy underfoot. And now with this turnover, this is where Rebels need to dig deep here because the Hornets are ready to pounce.
Well, up quickly and a big touch there, but left far too early. Referees all over it. Yeah, you can really see there where Fountas is at the moment. That's where all that wet weather is. So I hope they've got some pretty decent drainage here at CX Coffs International Stadium. The rain is not letting up. It's Mitchell. Just awaits around this 7-metre mark. Bouncing around here. Stepping high is Cable. And I say she didn't step high enough. Fountas certainly did, so it can only be Cable that was called on that occasion. And no mistake this time around. She's really into the thick of things there as Alice Mitchell comes forward. A lot of work in this set defensively for Cable.
Yeah, and that's that high footy IQ I'm talking about there with Mitchell. She's nice and calm. She's waiting for the defenders coming up, putting pressure on them, forcing the referee to make a call of whether the players are onside or not.
Hindmarsh trying to squeeze through, hit the deck heavily. Geez, they had a golden opportunity to play before on that right-hand edge. It was 3-on-2, and the likes of Keely Silver was screaming for some extra attention out there. And that's going to be 2 penalties inside the 7. And that one was on Cable, who's a little bit frustrated that they keep on targeting her at the moment.
Is it the number 9 there, is it? Chelsea Hindmarsh?
The Hindmarsh will come to the sideline now for Chippendale. Now Presswidge brings it forward, back on the inside. Fountas, good read. Look at how condensed this defensive line is, though, for Southern Rebels. There's at least half of the field open on that right-hand edge, and that's where Chippendale has set herself up at the moment.
Yeah, 4 players in camera shot there, right at the bottom. That means there's 2 players for the other 45 metres of the field. So this is where you want to run that sweeper and maybe dummy and go the other way. That's when these sorts of things happen. Let's have a look. Here it is now.
Chippendale looming again, brings it right to the line. Oh, lovely pass from Zali Chippendale onto an absolute platter for Hayley Presswidge to gobble up a try. What a ball from Chippendale.
Great work from Chippendale, but a special shout out there for Presswidge. You'll see on the replay that Presswidge pushed up flat into the hole. Gave the winger no chance. Sometimes the Lynx will get a bit deep there, James, and try and run onto it. Presswidge had the presence of mind to move up flat. She saw the opportunity and she finished with absolute class there for the Hornets. And now they're out by 1.
It's the first time they've led in this match, as now Andy Law tries to change that little predicament. Law puts the foot down. Great covering defence. They'll make the touch. Back to the 7 they go with roughly 4 minutes remaining. Law caught here about 7 metres away. Slattery's out there as well as Halliwell Quinn, and also the speed of Sailor Perrott. So if they are to launch a raid, this is the lineup you want. Now Perrott, catch and pass, out wide for Crawford. Good cover defence. It was touched in flight though. An extra set to work with. Slattery, now for Law. Out to Halliwell Quinn. Wrapping around again is Slattery. Looking for Law. Geez, they had a good opportunity to keep going left there. They turned away from it. As a result, easy recovery now for the Hornets. Slattery, slow it down. Now looks to speed up, catch and pass for Perrott. Well read, out wide though. On that occasion it was Tyler Brown.
Yeah, they're trying to run around them a little bit here, James, a bit lateral. I think they'd do better if they go a bit straighter.
Last one here, Perrott does straighten up a touch, then finds a good ball, but it was just a little too far behind the link.
Yeah, it's pretty hard in heavy rain, slippery ball. It's hard to string passes through when the defenders are shutting down, putting pressure on the ball carriers, cutting your time down. So that's why I think maybe a bit more direct dump scoop or diving at the offside player's feet, they might get more reward for that.
Nice little tip-on play there from Sarah Stewart as they get up over halfway once again, the Hornets. Now Hindmarsh, who's, for mine, probably pick of the bunch in terms of MVP alongside Chippendale. She's done a lot of the heavy lifting throughout this one. Some great drives from Hindmarsh. Chippendale's probably had the quote-unquote classier moments that'll get the highlight reels, but a lot of good work in the interim from Hindmarsh as they head up towards halfway now. Time beginning to run out for the Southern Rebels. Tomasiu brings it forward. Now a nice drive here from Davis. The set building well. Tomasiu takes off. That player was offside. Play on for now. Looking for support. Finds it in the form of Bowery, who gets it to ground. We are locked up. 3 tries apiece. A grandstand finish inside the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, clever scoop there, right down the middle. We just spoke about being direct. That's where they're getting value for their play. The number 10, right down the middle there, and had the presence of mind to find the vacant attacker. That's pretty special play there. That's going to serve Rebels very well this weekend if they can tap into that scoop on the end of their drives.
I think that's the first time I've seen a try where a reverse roll comes out from the try scorer. Oh, and Chippendale leaves that one behind. And so, likely the final chance here for the Southern Rebels to get themselves in front. Hunter Western Hornets should have one more set after this one as well. Davis brings it forward. Up towards halfway they go. Now Cable, Fountas with room to move. Turns it back on the inside. Quick roll ball. Numbers on that left-hand edge. If Fountas can get it there, I'll have to release early.
Yeah, Yeah, she might have been going for the penalty there or the playthrough. Could have gone either way. Looked like the defender did enough. Had to get back to 7 metres before making the touch, and probably did enough on that occasion. Do you think either of these teams can match the favourites? They're looking pretty good in the second half.
Well, the Rebels have already tested the UQ Rebels, and Hunter Western Hornets, we know the form they're in. They've now proven that up against similar opposition, they can also match it, because Southern Rebels have, of course, got a very strong lineup as they look to go for the win here. Now, wider still from Potts, all the way out for Simpson. Oh, Potts does a great job to get back into the action. Will eventually play it here. No, in fact, still alive at the moment for Potts. So final seconds ticking along. Drops it down now. Potts goes for the direct option. Cable makes the challenge, gets the touch, and that should do it. It looks like we're headed for a draw.
Yeah, Cable did a great save there under extreme duress, a heavy ground. It's slippery out there. Came up with the touch, and probably a fair result. James, 3-3, both teams. Made adjustments at half-time, and a 6-try second half. Pretty impressive from both sides.
And I think as well, the form line for the Southern Rebels it's a strange one, because I already have them as one of the top teams in the entire competition. I think they'll be there on Sunday finals day. But with that said, they haven't won a game yet. Oh, sorry, my apologies. They haven't won a game yet. They've had the bye, they had the loss in round 2, and now round 3 they've come up with a draw. So they've got quite literally just the one partial result, but I still have them going deep into this tournament.
I think so, and I think I wouldn't be all that unhappy if I'm in the Rebels camp, because the players are going to come out hungry tomorrow, and if they get good results tomorrow, then all of a sudden they're coming in a Sunday with momentum. So this is really, I think the women's division probably one of the more exciting ones that we're going to monitor throughout the weekend. Pretty good stuff.
And I think a big part of that as well is a lot of those younger players coming through that were in the women's 20s previously have made the step up into the Opens division. But full time here between the Southern Rebels and the Hunter Western Hornets. Locked up in a draw, 3 tries apiece. More action on the other side of this break from CX Coffs International Stadium.
We await the commencement. Referee Shiki gets us underway, and the Scorpions tap off a little drop ball from the opening. Tap off. Could be just nerves, as you said, youngsters. A little bit of pressure in the roll ball. So there's Quinlan now. Michaelopoulos. This is a gift. Young. This is off Michaelopoulos now, right into the line. There's Quinlan. Quinlan gets it down. Webb again from half. Simone Rogers need to keep chasing there. And is that a Lynn Mortimer? Let's see what the referees consult. 9 times out of 10, they're going to call that ball down, and they have here. Nice ball back out to Rogers. Smith from half. She'll go. Good pace, Smith. In behind the line. Ball. Great pass to Lara Bamblett. That's the young girl I was talking about, Paul. Doesn't matter because they have the ball now. Back to Duff. Duff goes for the dive over, and I think she got there. There's no question that the touch was made, but I don't think Gabrielle Chu was onside since then. Good pass.
Great ball.
Ashley Quinlan. So now they pull the reins back just a touch because Quinlan wants to set up a static play here. Goes long. I think Michaelopoulos is in again. Unfortunately for the Scorpions. Play there. And concern shown.
Great work.
That ball. Communicate here and make the right choices in defence. Quinlan.
She wants the ball.
Beth Webb. She looked to go back inside for Quinlan. She does now.
Great touch.
But the defence was on song. Lala Duff. 15 seconds remaining. There it is. It's all about timing, and Duff was on song. This will be the final play. 5 seconds remaining. And there it goes to ground. So the Scorpions.
One touch here.
Siren in the background. One touch. We're all tied up. Spearsy, 3-3. So the Mets with the first opportunity to attack. Scorps need to put defensive pressure on. There's the roll ball. Quinlan gets the run around. Young turns it back inside. Space out wide. Duff needs to go for the line. So Regan it is that scores. That's Saldern. She'll drive in. Parky into half. Picks up. Duff goes for the long ball. The tap-on play attempted. Still six more.
Correct.
The Scorpions will get the ball back. We've had a minute and a half gone, so 30 seconds remaining.
25 there.
Saldern. This is Duff. Duff down for Saldern. It's a ball back. Could have been forward.
Welcome back to the National Touch League Championships, live here from Coffs Harbour. A wet Coffs Harbour. The rain has definitely come and arrived. Tricky conditions for our teams in the evening matches here. We're back into the men's open now. Southwest Queensland Swans taking on Brisbane Metro. Scott McAllister and former Australian and New South Wales Women's Open rep Gab Rose is with me. Better up here than out there, Gab, that's for sure.
It certainly is. I said earlier I was happy to do overtime in conditions like this as long as I'm inside.
Yes, here we go. A couple of Queensland teams taking on each other. We saw that early in the earlier rounds for the men's open in round 2 as well. 4 Queensland teams lining up against each other. We'll have the Mets taking on the Sharks to close out day 1 action after this as Brisbane Metro on the attack. Moffat back to the 7-metre line. We'll concede the set of 6. Nice strong start and defence there from the Swans.
Yeah, and they might have to change their original game plans a little bit through here, Scotty, with the conditions that they face, because you may not see it on TV, but it's been heavy rain for the last couple of hours here in Coffs Harbour, so we'll see how the game pans out in the surface water.
And you can just see it starting to splash up there, and the play the balls and the rucks are going to be really important for both teams. They go 100 miles an hour, but you might just have to pull things back slightly here in the men's.
So we see a first penalty there, and interesting to note, Scott, we've seen all day they're trialling the 4-ref system in the men's open division, and for me, I've watched a few games of that today, it's working really well.
Yeah, and it's just helping to keep the speed of the game there. As soon as there's changeovers or change of possession, the teams are just getting straight back on. The on-field referees then onside holding that distance to get them back. So we see a beautiful ball out into the corner. Well, they're playing dry weather football there with that first try to Brisbane. That's a quality way to start the game.
That is a ripper of a pass in any conditions, but in these conditions, left to right, over 2 heads, in the corner, and we see Heath Crawford opening the score sheet for his team, Brisbane Metro.
Lovely ball from Jonte Brown. And Brisbane coming off a 5-4 loss to CQ, but they were up 4-2 in that game. 3 tries in the second half for CQ, getting the win at the death. They've started this game in perfect fashion, looking for their first win. They had the bye in round 1. And they're looking to finish off day 1 here with a win to kickstart their campaign as Carmody takes it to the line. Kalis had to snatch at it. They're going to repeat set here, the Swans.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he couldn't quite grab it in these slippery conditions, so it's a 6 gun. It's going to be very hard to line defend. So we see there a bit of a mess in the... as we see the ref, and there's another laugh from everyone in the crowd. And a drop ball. It's all happening here. It's a bit of a circus, Scott.
The hard thing, too, I think he's gone back to the 3-referee system. He was about to charge in to get back and hold the defensive line. Didn't need to be there. Realised, put the brakes on, and he was slipping and sliding all over the place.
Yeah, they might need the special metal studs on tonight, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it is tricky for everybody out on the field at the moment, referees included. As we see Carmody, nice ball, Richards, smart football, in all sorts of trouble here. Pearce tries to loop it around the back. Well, they're lucky to hold out there, Brisbane, because they were absolutely shot to pieces in defence.
Yeah, and really smart play there. He tried to get the ball down second phase, we call it, and nearly paid dividends. But they'll get a fresh set of 6 here. They'll be looking at some of their key players to get on and see what they can manufacture.
Now Deacon tries to take it to the line. Oh, it did come off their hands there. It's one of those ones where it was a bad ball to throw, so you almost feel like a little bit of advantage should go to the defensive team, but it did come off their hands regardless. Referees say repeat. Now we've got those 4 referees there. They're not going to miss those ones. Richards goes long early. The Swans will hold things up as they go short side. Did a good job throwing it off the deck as well to continue this play on. Back in field to Richards as Deacon comes into half. Rips long more. He does the same. And pumped to come back in and hold on to the footy. Good defence so far in the set here from Brisbane. Ben Moore plays it. Brother Matt rips it to Richards and a great touch from outside in. Crawford again, the try scorer.
Well, my early prediction of them, maybe changing their game plan hasn't come to fruition yet. They are throwing the ball around like it's beautiful sunny conditions here, so it's a testament to the skill level that these men have.
Brisbane now with Sean Francis. Adams goes forward. Kellum follows suit. Bart's now with a bit of room to work with, and Adams will finish it off in the corner.
And Scotty, you being from up in Queensland, there's been a fair bit of rain, so no doubt they would have trained a lot in these conditions in the previous few months.
Yeah, that's right. It has been quite wet up north of the border as well, so yeah, they'd be used to this. Would have been planning. Every team plans for a little bit of rain at some point in time, no matter when the NTLs is. Of course, we were due to be here in March. That was postponed with the cyclone activity. Come down in May. Not too much has changed. A little bit cooler. And Bart's there. Slippery ball.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a let-off there for the Swans, because they were going to have to defend that entire set on their line. But little drop ball, which we're going to see this evening. So we'll see if they can turn defence into attack here.
And Notley, again, just always skips away from the first. Also the second defender on a lot of occasions coming out of the box. Clean pick-up, and there's players retrieving. There's a bit of contact there, yeah, and signal from our on-field referee.
Looks like he's going to make a sub, which feels a little bit harsh. He kind of had the ball, he was trying to get around him, and he did put the elbow out, but anyway, it's a forced sub. There'll be no damage done because we have the new player come on now as the Brisbane Metro get off their line and take it up into the other half.
Waved away as well there, Jake. Off you go, young fellow, over to the sideline. Yeah, it was an interesting one. Now Jonte, he set up the first try. Can't come about it this time around. Swans start their set just a few metres short of their 10-metre line.
Yeah, and that was a good touch there by Samuel Shepherd. He came in and a bit like a sniper and snuffed down any opportunity.
Carmody, Matt Moore, there's Madden now. Burrows the head, short ball. Nothing through there, last touch of the set. It's really back and forth at the moment, these last few sets, isn't it? No one really cracking.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same. It's come to a little bit of a grind. We saw some enterprising play early, first few minutes, and now they're just sticking to their process. A little bit of enterprising play there as they come down the sideline, giving their new players an opportunity to get on the field.
Davidson shows it. It's now Brown picks up short ball. The Swans will regain possession. Seems like the long ball's gone in the back pocket momentarily, particularly for Brisbane. Let's have a look here.
No, he's moving them back. Maybe they weren't quite on the mark, so they're going to have to restart the set exactly where the referees told them to. Off we go again.
Notley. Carmody will head over for a breather. Changes here for the Swans as Richards plays it over the halfway line. This punch and flow coming out. Ben Moore feeds it. Contact from Ken Adams. And the touch is made. Outside in defenders are making good reads from both teams at the moment. As soon as that pass is thrown, they're jamming up and in to make the touch.
Yeah, they're playing a bit of the numbers game here, so they're daring the attack to go long in these conditions, which is a bit more difficult. As we see another penalty there. So there's been a few penalties, Scott, in attack, hasn't there? When their team's got the ball, and that's going to make matters worse with a bit of lip to the referee, which is a battle you're never going to win.
Yeah, I think it was David Sen who was actually in the interchange box at the time. Fed a few comments back on field. Mr. Baggio heard them very clearly. Much as southwest downfield, extra 10 metres as Hegger just tries to get in underneath. Forward pass has been picked up.
So again, another penalty with ball in hand. So it feels like there's been more penalties in attack than defence so far in this game. And again, could be the slippery conditions. Hard to maintain control. Oh, he was slipping and sliding. I thought he was on a slip and slide there, coming off the field.
You can see the high fives in the box. Tried to get his feet. He was down again. Down on the double screamer at Wet and Wild. Kellum.
Yeah, we saw a bear crawl earlier in the day for a try, so we're seeing a bit of everything today at Coffs Harbour.
Now, it's a bit of contact. Which way is this going to go? Not playing it straight. I think was the call in to play the ball there, so Brisbane can get the football back.
It can be confusing with the 4 refs sometimes as to where the signal's coming from. That's probably the only thing I'm finding, but so far I really do like the system, just purely because of the speed of the games.
There's Bauer. Good attacking opportunity here for Brisbane, looking to go up by 2 points. They're at a premium at the moment as Brown looks for support. Loops it over, and a great take. No, referees aren't going to give this one. Must have been lost over the line or not having full control of the football there, David Sen.
Yeah, I was about to put pen to paper there. We haven't seen a replay, but from live it looked like he might have got it down, but the referee's a lot closer than us, Scott.
Chance missed there for Brisbane as the Swans will finish it off in the corner.
We see a replay now. So he slices through, patiently waits.
Oh, well, it's smack in front of the sideline referee. Davidson's pleading his case. He didn't put up too much of an argument, though.
Oh.
As now we look back to live action, and Simpson has gone down the sideline. Brisbane do get their second after almost scoring just moments ago. Travis Simpson with some room to work with down this left-hand side of the field. Gets
He's
away
breathing
from the
in
Swans.
the big ones there, but it doesn't look like there was too much on, just a cut out. Beautiful hands down on the wing, and Simpson, nice little goosey, got away from the full-length dive of the defender, and he'll come off for a well-earned sub and earning his team another point.
Yeah, Tommy Quinn-Livin there full stretched in the dive. And just prior to coming back to live action, referees and pulling both captains in to have a quick chat. So you're seeing a few things out there on the field they're not too happy with at the moment.
How good is a goose step?
Oh, it's the best. Nothing better. That was quality there, and that is even better from Lockie Pearce. Oh, well, it looked like they were there defensively. To come up and put pressure on, he just slaps the ball out of the way.
We see on the replay here, goes off the right, back into Grissus, takes it off the air, and 2-1, game back on. Made it look easy. And it looks like conditions are even getting a little bit worse here in the last couple of minutes, so it'll be interesting to see how they go leading into half-time.
It's just been relentless, this rain. And again, in possession here, Brisbane. Give the ball back. And it was back chat again. And this time, I think it was Josh Glacken. Well.
It's good the refs aren't standing for that, because we don't want to see that in our game. And I venture a guess if we see it another 1 or 2 times, there might be somebody sitting at the end of the field.
As Hegarty's taking it right to the defensive line. Contact was made before the touch. Sorry, before the pass was thrown.
We're already more than halfway through this first half, Scotty. It feels like it's gone quite quickly.
Here is Davidson back onto the field. Callis Brown has a look. Nice little flick out the back to brother Jonte, who almost slices through the defence.
Yeah, that's some nice enterprising play there. They're good on their feet, they're fast, and they're good with their hands as well. So it's, notwithstanding their conditions, they're still playing some beautiful, entertaining touch.
Yeah, marched upfield as well. Contact made there as Francis flies through the air to make the touch.
And you can see the water, can't you, now coming off the surface each time they kind of step or dig into the line.
Here's Deacon. Francis, he didn't get hands onto the ball. It's kind of thrown into him. Referees say repeat set. Here for the Swans as Notley tries to dance on the outside of Jonte Brown.
There was some good dance moves there.
Oh, he's got him. Don't worry about that. Now Deacon.
He's got a double.
Wow. Nothing happening. And they just held off him, didn't they? On Bailey Deacon. Take a look at the replay.
Yeah, there wasn't much happening. He came around on the sweep, went out, shimmied back in, and that's a try. I feel like was it Charlie Griffiths or Deacon?
No, it is Bailey Deacon. There is might have swapped shirts. I think Deacon might have said to Charlie, I haven't seen Charlie out there as of yet, and he's gone, mate, your jersey's dry. I'm going to borrow that one instead of wearing this wet one in the second game. So I think we've got Jersey number swap there. Bailey Deacon scoring his second try. Moffat now almost slicing in between the defence. Last touch here for Brisbane. Moffat will concede the set. Sends it over the sideline. He'll get much downfield for that too.
Yeah, that's going to be a penalty every day of the week. It was an obvious attempt at throwing it over the sideline so you can get your defensive line set.
Here's the double try scorer here in the first half. Now feeding it out to Dave Richards. Living from half. As Pearce flies onto the ball out of the box. Carmody follows suit. Laying a nice platform here. Quinlivan goes short side. Carmody can't skip away on the out. Good set though for the Swans.
They've come to life in the last few minutes, the Swans, as we head towards half-time.
Oh, nice work from Carmody as well. Oh, he might have been a step short. Yeah, he's right next to the referee who has a quick chat to him. Good intention there from Sam Carmody. Just got to make sure you're behind the men in pink.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a relieving penalty there. So they'll get heading up towards halfway here, and it's going to be ball down. They plead with the referee, but no such luck.
Yeah, couldn't capitalise on that opportunity, Brisbane. And all of a sudden, the Swans are back on the attack. Looking to level things up. Oh, it's a great ball. Matthew Moore, this time he feeds it to Lockie Pearce.
That was on an absolute platter then. That was perfect. You would not see a better pass than that. Comes one way, through the middle, outside the defender, straight on his chest. And they hit the lead. The Swans. Just like that.
Yeah, correction, Swans now in front. Lovely try. Pearce going across. The last one up. Simey finish this one off. And the Hooter sounds in the background. Richards makes a touch on Jonte Brown. That's the Hooter sounds. Swanee striking right before the halftime break to go in front. Good game of footy here in tricky conditions, but like we said, the quality of this contest is very high.
Yeah, excellent game, and I can't pick a winner yet, so stay tuned for the second half, Scotty.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the Swans that go into the halftime break with the advantage at the moment. Halftime score here, South West Queensland Swans 3 over Brisbane Mustangs 2. Oh, we're down here with Adam from the Southern Rebels here at the NTLs this year. Mate, playing in the senior mixed. How's it shaping up this weekend for you?
Mate, so far so good. Senior mixed crew, we think we're a chance this tournament, and we've got a bunch of people that have played together for a while, so we're looking forward to it. Some good friends, and yeah, it should be a good time away. We've managed to win the first game, so onwards and upwards.
What do you like about the NTL? We've been here a few times now.
Yeah, 5 times now, I think. Look, it's always a great weekend. You know, Coffs does a really good job. Congratulations to the people that managed to get the fields ready. It's amazing. But the whole town does a really good job of hosting, and we always have a good time up here. And and the touch is good, and it's great to be active, and it's great to be able to see so many people that you know and you've known over the years here, and it's just a permanent fixture on the calendar.
Yeah, absolutely. Coffs Harbour as well, bringing the event here. It's been here for so long now. It's a great opportunity. You got your family here as well. It's just a great atmosphere and a great place to play a bit of footy while you're here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got my boy with me this year, and he's having a good time, and I think that's what it's about. It's a real sense of community around touch. So I think it's a really great sport for those purposes, and Coffs is a great place to come and do it.
Excellent. All the best for the rest of the weekend.
Good on you, Scott. Thanks, mate.
Seconds.
Teams back out on the field here for the second half in round 3 of the Men's Open. This is a Pool B match as well. Swans in front 3-2 coming into the second half. There's a couple of last-minute tries there towards the back end of the first half. And yeah, they're in front by 1 on the scoreboard, but there's really not that much separating these two teams.
No, definitely anybody's game. And once they got used to kind of the conditions in this game, we really did see the lift in intensity. Speaking of which, drop back inside. Nearly close to a try off the first set of 6, Scott.
Yeah, they've come out all guns blazing here, the Swans. And what's been a tight contest, if they score here and go up by 2, it'd be the biggest margin of the game so far. Looping ball out of the hands. Well, it's taken a deflection, so we'll get another set of 6.
Again, pleading with the referee. I thought it was shot out of a cannon about 3 or 4 metres forward, so obviously did get that deflection. 6 to go, still chatting to the referee.
He'll go for everything, Sean Francis. Don't worry about that. He's a competitor. Haven't seen too many referees change a decision. There's Prendergast, nice footwork, skipping on the outside of the defence and throwing the ball to Hegedus, looking for that space.
And Blaze will be certainly someone to watch in this second half, won't he, Scott?
Yep, as he plays it on the 7. Again, Francis challenging in the play of the ball. Hegedus, no contact made. Sen gets him now. And again, is that incorrect play of the ball?
Yeah, they still had a couple of touches up their sleeve, but it was well defended on the other side of the coin by the Brisbane Metro, coming into halfway, out of half time, and now bringing the ball up out of their half and hopefully to get a repeat set for them.
Kellum plays it on the last as Bartz picks up nothing. Oh, nice little soft touch, though, from Brown. I was just about to say there wasn't too much doing down the right-hand side. Great little half chance. They were sliding across the defence, though, the Swans. Now Pearce loops one out the back to Notley. He goes to Quinlivan. Changes here for the Swans.
Yeah, and some good ground here by the Swans. It's a very good set by them. Still with a touch-up hand. They're going to drop it back inside. Strike dump.
And more. There's players offside here. They play through Bartz. And it falls into their hands in the end. They recovered just in time. And Brisbane doing the hard work, and they earn themselves a penalty.
Yeah, a little bit too forceful in the touch there. The referee was right on the spot for that one, and that's a good relieving penalty for the Brisbane Metro team.
Dart gets him over the halfway line. Follows with another truck going forward. Moffat shows it to Matters. Does come back to him now, and Matters through the middle. Beautiful play from Brisbane. They score first here in the second half, and they lock us back up.
And that is going to look absolutely amazing on the replay here. They come around for the sweep, goes one way, drops it back inside. He's got the defence turn inside out. And Matters, scores locked up again, 3-all. That's beautiful to watch, Scott.
Great play. And Moffat setting that one up. When he showed it the first time and then takes off, you think, right, he's going to head out towards the left edge. And then Matters just held that line on the inside. It's a play that they've put together on the training park.
Yeah, and how good when those plays you do practice at training come off in the game, in high-pressure situations like here.
Now Pearce tries to thread it through short to Carmody.
Yeah, so they're going to have to defend their try line again, Brisbane Metro. So they've just scored a try, so the next part of the equation is trying to stop the other team from scoring straight back.
Madden having a dig at the line. Carmody slices them, threads it around behind. And our play on's the call from our referees. The Swans hit straight back to reclaim the lead.
Yeah, he sliced them through with his running, but then it was like a precision pass right through the gap as well. So this will look good on the replay as we look for the DoorDash replay. So he slices through, looks to pass, gets behind the back of the defender, and a good put down there also by David Richards. So they've taken a lead now, the Swans, 4-3.
Starting to open up in the second half, and as I say, that other mistake in the play ball.
Yeah, and legs will be starting to get a little bit heavy. Third game of the day for the Swans. Only second, they had a bye earlier today, the Brisbane Metro team. But with the heavy conditions on the ground, their legs will certainly be feeling it at the back end of this game.
Yeah, the Moore brothers working together as Matt just slings it over the top of his head. It is a late pass. The Swans, Francis taking his time to get back. Swans get their defensive line set.
Yeah, and they'll try and get a little bit of push defence here and try and stop them from getting a strike dump here at the end of the set. But they're coming on at speed here, Brisbane Metro. This is a good set for them. Gives them an opportunity at the back end.
Oh, Moffat picks up, slices, takes a desperation deflection there from the Swans. A lot of finger pointing going on from the Swans team. We'll get the repeat set, though, here, Brisbane.
Yeah, looking live, it just looked like it was a pure had to be 6 to go. So he stuck the hand out and saved a try, but they're going to have to defend another set of 6.
Moffat really injecting himself into the game now. Penalty given away from the Swans. First touch, too. And there's a bit of chat here with referee Baggio. Referees are all over the ill discipline. As Moffat dances. Another one. And that's the second.
We know what happens after 3, don't we, Scott? For another penalty, there'll be one of the Swans players to the sideline.
It's interesting that they're holding early-ish in the touch count as we see Moffat being touched. Like they're still setting up there, Brisbane. There's no reason for them not to start pushing forward, particularly on like touch 1 and 2. And they've tightened it up now. As Moffat again looks both ways and finds Brown, who goes in on the knees. And got it down just before the in-goal line was creeping up on him.
I think it came up very quick for him. He kind of got the ball and his knees were sliding. We'll see there, but just slices through Moffat in between 2 players. Get that ball down. And we're all locked up again, 4-4. Let's see the replay, how close it actually was. He's got the ball. Oh, just. just. That's all you've got to do.
It's never in doubt. These kids, they're cool, calm and collected. Always in control. The Swans. This back and forth battle continues. Carmody to Pierce. No touch made in the middle from Dart.
I'd like to look at the put down of this one as well. Needing nearly a couple of video ref situations here in quick succession. No complaint, so we'll say ball was down. Straight through the middle.
Oh. He pointed straight up. It's one of those ones I think is there and just the wet conditions. Oh, yeah. Did the ball get there before the line?
Yes, it did, sir. Yes, it did. 5-4. Swans back in the lead, Scott. It's hard to pick this one.
It's really back and forth and starting to open up a little bit now in the second half. Rain is still falling, much lighter than what we saw in the early stages of the game.
And what we're seeing in this second half is they are getting through close to the ruck. So it's not the long balls that we traditionally see in the men's game, but potentially due to the slippery conditions, they're just slicing through close to the ruck.
He's not Lee. Yeah, just gets away from defenders. Now they'll feed off the back of it. Oh, Pierce.
Laid an egg.
He did lay an egg. Did the splits. He did everything there, Lockie Pierce. He did everything he could to try and get that body over the ball. These wet conditions, as you can see, the water splashing up under the bootlaces here of Brisbane. We're down by 1. Another penalty given away from the Swans. It's just leaving that door ajar with a little bit of ill discipline defensively down the centre of the field.
Yeah, and you've got the man who's made a difference already in this game, Hayden Moffat. He's right in the thick of the action here. Ball in hand now.
As Kellum decides to pull back out, half a second thought about going for a bit of phase play within the line. Now, beautiful ball. He cannot be stopped at the moment, Hayden Moffat. Well, if he's not running through from half, he's throwing amazing balls like that, and it is all high fives.
I'll tell you what, Jonte Brown is the recipient again of an absolute belter of a pass. He's just going to follow him all day if he keeps getting tries like that. That's a great pass. Excellent catch. Slides over for a try, and 5-all.
Well, this heavyweight battle continues. They continue to throw punches, both these two teams. Last touch now. As Carmody slings it out to Madden. There's nothing there. Carmody still did a pretty good job to almost reel it back in.
Yeah, and step at the same time. He nearly got round him. But well done there by Brisbane Metro. They can hear him in the box down here, Scott, how pumped they are coming into the last part of this game.
Adams. Now, what have we got here? Interchange infringement from Brisbane.
The worst type.
He had a tricky time. One of their co-captains, Tim Bart's, barking in the box.
And they were just getting on a little bit of a roll there, Brisbane Metro, so they want to hold out the Swans here in an entertaining encounter here. 5-all into the back end of the second half.
Prendergast and Hegedus on, as well as Richards, left link. Notley out in the right link.
There's certainly some strike power.
We've got some talent out on the park at the moment. And here's Blaze, who threads it and links up with Jake Notley. Took a deflection as well. The Swans hit back once more to reclaim the lead.
Yeah, as we said, there was star power right across the field. Prendergast goes through. There's a little slip down there. And then on the spot to take the lead. 6-5. The Swans. Pearce has got a double.
Brisbane continued to chase points and hit back here in the second half. As Bartz gets it down cleanly, quickly, they send it down. Nothing there. They need a big defensive set. Clock winding down in this one.
Yeah, they still don't need to panic, Brisbane. They're still, probably 4 or 5 minutes left on the clock, and they've got the ability right across the park. And I feel like there's plenty more to roll out in this game, Scott.
Hegedus throws a nice switching ball out the back to players coming onto the field. As Deacon punches forward, coming to the last now. Moore slipping, still links up with Deacon, who skips across. And they shoot it out on the right-hand side of the field. And finished off there with Sam Shepherd.
Yeah, they won't be too unhappy with the finishing of that set. They finished on their side of the field, and an incorrect roll ball. Oh, no.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yep, Swans ball. It didn't look like it was going to be over the mark or didn't get through the legs.
And that could prove costly.
Yeah, I don't think at any stage during this game any team has led by more than one try. So if the Swans get one here, get back in front, and push that margin out to 2 as they head that way now, and a solid contact. And coming from outside in, Verenkamp. Oh, it's Crawford, apologies.
He's ruled a try.
Well, now what's happened here?
I don't think I've seen that before.
Well,
He's ruled a penalty try based on the hit from the winger, is all I can gather. So he came into shutdown. It's second phase play. He was offside. That's possibly what it was. He never hit the line, so I'm going to say he's ruled he was out and would have otherwise scored without the hit. I'm guessing.
Couldn't be any other thing, and Baggio picks the ball up and puts it down
scored
himself.
It, so I don't know where I write that down on my score sheet.
Well, having another look at it here, and you can see, Crawford is a good couple of steps short, so gone professional foul, and you can see Hegedus pointing straight across. Baggio says, I'll take that. Try time, and Hegedus is all claps.
And meanwhile, back to live action, we've got an injury out here on the field. We're just trying to see who it is.
There's a couple of Brisbane players down at the moment, and not looking in a great way. And again, more chat here with the refs. Let's take a look. It's Moffat who plays it. It's it back here from Matters.
Oh, it's a push in the back, a bit like it'd be like a little whiplash style there. It was definitely late, but it looks like there's been no penalty.
Swans are going to get the ball, and they're going to get the ball over on the far side of the field.
We said there was more to play out in this game, and this was not what I expected.
And now Brisbane, obviously not happy with how things are going. took the opportunity to get a little get square there. Gave the penalty away. Well, all happening here in the second half. Hegedus back on field as Prendergast plays it. Hegedus comes in. I think they might taking that little deflection off the melon. And then of Glacken, who gets him going forward. Good start to this set here for Brisbane.
They are charging down the field. They are pumped up. They haven't been happy with a few recent decisions. They're trying to take it into their own hands as the clock winds down. They need a try here. Oh, great defence.
Pierce just flying through. Get hands, bodies, arms, legs, all over that one. Set to work with for Brisbane. They've got to score in this set of 6, you feel. As Kalis holds his feet. Sends it back across. Francis down. They're in trouble here.
Beautiful.
Nice ball from Jonte Brown in the corner.
Forward.
No! They can't buy a try at the moment in Brisbane.
It was a beautiful, well-constructed play there, but out of the hands, last play, he's called the last pass forward. So we had a slip there, thrown it over the top. Jonte Brown, he scored a triple, thought he had a try assist there. It was probably all to no avail anyway, Scott. It would have ended up 7-6, but interesting end to that game.
Very interesting finish to that game. We saw a penalty try, a bit of contact off the ball, and in the end, the Swans get the victory by 2. And, yeah, like we said, Cam, that just had a little bit of everything, but a good win there for the Swannies. They roll on.
Yeah, they sure do. And, again, given the conditions we saw play out today, it was excellent by both teams. And no doubt they'll be deep in the competition on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got more men's open action coming up. It's the last game of the day here on your coverage on KO Sports, Sky and Sky Sports. New South Wales Mets taking on the South Queensland Sharks. Stay with us. More to come.
We got now.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just no.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
Joined on the sideline here by Southwest Swans middle Blaze Prendergast. Blaze, rain coming down behind us. How were the conditions in that game?
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Obviously, errors from both teams. I don't think any of the teams executed their game plan, but it was just about getting over that line and stopping tries. So, fortunate enough to win by 2 tries in the end there, but it was tough conditions, tough game.
Big day today for the Swans, 3 from 3. You got the bye tomorrow. Why are the Swans going to be one of the danger teams moving forward?
I think we've just slowly been building over the last 4 years. Keep progressing into finals deeper and deeper each year. Like you said, we got the bye, but still got a tough game in the morning against Bulls, which will be a good game. So looking forward to it. But yeah, as I said, we keep building. We're a running team, fit team. So yeah, I think that's what makes us dangerous.
100%. We've seen you this year represent Australia in the mixed open division, Australia in the 20s boys division. State of Origin coming up in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. A, do you still love the sport? Because you're here again. B, what are you looking forward to about the Origin series?
Yeah, it's obviously feel like it's the pinnacle of touch football. Queensland versus New South Wales. Obviously an honour to pull on the green and gold jersey, but I know it's going to be a battle in a couple of weeks' time in the 20s division, and yeah, looking forward to it.
All the best. Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Game down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Woo.
Back live here at the National Touch League Championships in Coffs Harbour. Final broadcast match of the day, and could be one of the games of the day at that. The South Queensland Sharks taking on the Sydney Mets. Scott McAllister and former Australian Men's Open rep Adam Pride in commentary for this one. Stars galore in both teams, absolutely stacked.
Yeah, absolutely mouthwatering fixture. Mets and Sharks rivalry dates back to the early 2000s. They played in a number of Men's Open, NTL finals. Really intrigued with the two coaching battles here. Two players pretty fresh out of the system. So Scott Buckley from the Mets and South Queensland Sharks, Dave Maher, played a number of New South Wales Origin series together recently.
Gamesmanship has started straight away from the first touch, and who else would you want with ball in hand than Peter Norman? As he kicks away now, Norman looks to switch back in. There's Price from half, Tika dancing. Now, like right away from the tap-off, the Mets were still getting themselves sorted, and Pete was like, no, I'm going.
Yeah, just intent from the start. We've talked about that through the day. Just wanting to go forward. Pete just creating some chances.
And they played out the back, just took a little bit of a juggle. Cook will finish it right on the sideline.
Both teams have Australian players littered across the park. Kyson Boland, man with the ball in hand now, recently made his Australian Men's Open debut, has had the hot hand in that series as well. So looking for him to have a big game here for the Mets.
Here's another Australian rep in Luke Osborne, played in the mix. It was fantastic over in New Zealand as well. Been stalwart of the Mets program for a number of years. Good set for them rolling downfield here. The Mets short ball, and it looked like Tika had a bit of a snatch at that. He certainly did.
Repeat set, pretty happy with that start. Pete Norman did come out with intent in that first set. Mets got through it. They've now earned themselves a repeat set on the line.
Here's Ashby to Gretsch. They come back to Ashby. Sharks holding their feet, defending their line at the moment. Now Harrington plays it. Plays in motion, slipping, sliding. Oh, it's a nice low pass into the line. Just a really tough one to take in these conditions.
Yeah, missed opportunity. Nice play there from the Mets. They go that middle link platform with the Rooster. Nice little early release and created the chance. If it went to hand, it was easily the first try of the game.
Sharks now beaten over the halfway line. Adam Russell picks up good meters coming into the last touch. Hall now has a look at options and flicked out the back. The touch was made first.
Yeah, nice little flow there, Adam Russell finding Jacob Hall, known for his left to right on that dump. A great read. Cameron Chloe, fresh off representing the Australian Emus in the 20s division at the recent Asia Pacific Youth Tournament. He is a young up-and-coming winger with great raps on him.
Harrington gets him forward and heads over the sideline for a breather. Changes flow onto the park here for the Mets. Coming into the last touch now. Ooh, ball just dipping away. I think ball might have been the option.
Yeah, fast start, both teams.
Cook from half. Dayberg Muir ducks the head. Gets him going forward again. Skinner plays it as Russell goes without it. Heads back, picks it up, sends it over the sideline. Just lost a bit of flow coming into that back end of the set there, the Sharks.
Yeah, momentum loss. This is the spot that the Mets like. They're traditionally, the style Jack likes playing, likes them coming to the sub-box every set of 6. They're going to have a lot of variations and a lot of trick plays out of the box. So this is a danger set now for the Sharks.
Catalano, not much doing there, just held things up coming in there. Questioning the touch count here, the Mets. Catalano's got his arms up in the air. He thought that they still had an extra one up their sleeve, but We've seen players get that one wrong before. Penalty comes here for the Sharks.
Yeah, I can't say I was certain either way there. Question was definitely asked, but now a bit of frustration results in a penalty. Probably what Mets, if they had their time over again, a little bit more intent. They had that turnover on the 10 and they kind of just cruised down there. Really didn't cash in an extra opportunity.
Norman switches in Hennessy. Gets it down. A great game in round 2. Dylan Hennessy, as Price slips and slides, but he knows there's Mets players offside.
Yeah, lucky there for the Sharks. A little bit of miscommunication. Hennessy split in, ended up driving. Tika swept and Price wasn't aware of it, so they've got away with that one, the Sharks.
Here's Dylan. Now Tika, right foot, stepping away from offside defenders. They'll get another penalty. Here's Osborne defending out there in the left link position at the moment.
Yeah, Mets like to have their middles do a lot of work and then links play nice and high. So Osborne that time leaving the line a little bit early.
Lennox plays it, gets good contact from Osborne again. As Dylan holds things up. Looking for a penalty, the Sharks. They don't get one on this occasion. Dill just flicks it with one hand off the ground.
That's outrageous skill. Just a one-hand flick for that split of play.
After torrential rain, it's not raining at the moment, but it's severely wet out there. No problems at all. Norman from half. Tika has a look. Moves it out at home. Nothing presenting itself yet here for the Sharks. The Mets defense has been good. And they come up and make another good touch, just slowing down. And the Sharks coming into the back end of the set. Dillon now loses it.
Yeah, missed opportunity there for the Sharks. Mets walk away pretty happy with their defensive efforts. Middles were in decent shape. Not too many questions asked.
Simbolin from the first. Osborne wisely holds it. He'll truck them forward again. Oh, beautiful little inside ball. All these meters, extra meters, are so valuable, particularly in conditions like this. As now the Mets come across field. And desperation defense in the end to make it on Watkins. He's lightning quick. And the Mets are going to finish it just over the halfway line.
A little bit too lateral to start that set, the Sydney Mets. Sharks did a good job pressing in the midfield. Now they were going to be rewarded with an opportunity, but they've let Mets off the hook with an unforced error.
A bit of chat between Pete Norman and Drew Price on that occasion as they come off. Sharks now in defence. Good opportunity here for the Mets. Try and open up the scoring. Still locked up at 0-0. Last touch now. They got all their players on the left, and Hall has to slap the ball.
Yeah, a bit of space there between the two middles for the Sharks there, with Finn Watkins coming around on the sweep and trailing on the inside. Hand had to be put out there from Hall, so Sharks under the pump still.
Here is Watkins playing it. Harrington from half. Ashby sends it. They release early. Out to the right. Mansour dances back infield. Ashby again. Watkins goes back to Ashby. Nothing there for them. Ooh, half thought about going for some phase play within the 7. And they reset. Here the Mets. As now Osborne has a look. Nice ball out into space, and it was lost before getting to the line. That was a real chance there. Luke Mansour already had one eye on trying to get that ball down across the line. Just slipped out of his hands as he was looking across the strike.
Takes it cleanly, scores there. Mansour, Ashby, and Finn Watkins playing the short game, kind of holding that edge up from the Sharks. Luke Osborne just sitting at left link, waiting for his chance. Fourth touch, they found him, and a missed opportunity there for the Mets. Russell from half.
Let's look at his options. And Harrington has to slap it down. Good set from the Sharks going coast to coast down the other end of the field. Now they get the reward with a repeat set. They get an opportunity to make some changes too. Hennessy back on the field. Here's Kai Tika off the left foot. And they're going to get in underneath. The Sharks have opened up the scoring. Again, off the back of that great set. And they get the repeat. And Kai Tika gets in underneath for the first try.
Yeah, nice flow. Mets defense just caught on the line there on that occasion. Harrington just couldn't pop up, and Kaiatika gets nice and low, beats them to the space, and that's a good call from the official.
Sharks in front. First try of the game here, round 3. Both teams coming in undefeated to this round 3 fixture. As the Mets now. Berryman plays it, and they pick up. Nothing to work with there on the back end of the set.
Yeah, Sharks in a comfortable spot there. They didn't quite get the middles moving too much. They're big intent with stopping that try after points.
So comfortable victories for the Mets in their first 2. 13-0 over South Australia, 10-0 over Victoria. And the Sharkies 17-2. They played Victoria Storm in their first match as well. Bit of a tighter contest against the UQ Rebels, 8-4. They looked pretty impressive in that round 2 fixture against the Rebels, as Hall shows it. He's a crossfield, tucks it under the wing, concedes the set.
They've done this a few times. Sharks left the ball on that far edge. Looks like it could be a tactic from them as they pressure the Mets sub-box.
Those changes come on. And they have stifled the attack a little bit in the first few touches. Better from Cymbolan coming into the last now as Watkins picks it up. There's just nothing there, but they get the repeat.
It's just intent. Kai Cymbolan going forward, creating half a chance. Finn Watkins also being direct out of half now. It's their opportunity. I'd love to see Cymbolan get on one of his static plays here and ask some questions.
Here he is, decides to dish. Watkins, they'll just get reset here, the Mets. Catalano comes back to Cymbolan, feeds him early. Right foot player slipping down, and he sees the advantage. It was Adam Russell that was slipping and sliding. He's lost the ball over the line here, Kai Cymbolan. Just having a chat with Matt Laver. He made the call. The referee on screen. It's right in front of him.
Yeah, looked very close to being clean from up here. I called for Kai to get his hands on the ball and just created some havoc with his footwork. Be surprised if Mets don't go back to that space.
Here's Corey Russell, short ball. His players collide in these slippery conditions. They do get the penalty here, the Mets.
Yeah, forward pass off the half a call, just slightly overrun there from Russell, but we're in a bit of a grind at the moment, Scotty. There's only been one try. Both teams with attacking flair all over the park, and shows these conditions really does bring the teams back together.
Ashby plays it. Harrington from half. Osborne goes out the back. Pretty comfortable touch in the end. Russell's fighting for the scraps, of course. Getting the footy back here for the Sharks. Now a bit of contact through the play the ball. Play on's the call. You better dish it. As Corey now has 4 referees to complain to instead of the usual 3.
He thought he wasn't getting a penalty there. That was, he's taken the milk out, he's put it on the porch, and has absolutely milked that penalty.
Repeat set, regardless here for the Sharks. Norman and Price looking to work on their synergy. Out here in the middle of the field. As Drew plays it. Hennessy picks up, feeds it back. Nice read from outside in.
Yeah, big read from the winger on the far side. I think that's Dylan Bissett for the Mets. Price, bit of space on that punish play. Hennessy identified that and used him. Bissett came in and struck, and this penalty is going to go Sharks' way, but look at there is pointing everywhere.
Yeah, look at the Mets there. You can see their whole, it's like their whole team over on the sideline, asking questions of Norman. He's barking back to him, letting them know what happened. Well, there's a bit of everything going on out there at the moment.
We're simmering, Scotty. We're simmering.
It's just bubbling,
Mets,
isn't it?
Mets, Sharks, wet weather. Close together.
Made for it. Last game of the day. And like you said, such history between these two teams going all the way back to the golden years of the early 2000s where this man was probably playing for him at that point in time, Dayberg Muir, who looks up and convinces the referee to point to the spot. And it was only a matter of time before he injected and crossed over that line to get points here for the Sharks.
He's been quiet so far, Drummy. We haven't called him too much, and just gets low. Once again, second try, the Mets just been kept on the line, not pressing forward. Dayberg Muir, look at the agility. The man's in his 40s, Scotty.
You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. He not only beat the offside play that was still retrieving, but the onside as well. And gets in underneath. What a freak of a player he is.
Who'd you rather, Hennessy or Davo Muir?
Oh, give me half of each. You can't split them. And what a combination it's been since Dill moved his way up to the great state of Queensland. And then all of a sudden, their combination. They played a lot of footy together. Now they play together in the Australian team for quite a long time, but now to play week in, week out. Two absolute legends. They're doing the job out here at the moment, but this man, Simbolan, who went a whisker away from scoring just a few moments ago, and this time he sets it up. That's a nice response there from the Mets.
Sharp and tidy. They set up a middle play, and Simbolan just uses his guile and his footwork, just throws the dummy, gets it in, got plenty of time, and Osborne, the man to score. These conditions are made for Kai Simbolan. I would be looking for him to get the ball in hand as much as possible.
It was great work off the ball there from Osborne as well, who pushed through into the in-goal area, but then pushed himself back. Didn't use the defender to do it, but just popped himself back into space. And it was smart, and this looks pretty smart here from the Sharks as well, as Russell feeds it to home in the corner. And perfect response there from the Sharks.
This is a sharp team try. Sharks send the sweeper from right link, and it's an early quarterback, and they play phase. Nice awareness there. Carter Skinner getting a nice clean dump, and Russell finds Marcus Home in the corner. Nice try for the Sharks. They hit back 3-1.
Here is Osborne. Try score for the Mets. Getting himself into half. Pumps it. Can't get away from Norman. And I think he's pretty happy to concede the penalty. And Luke Osborne, he did not want to give that football back under any circumstances.
No, danger time here for the Mets. 3-1. Margin obviously still fairly close together, but you don't want to concede one or two here with half-time coming.
Nice punch from Adam Russell as Hall picks up. Nothing on the right-hand side of the field. Russell puts the brakes on. Here's the last touch of the set. They're holding back. They're happy to hold. They know that where the clock is. The Mets, they didn't want to bite. They come up and close it down in the end. A great first half of footy between these two teams. Like we said, tricky conditions, but it was back and forward. It was tight. There's been a bit of niggle as expected as well. But it is the Sharks are going to the break up by a couple.
Yeah, entertaining half. You wouldn't know how much rain we've had in the last 2 hours here, Scotty. The skill on show for the Mets, Kai Simbolan seems to be the most likely. And for the Sharks, running at the moment, that seems to be their strength. When they slow it down, that kind of plays into the Mets' style of defence.
Great game here. We've got another half of footage still to come. It is the Sharks in front going into the halftime break. South Queensland 3 over Sydney Mets 1. Back here for the second half and the final match of day one at the championships. It's the South Queensland Sharks in front at the moment by 2 tries, 3-1 over the Mets. But a really tight contest, wasn't it, Pride, in the first half? Saw some great tries, like we said, a bit of niggle, plenty of feeling between these two. They want to finish off day one with this win.
Yeah, genuine arm wrestle here. Big first 5 minutes, both. We saw Dave Maher, coach of the Sharks, in front of us, very passionate during his halftime speech. There's some bowl and short ball.
Try that outside in with Cameron Chloe. And they'll say touch. Looked like Chloe was losing the football. The touch was made first. Bowling dances, nothing there. Ball down's the call.
Sharks will be happy with that start. Good defensive set. Now they're looking to come to the box and finish down the other end of the field.
Norman down the sideline. Tika and Sabolin up nice and early. This momentarily stops the flow, but Skinner gets a nice ball down. They've got all their numbers out here on the right-hand side, but no room to work with the Sharks. Like the inside defenders were maybe a step or two early there for the Sharks, and now Russell's following suit, and I think he's paying for the previous two, but was actually onside to make the touch. Mets now through the hands.
I don't know if Tony was, referee Calabria was scared of what Corey was going to say if he called him offside.
We play on as Ashby clean play the ball down. They skip him over the top. A very amicable hug there between Cook and one of the Mets players. Skinner, he does the hard work, doesn't he? First touch there, burrows the head in underneath. Now Cook slipping, sliding down on the turf. Adam Russell down for Hennessy. And Hall tries to slap it out to home.
A good read on that far edge. Luke Mansour on the wing for Mets. A really good position. Read that link ball nice and well. Hard to get the battle on, particularly in these conditions.
The Mets doing the work. Robinson and Chatton following suit. And they'll get the penalty here. The Sydney Mets. Repeat set. Looking for points. Nice left foot. Russell. He's called onside. Hall was there to support as well.
Matthew Chatton there asking a decent question on the first touch. Now they're going to sweep with Gretsch.
Gretsch comes back in. Chatton forced to come back out to the 7 again.
It's a little bit close here. The Mets would love to drag the Sharks a little bit more, look to run, try and get both edges up.
Gretsch plays down on the deck here for the Mets. They show and go. Hennessy's claiming the touch. And Shaky comes back to give a penalty to the Sharks.
Yeah, forward off the ruck. Adam Russell must be in the flats at the moment. He's fallen over about 4 times this game. Hennessy was a good strike. Luckily for the Sharks, didn't matter though. Forward pass.
It's Kaitika out of the box. Drew Price follows suit. Clean play the ball as Norman feeds it early. Price forward off the hands.
A bad little change, a little punch play where Tika hits from his short side. That was Lennox. And they bounce back towards a big open side. Bat-on play was on, but not executed.
You can see the water still splashing around at the boots here are the players. It's not raining at the moment. Really wet out there on the main field now as Catalano will slip through the defence there of Kaitika. And the Mets score first here in the second half. They reduce that margin back down to 1.
Yeah, it's Kyson Boland again. Fingerprints all over this play. Digs into the line, plays short. And Catalano just in some space. A little bit too easy in the end for the Mets.
Sharkies get us back underway with Skinner. And a no touch, and Boland again is just in absolutely everything here for the Sydney Mets. He's carrying them on his back at the moment.
Yeah, just a competitor, doing it at both ends of the field. He's definitely a leader within this group and creating massive headaches for the Sharks.
Ashby switches in. Watkins now, he picks up from half, loops it out, home, almost went past the point there, and Matt Lavery's having a chat here, our sideline ref. It did look like home might have made contact before the ball was caught. He's giving it up here, home. He's coming to the sideline. The referees haven't even pointed to the spot yet. He knows what's coming. And the Mets go back-to-back tries, and we're locked up here again in the men's.
Yeah, quick turnover from halfway. This time the Mets cashed in. They ran, got substitutions onto the field quickly, ran with flow, and Watkins digs into the line. Good read from home, but just touch was made before the ball was in the winger's hand, and I think they've got that one spot on. Scores a level.
You can see the contact there. And great call from the refs. The Sharks have come up with a mistake. It's Luke Mansour who scored for the Mets to level us back up.
Funny, hey, momentum in touch, Scotty. It's now all with the Mets.
2 tries in the second half. Sharks yet to trouble the scoreboard. It is the last touch here, though, for Sydney. And not much doing on the back of that one. They didn't punch too far downfield after the mistake, and now Beaton sends it over the sideline. You talk about momentum. It continues now for the Mets.
7 on the field here for the Sharks, too.
Still hasn't been picked up as of yet now as Russell goes to the sideline.
How can he? I was going to say, how did they get away with that? He ran up and made the touch, then ran towards the sub box. We're going to get the penalty. We've got there in the end.
All smiles out there at the moment. The Sharks, they're definitely rattled here in the second half.
Yeah, they've got away with one here. Forward pass. See the call coming through the comms. Here's Zach Jenrick on the close edge. Sharks really need to complete this set of 6.
And you see onto the park. Russell has a look at going under. Does find Dayberg Muir now. It's a good clean play, the ball down. Russell looping ball to Cook. Holds it up. Cook decides to take them on himself. And a great touch.
Some great defence on this edge. I think that's Dylan Bissett. Again, they were in trouble. The left to right pass from Russell hit Cook, and it was a 2-on-1. The baton play was on. Bissett actually didn't bite. He actually held space, which allowed him to get between Cook and ended up making the touch. Showed him the short side, dared him to go and got him. So great wing defence, Dylan Bissett.
Chloe plays it. Watkins receives it back. Ashby comes back to Watkins, looking to set here. Watkins again with another touch, picks up, slings it over his shoulder. Ball hits the deck. The Sharks get straight back onto the footy. Skinner again, first touch, just taking those hard yards and gets a penalty for his team.
Yeah, penalty there for the Sharks. They did really well. Their save the middle pressed up off the line, which was Corey Russell. Took the time of the ball player, Finn Watkins, away. Then a penalty given. Sharks need to be careful of their reaction there, though.
Beaton working with Price, teammates from the Redlands club. Here goes Price, takes him on himself. And he has got there before the covering defence of Jacob Harrington could come across, and he's taken a pretty heavy knock here, Harrington.
Yeah, a little open side quickie play here. Drew Price just goes hard towards the corner.
Oh, might have got a boot. A straight boot there for Price. Might have been like a step too deep. Looked like he was pushing forward out of the in-goal area. There, Jacob Harrington, he is back to his feet out the back, so we'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he can get back out onto the park.
Yeah, big set here now. Defensive set for the Sharks, attacking set for the Mets. They've got Osborne and Cymbolan on. They've been the two most likely, along with Finn Watkins.
Cymbolan has feed it to Osborne, looping ball, just didn't come out of the hands as cleanly as what he was hoping for there, Luke Osborne. Sharks come back infield to tap and restart. There's Price again. Look at him just gritting the teeth. And no touch, and they get done. It's Simbolan, of course. Gets his team the footy back again.
Just the hot hand. Be giving him the first 4 touches here, Simbolan.
Come out to Osborne. Catalano feeds it to him. Osborne can score from about 15 metres out with that stretch. He's gone very close to scoring there.
A big touch out of Russell on the inside. If he didn't come across and help Tika, it was going to be a try.
Full set to work with Catalano. Looks to go early, ball out in front. Good hands to hold on to it. A tough one to take for Berryman. Catalano happy to concede that touch. The Mets to reset. And they're claiming the no-touch play on Scoreless. No, Calabria comes back to give it.
Interesting, these ones. When it's inside the 7, you can't pull out within the touch. If it's a miss, it'll be a penalty. It's very hard for the players to understand the consistency with that sometimes.
Goes in favour of the Sharks on this occasion. Beaten. Out of the box. Skinner. There's only one way forward for him as Russell picks up. We'll finish it off in the corner. Game management there from Corey Russell. Mets through the hands. Looking for some changes.
He touched 3. They had a bit of work to do here. This is 4 now, so they need to find a strike dump. Someone's got to pick up and go.
Oh, Watkins, no! They're coming back. Russell's claimed the touch. Not happy. Oh, and there's plenty of chat.
I think Nathan Beaton, the Lynx, actually put his hand across.
And still confirming. And we take a look at the replay here. What about the acceleration here from Finn Watkins? And Beaton did throw his hands up. Russell did the same.
Yeah, tight touch.
Now Dayberg Muir juggles, still manages to bat it back on the inside.
How about that for skills in these conditions? Playing volleyball with like cake of soap.
Oh, and the Mets turned it over. The clock's starting to wind down. The Sharks in great attacking position here on the field. With Price, Dayberg Muir, Norman, Hennessy out in right link. Norman plays it. Hennessy will just hold things up. Norman's hovering at the moment. Gets himself into half. Early ball. Dayberg still juggles and throws that extra pass across. The Sydney Mets defence was there. Did Price hold on to that? How has he held on to that football?
There was 2 Mets players on the ground. Price on the ground. The ball was juggling.
Now last touch. Hennessy slipping and sliding there. Dayberg Muir. Mets have got to go coast to coast here. Osborne, nice ball. Chatton plays it. Here's again, they need a little spark of energy. Here the Mets. Berryman gives them a nice punch. Hickey plays it, coming into the last. Ashby. Oh, first touch was missed, and Hennessy comes across to make a big touch.
Yeah, big touch to Hennessy. We're under 3 minutes left on the clock now. Starting to get pressure here for the Mets in terms of that clock, so still plenty of time in touch. You're probably looking at 4 or 5 sets still.
Adam Russell coming to the last. Hall looks at options. Oh, nice silky hands from Tika. Almost flicking it on. Did come out of his hands forward.
See, definite tactic from Sharks at the moment. They're not always looking at scoring, leaving it on this box, on this side of the field, away from the Mets box, making them work hard to get fresh substitutions on.
Osborne has to go back to the mark. As Catalano plays it and they can't get it cleanly. Simbolan, who's done everything else right in this game. And a penalty given away. A couple of steps short.
hear from the audio. Sharks just complete the set, so they're aware of the clock management. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a sweep and dive at the line.
Russell beaten, scrambled to get into half. Norman pushing players into position. As Beaton plays it, Dayberg Muir looks, holds it up, and ends it across. Pass is going to 4. No, it's a penalty to the Sharks. And some questions being asked again from the Mets.
I'm not sure what that one was for, but Sharks have it, and Russell and Norman, I'd imagine, are going to control the set with Hennessy.
There you go, Dylan. Again, players sliding. Good recovery, though, from Catalano. He was finding it hard just to get that traction under the feet. He got there, punch forward to make the touch. And Corey now. One-handed scoop again from Hennessy. Good defense again from the Mets. And the Hooter sounds in the background. And the Sharks can get the victory in a close contest here on the last game of the broadcast for today. 4-3 final score. They threw everything at them in the second half there, the Mets, scoring those 2 tries to get them right back into the game. The Sharks just hold on in the end.
Yeah, big arm wrestle that game. Both teams, I imagine, will watch the footage. They will take some learnings out of that for sure. We're looking in the Men's Open with the top 4 going through to quarterfinals. So this was a perfect dress rehearsal for one of those games, which we'll see late on Saturday.
The Sharks finished day 1 undefeated, 3-0 to close out day 1. It's been a huge day of action here on day 1. It's going to be even bigger tomorrow on day 2. Our first match kicks us underway at 10:40 tomorrow local time. Check your guides if you're tuning in on KO, Sky or Sky Sports, wherever you are across the world. But on behalf of myself and Adam Pride, it's good night here from Coffs Harbour.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free.